right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council chambers, to City Hall. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Robert Saenz with Primera Asamblea de Dios.
Thank you. The Apostle Paul wrote to Timothy, young Timothy, in the 2nd chapter, verse 1, and he reads, I urge then first of all that petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all in authority, that we may live peacefully and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. Will we bow our heads as we pray? Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, your Son, to ask your guidance in this city council meeting this morning, especially for our mayor, our city manager, and all city council members. Grant us wisdom, courage to do what you've called us to do, which is to serve our city and its people. We pray for endurance, diligence, and commitment until every task is fulfilled to completion. We ask all of this in the precious name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Caitlin Cantu. She is a senior at West Oso High School, an A honor roll student, and she will graduate with an associate's degree in liberal arts from Del Mar. Caitlin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Caitlin, and good luck in your studies.
Go Bears.
Go Bears. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gail Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
We see there he is, Mr. Scott. All right. Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, we'll go to section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, members of the council and the community. We have one item today on the city manager's report, and it's to highlight a $75,000 donation for our Meals on Wheels program. And so we know with the recent federal government shutdown, they're back open now, and with the holidays upon us, the topic of food security, especially for those that are less fortunate, is important. And today, we're going to have a presentation from HEB, a strong partner of ours in this community, who is giving us $75,000 towards our Meals on Wheels program. So the Meals on Wheels program is part of the city's elderly nutrition services program, and we do both homebound delivery meals, and then we also do meals at our senior centers. And in total, our budget is about $578,000 annually for these services that we provide to seniors. Meals 5 days a week, both in our congregate setting and on the Meals on Wheels program. So the Meals on Wheels program is about a $200,000 budget, and then $379,000 is in the congregate setting. But every little bit helps, and we're proud and happy today to announce this $75,000 grant for the Meals on Wheels program. The Meals on Wheels program serves individuals who are 60 years of age and older, and not only does it provide meal service, but we also do welfare check-ins on the seniors, making sure that they're okay each day at their home. This donation from HEB will directly impact our community with approximately 9,600 additional meals through the year, benefiting those seniors. This is the largest one-time donation that the city will have received for the Meals on Wheels program. And as the city manager, I want to thank HEB for continuing to be a strong partner in this community, both in terms of financial contribution, but just being a visible, consistent partner in our community in many things that we do year-round. So Beth Datamo was here. She spoke recently about the free admission program that HEB is also funding at our museums here for the next 2 months, all through the holiday season. And so she's going to come and say a few words, and then I'm going to, after that, Beth, I'll announce, and with us in the audience are our staff members who prepare all these meals each day. So I want to recognize them, and then Beth is going to hand the check to them. So Beth.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. So excited to be in front of you again. And I really appreciate your thoughtful comments, Peter, for the great things that we get to represent today. You know that HEB has a strong commitment to our community, but not just to our community, also in our hunger relief efforts. And you've seen us show up time and time again. And right now, during this time in our communities, it's really, really important that we show up. So you may have seen a few weeks ago that we made a commitment to our food banks as well. So our Coastal Bend Food Bank also received a sizable donation from, but we wanted to make sure that we include some of our most vulnerable citizens of our communities, probably some that hold very dear and true to your hearts every day, and those are our seniors. And so we're really excited today to present $75,000 to you, Peter, and your Parks and Recreation team. We're honored to work with them on multiple fronts. And if I can just tout too, we have Feast of Sharing coming up on December the 20th. So we would love to have all of you there, of course, Peter, you and your team, but really just to come and celebrate with us and have a hot holiday meal. It'll be from 11 to 3 at the Hilliard Center just down the street. So please join us for that. We hope to see many of our Corpus Christi community members there. And thank you for just letting us come today. And we would love to do a quick picture if we can with you and your team.
That's great, Beth. Thank you. Stay right there, because what I'm going to do is just to let the council know, if you didn't know, our city still we have employees prepare the meals each day. Many cities have gone to contracting this out, and I must say, having seen some of the other cities, the meal quality is not nearly as good as having homemade food, and so we still do that. Our city still each day cooks homemade meals. So there's a lot of high quality nutrition that's served each day. So we're going to recognize these employees. They're going to come up with Beth, and we'll get a picture as well. So I'm going to name them one by one. There's about a dozen here, and we'll have you come up to the microphone, please, at the podium. So Shelby Houston, Brandis Eaton, Kimberly Ramirez, Sandy Chapa. These are all employees of the city who cook meals for our seniors every day. Caleb Strange, Andrew Morris, Oscar Sanchez, Lena Herrera, Laura Charo, Aaron Applewhite, and Belinda Stinson. So these are our cooks, folks, that help those seniors every day, both in the congregate setting and then on the Meals on Wheels program. I've seen their meals, and they're pretty good, so, right? Yeah.
Squeeze in as much as we can. Big group, big group. Councilmembers, perfect. Perfect. All right, everyone, look right here. Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time, big smiles on 3. Look right up here. 1, 2, 3. We're good. We're good.
Good job, Beth. Yeah. Good job. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So Mayor Good, thank you for letting us acknowledge these employees and this program and HEB and the donation. So with that, we'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. So as we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It's not a stage for personal attacks, for disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. We are here to do the people's work, so we will proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask the public comment. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. At this time, I'd like to ask our City Attorney, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum that will appear on the television screens above. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary and before you speak, and she will distribute it to us. So we will move on with our council agenda, and that puts us at section L, our consent agenda, items 2 through 17. Would any council member like to pull any items 2 through 17? Number 4? Number 11. Okay, number 4, number 11. Any other items pulled? Would the public like would any request from the public to make public comment on any items 2 through 17?
4, 10, 11, 14, and 15.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items 4, 10, 11, 14, and 15.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Can we see Mr. Scott, please?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Scott?
Oh, Councilman, yes.
Yes, Councilmember Scott. I would just, if he wants to vote, we have to see him in here.
I would, yes, aye. Mark
Okay,
votes
thank you so much.
Okay. Item number 4 was pulled for public comment. I'm sorry, what council member, was that yours? Okay, Councilman Vaughn. Oh, I'm sorry. Did all in favor say aye?
Aye. We said that.
Yeah, we just have to say motion carried.
Any opposed say
Yeah, there
no.
was a motion and second.
Councilman
We
Scott,
just have
okay.
not finally voted, yes.
Okay, item number 4 is an ordinance to amend the city code of ordinances to make changes to the city boards and commissions. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't have a problem with any of this. It's just that you're discontinuing some of these boards,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then you're changing the name on another. But the sister city, the chamber is going to take that. So you're going to be using taxpayer money. So I just want you to explain that so the public knows what is required of them.
Yes, ma'am. So there's a $20,000 that's being provided to the Sister City Committee. That's what historically has been given to them, in addition to $8,000 that were remaining funds from last year. And what we've set up in the agreement that the council passed on September the 9th of 2025, they're going to submit semi-annual reports to the city, and they're going to detail their activity and financial reports. That'll be submitted to the city manager or his designee. He has designated Ryan Skrabarczyk to work with the committee. And they'll submit those reports twice a year. Each financial report will be prepared and signed by a certified public accountant, so we're sure where those funds are being sent. By May 1st of each year, they have to adopt an annual work plan and an annual budget. And in that budget, they'll include all sources of revenue. So revenues, expenditures, any fundraising that they have, all that will be included in that budget. And the chamber will provide a copy of the proposed annual budget to the city manager or designate at least 2 weeks prior to its adoption so that we can review and comment. So staff will be able to review and comment prior to their adoption. The term of the agreement is for 1 year, and it does include something called a non-appropriation clause. And what that means is the continuation of the agreement after the close of the fiscal year of the city, and our fiscal year closes September 30th, it's subject to appropriations and budget approval. And that means the council has the sole discretion to determine whether or not to fund the contract. So say the year passes and you've made some decisions, you decide not to fund that, that's within your purview to do that as well. So those are some of the safeguards we've included, ma'am.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 10 was pulled for public comment. If you'd want to come up, whoever asked for that. And that is a motion authorizing a professional services contract to Ardora to provide design, bid, and construction phase for the Weir Improvements Basins 3 and 4 at O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant. Did you pull 10? You can come up for public comment.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I'm glad to see that we're using somebody other than Freeze and Nichols. Hopefully we'll look into our Ardora group and see what else they're going to be participating in. I'd like for you guys to consider stepping away from the design, bid, and construction phase process. That gives a lot of room for nefarious activities to be allowed with city staff. If we don't know how much it's going to cost, we shouldn't be doing it. This community, we've been told, does not have the money to provide customer or community services. They're getting slashed across, the budget, community services. So we have to make sure that we're doing projects that are for the community, that are repairing issues that we have in the different, with our treatment plants. So I just would like to ask for you guys, and I'd like more information on it itself. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Well, if I may, I just wanted to hear a little bit more. Is somebody here?
Councilwoman, do we have, go ahead.
I was just asking, is there someone here that can give us a little bit more information and the public? So that would be you,
Well,
Jack.
so I can tell you what the project's intended to
Okay.
do. It's an approved CIP project. And there's 2 plants at Owen Stevens, and this is in Plant 2. And it has a design for the weirs that take the water out of the sedimentation basin and transfer it to the filters. The one on Plant 2 is not working as well as Plant 1. You're getting solids break through and short circuiting, and they want to explore some different alternatives to upgrade that and get something that's going to perform better. And what happens if it's not performing well and you get more solids, you've got to backwash your filters more and actually waste water.
And when was the last time that it was upgraded?
I'm going to call in a CCW lifeline on that.
Nick Winkleman, interim COO of CCW. So the original Weir design is original Plant 2, right? So that was in the 80s. So what we found is that is not as effective. So we want to improve the Weirs, and also part of the project is also looking at the Weir process for Plant 1.
Okay, and what has caused that? I mean, like, it's been working all these years, it's just, what, just finally wear and tear? That's a long time.
So it's working, but it's not working as efficiently. So what we're seeing, and Jeff alluded to it, so we have problems with our water distribution, there's crossover. When you're looking at water treatment, the movement of the water is critical. If you ever come out to the plant, you can actually see the water move through the plant, and you can understand that. This professional services contract, it's with Ardura for design services, bid services, so they would help prepare the bid documents for public bid, and then construction phase services, where they would have involvement in the construction contract. Construction isn't anticipated to start till fiscal year 28. And there will be a firm bid with this project, just hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so right now, we're still in the design phase.
We haven't started design yet. So this is the professional services contract for design.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, that's all the comments I had.
Okay.
Did you make,
Okay, we have a motion in a second.
okay.
Rebecca, do you want to put that up?
Okay. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 11 was pulled. That is a resolution authorizing a 3-year extension of the agreement to provide treated water to South Texas Water Authority. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the water that we are providing is mainly for human consumption. Is it the agreement that do we have that information? Is it, that's what my understanding was, the reissuance of this contract, the 1.2 to 1.8 millions that we're providing to South Texas Water Authority. I'm just curious, is it, because I want to make sure right now, since our water is so limited, I want to make sure that it is for humans.
Sure. So the contract is a 3-year extension. None of the terms of the contract, including annual volume, has changed. South Texas Water Authority hasn't requested an increase in volume. How the contract states, I mean, we CCW, or the city of Corpus Christi, doesn't control who their customers are, but I can tell you that they haven't requested an additional volume of water to include in their contract.
Okay.
And none of the terms have changed. All the terms are the same.
And that's what I am, hopefully in the future, we will be able to have those kinds of discussions, that whenever we, as a water provider, will be able to have a say as to who we're providing 1 million, 2 million, 12 million, 20 million, it goes on and on. At what point does the community know? Do we have a commission or something that we can have a say as to who we're selling our water to? That we would have an impact, that we could have a say? Do we have anything like that?
So if I could answer that in terms of an example. So if within 3 years, say at the end of that, South Texas Water Authority, as an example, would like to increase their annual amount of water by 25%, right?
Right.
That's part of the contract negotiation. Staff would determine if that water's available. and then that information would be shared with council, and in fact, the contract would be voted on and approved by council
Okay.
as well.
So because this is an existing and they're not really increasing it, that information then does not have to be provided to council. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not a consideration item because they're not requesting any material changes to the contract. We agree, the city agrees that the terms are acceptable and reasonable, and we agree to be operating along those same terms for the next 3 years as partners.
Well, there's been discussion about creating a sort of like a water commission. Has that come to your desk? Have you discussed it at all, to creating some kind of commission so that in the future, we as residents, we as, our water customers will know, because water, as you know, is very precious, and so we need to make sure that we're using our water, efficiently, and that it's, for example, a lot of these car washes that have inundated our city, I would like to see us have a say as to how many more car washes we're going to be allowing. I know that this is probably out of this, discussion, but I would like to see that in the future. Some kind of either water commission or a water board where it actually has residents as part of that commission. So hopefully you can come back and maybe discuss that with us at a later time, but I still would like to see that. So with that, I make a motion to approve the project.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, we're extending this and not doing a new agreement, and I'm under the assumption is this is in order to allow them to have time to develop their own water source, correct?
I can't speak on behalf of the Water Authority. I feel that's the case, though. Earlier in the year, the STWA, we've been working on this contract for some time. Earlier in the year, they requested and we agreed to extend the contract to December 31st of this year, which we did. And then just recently, they've come back and they said, look, we would just like to extend it for 3 years. Because as we all know, they are working on other water supply projects. So that seems reasonable to us as well.
Okay, so I know as part of that development, there's also some discussion about selling us water, and we're supposed to get a presentation from them. Is that coming next month?
I'll have to follow up with our contacts at South Texas Water Authority. The statement and the comment, and CCW fully agrees with them, the important item was to deal with this existing contract first.
Okay, well,
so I'll follow up with them and find out when they have any info available to present.
Well, the executive director is behind you, so I'm assuming that we will get a
That's what the executive director told me.
Okay, so Peter, are we getting a presentation next month?
Councilman, like Nick said, if Mr. Matas wants to come up and answer the question, we can answer it for him. That was the plan, but it's changed, and we don't know when it's coming forward. So I would recommend he come up to the microphone. We don't want to guess on what his business is.
Good morning, John Matas, representing South Texas Water Authority. First of all, I want to thank Drew Molly and also Nick and their teams, and Miles and the legal team as well, and city management for working with us on this 3-year extension. It's been vital to us as we discuss what are the future options for water for STWA, how that works, either independently or in coordination with CCW. So I just want to state that they have been excellent partners and always operated in good terms, never adversarial. And this was a mutual agreement that we had a few weeks ago that we were able to finalize, which came before you here in this agenda item number 11. Now, on the other issue, yes, we are still proceeding, working ahead with 7 Seas on a water source for our system up to a 3 MGD plant, and that is still in the works. Now, there are options to upscale that, and we have mentioned that in the various times that I've been here before you and the council. And so we would be more than happy to present to you our updates. We didn't want to come back until we had more information. We feel we're at that point. We'll be able to present to the STWA board on their December 1st meeting, and then be able to have all that background information to present to management for them to decide, or for you to initiate putting that into your agenda the following week. So we're trying to move this ahead quickly so that everyone has some resolve to this question, dealing with STWA directly, and how does that work with the bigger picture. But we do appreciate being a part of the regional water system that CCW provides. They have always been there helpful, and Nick has always been there at a phone call away to answer anything that we have. So we are ready to move forward to present to you. If that is the council's wish, or that's management's wish, we will be ready to provide you with details and background compared to other meetings. So.
Okay, so our meeting after that is December 9th, and our last meeting in December, I believe, is the 16th. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct, Councilman.
Okay, so I'm assuming one of those 2 days we'll get a presentation as to some additional water supply that can be provided by South Texas
Right, yeah, well, so Mr. Mata said December 1 is your board meeting? Is that what you said?
December 1, yes.
December 1?
Yes, sir.
So we'll go to that board meeting and we'll report back. We'll have to post on the 3rd to the 9th. So if everything's looking good, and we'll keep council informed, but if things are looking good at the first meeting and there's little turnaround time, we can add it to the agenda later that week on the 3rd for the 9th.
Okay.
Okay, and then if not, we'll have the fallback for the 16th.
With that, I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Matas.
Thank you.
Please submit your vote.
Public comment, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Yes, public comment. I'm sorry, on item number 11. Any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. You've got one?
With all the previous contracts and everything that's gone through.
Can you state your name and city, please?
Alex Benavides, District 3. Yeah, I know that what he said is like, you know, they're not asking for more, this and that, but the council raised a great question about trying to figure out where the water, you know, what the resources that the water is taking from and going to. And it would be like great before we just hold a vote and hand out, you know, status quo, which we already know is not good. But that's what happens when, you know, things get pushed that we don't know about. So I just feel like we should look at the whole, at everything, at all the companies that are involved, make sure they're local, and also, you know, bring up every single thing that's on there. That way we know if it's excessive. I mean, it's 3 years. And how many times are we going to get in contracts for 3 years that we can't change once we find out they're dud contracts? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott? You're frozen. Darn it. Try again.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 14 and 15, public comment. Ms. Caballero?
Should probably get a little bit more information on this because I haven't seen Rachel Caballero D1. I'd like to request more information on this because we haven't seen anything regarding the financial obligations of these alleged grants, and the Texas Water Development Board, who has treated our community very, very poorly until now, and not working with us to help us actually solve this man-made water crisis. So I would like to request a quick review on these to figure out what the financial ramifications are to the community.
Thank you. These are grants funded by the state of Texas that throughout or in this past legislative session. And so this is a formality. Is that correct, Nick? Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you want to make a comment, but this is basically funding that was granted to us.
Correct. So the state legislator, with their support, and we're very thankful for that, they provided grant money for both the Mary Roads pipeline and the basis groundwater program. The money is being distributed through the Texas Water Development Board. That's the mechanism for distributing the grants. As part of the rules and regulations, it's a formality for council to approve CCW to submit the grant application.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve item 14 and 15.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. I am going to, we're going to hear item number 20, and then the last two of the day would be 18 and 19. Mr. Zanoni, that's okay?
Yeah, we told Michael Dice or Andrew Demas to be ready,
Great.
so yeah.
Okay, great. Item number 20 is a variance case number ZN 9019, Rusty's in District 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Andrew Demas, Assistant Director of Development Services, today presenting a request for a variance from Section 4 of our municipal code regarding Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission. The property is located at 702 South Port, and as you may be aware, TABC sets regulations that churches and purely alcohol establishments, serving establishments, must be a minimum of 300 feet away, measured door to door. In this case, the property is 286 feet, so it's 14 feet short of that 300-foot separation. The applicant did apply through their normal permits through Development Services. As part of that review, we look at the TABC license, and as part of that license, we made a determination that it is indeed, again, 14 feet short. Why we are here today is the applicant does have the right under the municipal code to ask for a variance and appeal that decision. So the subject property is historically used to be a tortilla factory called La Malinche for many years, decades in fact. For a brief time, it was a resale shop, and it is zoned general commercial district. So the general commercial district does allow bars, taverns, nightclubs by right. So it does not have an underlying zoning issue, and it is undergoing renovations into a bar and food service called Rusty's. This is just a brief background on where the 300-foot rule comes into play. It is set by Texas Alcohol Beverage Code and enforced by Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission. Where municipalities throughout the state of Texas are charged is that we have to double check that measurement as they're going through the permitting process. Now, that being said, also within TABC code, it is up to the municipality to grant variances as they see fit, and we do have a review criteria, just like we do with zoning cases, and determining is the variance out of the question, does it impose some type of negative impact to surrounding properties, and as we conduct our analysis, we confirm if it is in conformance with city policy. So going through all of those steps, just like we would do for a zoning case, we've determined that the bar does have the correct zoning. It is in line with future land use as a commercial use. It is within the character of the neighborhood, as you do have other bar establishments along this commercial corridor. So we do take that into account when coming to a decision. And moving to public input, of 61 notices mailed out, we received 0 in favor and 0 opposition. So we did reach out. We did reach out to the church as well. We did not hear a response back if they had any pro or con feelings towards the potential variance. Again, as part of that consideration, we took into account the character of the neighborhood being a commercial corridor. We took into account the fact that if a church is operating, it more than likely will have offset hours, meaning Sunday services and at most Wednesday night services will not be in conflict with the rest of the bar hours every other day of the week, as it is still a commercial use. And with that, taking all of those things into consideration, staff does recommend approval of the variance request, as it is a 14-foot shortfall. It is 286 feet away. It is pretty close to meeting that 300-foot mark. Of course, we as Development Services encourage infill development as well as small businesses to occupy structures that would nevertheless be vacant. But all that being said, staff is recommending approval, and we stand to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
So, Andrew, I've got a few problems with this. Who reached out to the church from our department?
Both, it would be the applicant on their own reached out to the church, as well as Development Services staff, one of our planners.
Okay, so the church reached out to me and said they did not have any discussion with anyone, and that they are not for this establishment. You have the bar, you have a vacant lot, and then you have the church. So we're essentially going against our own ordinance of putting a bar within 300 feet of a church. In your memo, it also states that there's a bar directly across the street. Did somebody go check that?
Yes.
Okay, it's closed. That bar has been closed.
Okay.
For some time. It was called Mika's. And I know this again because they reached out to me and I spoke with the pastor. As a matter of fact, are they here? Is anybody? Oh, look, okay, they are here. Okay, great. We'll hear from you in a sec. And their concerns were great because they had not spoken to the city. My concern is a couple of things. When we say it is in the character of the neighborhood, we want to build a neighborhood. And I don't think this is defining in the best way that neighborhood. That corridor, it's in desperate need of revitalization. And I'll let them tell the story, but there were 5 bars in that corridor. That was the character of the neighborhood, bars all over. And when the church bought the building, and this is coming from them, they said, we're gonna wait this out, because they came to the city and the city said, we can't do anything about it. Of course, bars are there, but if and when the bars close, then they can't come back because of the 300-foot ordinance, unless this day comes where there is an acceptance, right? An exception. I don't see a valid reason to give an exception. I think the church, they waited it out, and they waited for 5 bars to close because they do have things. I was there Sunday, and their congregation was there at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. They were getting ready for a festival. So I don't believe that because church hours are X, Y, and Z, and bar hours are X, Y, and Z, that doesn't cause a problem. We also have residents. There are some elderly residents that would live 20 feet from the back door of that bar, multiple homes there. And I know you didn't receive any, I was going to ask you that, notices, but I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't reach out to, and maybe y'all did, and there was no communication. I understand that, hit and miss, but they're vehemently against having the bar right literally next door, almost one vacant lot separates it. And I think, TABC rejected their license because they're 300 feet, within 300 feet. So I don't see how the city should say, well, we're gonna make this exception based on what? I don't rebuild a character by going backwards to what they have come from when they first bought that building. But I'll let other council members give their input. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And you do bring up a good point. As a matter of fact, I'm glad that you acknowledge the history of that location, which is La Malinche. I personally am very familiar with that location. Growing up, I was the one that would go get the masa whenever the tamales we were making during this time. So, and yes, I am very familiar with the character of the neighborhood. We grew up in the Wiegand, so yes, I am familiar. There used to be a lot of bars there. And so it is kind of refreshing to see that, a church is there, and there's also the bakery, I think, in the corner. And I think slowly it is, trying to come back to life. And I do appreciate that there is an interest in that location, but I don't think a bar is something that any neighborhood would put up, not in the south side, not in the north side. So I don't understand why we would do this to this historic neighborhood. I call it historic because that's where I grew up, so, and La Malinche, for me, is very historic. So again, I will not be supporting this, and I hope, and I'm glad that that the mayor reached out to the church. And a lot of times, I'm real bad about my mail, I have to admit. I don't always read, the mail that I receive, because usually it's electronic where I communicate. So I still would like to hear from the church, the pastors, but honestly, I don't believe I'll be supporting this, so.
Councilman Cantu.
You said it's 14 feet, right?
Correct. 14 feet short.
That's like from here to the mayor, more or less?
More or less, I would say just over an NBA basket. That's exactly 10 feet, so just a hair over there.
I know the area. I travel that area all the time, and honestly, it's getting better. PD's doing a good job getting the prostitutes and the drugs off the streets, but there's still a lot of prostitution going on in that neighborhoods and drugs. I want Corpus Christi to be open for business, right? Like, we want refineries to come to Corpus Christi and open their business here. I don't see what's a big problem with the bar, convenience store, or anything like that. We're going to be getting tax revenue from the TABC license. I understand the concerns of the church, but there's a bar like maybe 2 blocks away, more or less, by the O'Reillys.
Yes, further down there is another establishment. The difference is, and just to be clear, within the UDC, 26% of gross sales have to come from food to be considered a restaurant.
Yeah.
So one thing that can change between now and then is if the applicant chooses to serve pizza. They are now a restaurant and can still serve.
They could get a food beverage license. Yeah.
Exactly. And so the question is, it's a very small change that can occur. I think at this time, his motive was purely to stick to just alcohol sales.
Yeah,
but if that changes to a restaurant within the next so many days, it can still open at that same.
So if they change into a restaurant, I think it's like $12 more for TBC to do a license for food and beverages, they could just open up like that without the.
Same mixed beverage license, same drinks
Got you.
served.
Okay.
Same hours of operation.
Got it. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, 300 feet is 300 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the rule, so we shouldn't make exceptions because it's 14 feet off. And I would much rather not get that tax revenue than to put a bar beside a church. And I guarantee you that church has been praying those bars out of there. And so I'm not going to be one that's going to vote to put one in. And thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree we should be very interested in being a positive partner to new businesses, and I recognize that in our packet you referenced the West Side development plan and that this was considered congruent with that plan. However, I share the sentiments of Councilwoman Vaughn that we're talking about a 300-foot barrier because we have a place of worship there. And, it's important to me that we balance bringing in new business with creating community spaces that really service the people living there. And so I recognize, going up and down that road, I recognize that there's a lot of room for us to work with new businesses coming in and develop a space that's vibrant. But this isn't, in my definition, the direction to go with that. And so I think that this doesn't serve the purpose of cultivating new growth and community strength and cleaning up areas. It's not congruent with that, in my opinion. And so I appreciate staff's recommendation and all that you put in the packet. I really do. But I won't be supporting that for that reason. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So this is District 1, and I went out, and I'm a little confused, so I'd like some clarification. When you measure 300 feet, what are you measuring that from?
It is from the front door of the establishment to the front door of the church.
Okay, because I have a size 13 foot, and it's about 2 inches longer than 12 feet, so I paced it. I didn't go with a tape measure, and the distance to me seems a lot shorter, and I did it twice, so that's a concern. I mean, I think 14, and I think 14 feet is being gracious, and for that reason, again, I think it's actually closer.
It was our GIS survey of measuring.
Oh, so nobody went out? You just how did you do it?
We have a GIS software, Geographic Information System, that gives fairly accurate measurement
to the front door.
To the front door.
Yeah. I have a problem with that in itself, because measuring right to the front door, there's a lot of activities. So you have, at your church, you have the parking lot, you have the people, you have kids. If they're doing a Easter egg hunt and that, it's, I think we need to look at that too, from maybe the edge of the property. But I guess the state sets that. But overall, at the end of the day, I'm not supporting this project either. So if they want to come back and do a restaurant or rethink their plan, that's fine. But at this point, I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public hearing. And let's see, go ahead, come on up. Anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item 20, we will hear you out now.
Good afternoon, esteemed council members and mayor. So my name is Manuel Lewis. I'm here representing as the president of the board of this church, Alpha Phi Omega. And just to add some color and context to what we've been talking about, we have been at this location for more than 20 years. We moved to the 700 block of Port in 1999. At that time, like as was stated already, there were 5 bars at this location. And while these bars were in operation, we've dealt with several of the bar's patrons entering our sanctuary inebriated and causing a scene. We had Sunday services morning and night, along with Wednesday night services, Thursday night services. We have Vacation Bible School for children and all of those things, and not even to mention festivals and other activities that we have there at our church. Our church has had people passed out at our front door. We've had to deal with vomit, urine, feces, and in front of and around our building. We've had our vehicles broken into. We've had our sanctuary itself broken into. There's been car wrecks, fights, any other manner of violence that is associated with a bar in that area. We have to pick up trash on our doorstep, including, of course, beer bottles and cans, and drug paraphernalia. We've had our parking lot, which is fenced in, cut, and broken into. They've stolen a barbecue pit that we use for fundraisers and just regular fellowship time with our church. These are all things that we've had to deal with. We've even had our city trash cans taken. We've had damage to our windows. We've had graffiti on the side of the church. So these bars were open at all hours of the day, including Sunday mornings during our service. The buildings were always in disrepair, and they continued to decline as the years passed. And if you drive down that way, as some of you said you had, you can see how the state of those buildings and how they are right now. So thankfully, those bars closed one by one. The last one was Mika's Lounge, which did finally close as well. Our congregation is actively pushing for the betterment of our community. We invest in services to help the individual families one by one. We have done so and we will continue to do so, and we just ask that the City Council would help us to ensure the safety of our congregation. Most of our members are working class and low income, and they come to receive the hope that our church offers. Just like any church, in any part of the city, security is always an issue. I actually work for the city of Corpus Christi. I am a police officer, and I volunteer my time. Is that it?
That's it.
All right.
Thank you for your comment,
Thank you.
Pastor. Or, I'm sorry, you're the president. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Isabel Isa, District 1. I just want to say that I'm super grateful for you all to take into consideration the concerns of residents of a neighborhood and the quality of life that they have, and how what the city is saying happened and why it's okay actually reflects a different perspective of reality than what the pastor is saying. That his experience in that space actually shows a disrespect to the community and problems, kind of like the way that Hillcrest experiences a disrespect and a lack of awareness about how they're being impacted by a business interest, and they would like the people to be centered instead of the other group being centered. So I'm really impressed that you guys are acknowledging that and that their experiences matter, and I would really love for you to kind of carry that with you forward when we address items 17 and 18 and 19. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, my name is Armand Alex, long life resident of Corpus Christi. I concur with Dr. Adaiza. It's really nice to see that there are council members that are wanting to put forth and forward and prioritize the input of our neighbors and our community members. I was not so much surprised that this was another example of the city trying to move forward with the silence of residents, meaning it's a go-ahead. Silence does not mean compliance. Just because you received 0 for, 0 against, that should be a concern. That means that there's some kind of misstep in the miscommunication. Maybe you're trying to, mail people, voices, but perhaps they weren't receiving it. Maybe sending a text to someone that doesn't have a phone, et cetera. But there was some kind of misstep there. And I completely agree that I would hope that that is the same kind of energy in terms of city council members being or wanting to elevate the voices of community members as it relates to a dynamic like this, where you're having communities say, we don't want this here, and you're listening to that and moving forward with that rather than just perhaps a business owner. And quite frankly, does Corpus Christi need another bar? Look, I frequent a bar too from time to time, but do we need another one? They're popping up everywhere. And we should support the local businesses that we have. We've got some bar owners on council, but we don't need another one. Okay, we don't need another bar. Perhaps what we do need are those community spaces, right? Perhaps what we need to is invest in those spaces where it better strengthens community resilience, community culture, et cetera. So I would encourage this council now to move forward with that as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Eric Gunthu rattled my brain and brought back a memory. My first year as a counselor, Lamar Childress, and I was a school counselor at
Are you
my
a
first
city
year.
resident, ma'am? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
what?
Are you, your name and your city, please?
Corpus Christi.
Thank you,
Lamar
ma'am.
Childress in Corpus Christi.
Thank you, ma'am.
So again, my first year as a counselor was at Lamar Elementary School. A week after I was given my contract, the newspaper put out that the Corpus Christi Police Department was zeroing in on that neighborhood for the high level of drugs and prostitution. My mother called me and asked, had I read the article in the newspaper a week after I got my contract, and was I going to go do home visits there? And if the prostitutes asked me to go in, was I going to go in? And I said, yes, I will be doing home visits. And if a prostitute asked me to go in, I'm going to go in and have tea and cookies with her because I'm an advocate for her kid. And I taught the kids in that school that I had lived in the neighborhood. And when my parents were married, we lived a very upper middle class life in California. After their divorce, we went to great poverty. I shared that with the children. I'm very private about my life. I wanted them to know that they could make something of themselves. My greatest compliment was when a 5th grade little girl comes to my class, to my office, and tells me, "Miss Childress, you grew up in this neighborhood, and you grew out of your poverty. My mom and my grandmother tell me I'm going to grow up to be nothing but a prostitute. But you've shown us that we can grow out of this." And she told me she was going to get herself educated, and she was never going to be a prostitute. So when I hear that a church wants to go in the neighborhood where I was a counselor for all these children, we don't need to have bars and all that in that neighborhood. As you can see, I'm here because I'm still an advocate for kids. So please, I don't care if it's even across the street or if it's 400 feet. The feet doesn't make any difference. We don't need any of that in the environment. These children need to have positive things to look at. So that's what I'm here. I didn't have to practice for the speech. I'm an advocate for the kids.
Thank you, Ms. Childers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Gonzalez. I am from Corpus Christi, Texas, and I am a member of this congregation. I have been so for over 20 years. And as Officer Lewis was mentioning, we have fought hard for our church. We have fought hard to build the building so that we can be there. As a member who cares for our community, who cares for our city, who cares for our children and our future, I feel like it is in our best interest to protect a small congregation, to protect people that are trying to make a better life for themselves. As Officer Lewis mentioned, he donates his time, which would be over $12,000 a month if we were to pay him. But he cares for our church. He loves our community and our members. And we would not be able to do so without him. We have had, as he mentioned, people come in, people steal, people destroy. And even with all of those things that have happened, we feel like those things are sad and those losses are bad, but we still feel like we can make a change for our future. We can make a change for our community and for our city. And with your help and with your vote, we feel that we can move forward and we can do what's best for our city, one life at a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The name is Mona Lytle, and I'm from the historical neighborhood of Hillcrest. I'm just here saying it's so delightful and so warm to hear the concerns that you have for our neighborhoods, of to build them up, to make them a better home for others. And in Hillcrest, we will want the same thing too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I am so moved. I'm so moved. I didn't know you had it in you, honestly. I am taken aback. I thank you for considering the needs of a neighborhood. Thank you for talking to property owners. One issue I do have, shocker, is that city staff lied yet again. City staff that we've caught lying on multiple occasions. City staff that we as a community have not been able to rely on for honest information and honest distribution of making sure that mailers are being sent out to the neighbors. And that is an issue, and that is why this community has a really hard time in trusting this staff with an experiment. So I commend the council. I mean, this has to be the first time for me in 4 or 5 years that we have this type of support for within a community. It's amazing. I mean, I'm hoping this leaf is being turned over. And thank you for running a quick council meeting. Again, first time in 5 years. Crazy. Craziness. Thank you.
Christina English, District 1. I also want to say thank you so much. These are beautiful words. This is exactly the way we should be planning our community. Vibrant spaces, yes. Community, yes. Thank you. Input from the community, yes. We can't do anything without buy-in from our community. You are right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your beautiful sentiment. Please carry that forward in everything else you do, with every other neighborhood, every other decision you make. I know that people in other neighborhoods have been praying things away as well. They've been praying for years. And I hope that their prayers are answered. I hope that we are as concerned about the prayers of certain communities as we are about others. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Eli McKay, District 1. Didn't come here to speak about this, but just was, like some of my other community members, moved by your words. I live in District 1. I have lived in District 1 for almost 15 years. As long as I've been in Texas, I've been in District 1. And I love the west side of Corpus Christi, despite some of the things people say about it. I think there's so much potential there. When I first moved here, I lived in the Donna Park neighborhood. And the first day that I was here, my dad said, hop in the truck, I'll take you and show you your new city. He took me down from Navigation to Leopard, and from Leopard down to the seawall. And so my first view and vision of Corpus Christi was Leopard Street. Coming from Western Colorado, I'll say it was quite a difference from what I was used to. But even then, I was hopeful, and I saw potential in the things that I saw driving by Metro Ministries. I love to see people helping people, and so all that to be said, I think that with city staff sometimes wanting to develop these areas that are sometimes neglected, they don't have very much vision on what opportunities these buildings pose. I would like to see the city being harder on the property owners to maintain and upkeep the buildings in these areas so that other types of businesses would want to come in. We have oversaturation of bars, we have oversaturation of car washes, and we have a lot of oversaturation of things that are probably not the most forward-thinking types of businesses. So that to be said, thank you. I don't think that this area needs another bar. I think there's plenty of bars, and also I think there's plenty of churches. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is item number 20. Yes, sir.
Alex Benavides, District 3. I want to say thank you, but I also want to say that I'm not moved, because I have seen this city council actually move against businesses. But they're always small businesses, whether it's a bar here, a club over there, or even the businesses down Everhart who are asking for assistance. I have seen the council do that, deny businesses. But when it comes to the different areas and different businesses, we can't just let them fail. They're too big to fail, or pockets are being padded, right? So my question is, it's not hard. It's barely even just decent to be against drugs, to be against alcohol, prostitution. Oh, get your picture in. They're against prostitution. Cool. But are you against big business starving us out of our water, starving our people out of food, stealing our resources, and refusing to give anything back to, one, clean the systems that they've broken, to remove the toxicities that they've added into our communities? Are those going to be moral? Are you only going to rule and use your morals against small business? Or is this a hill you're willing to die on, to be people over profit for every business?
Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Sure, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we're going to move on. Ms. Gumpels?
I just wanted to add a little bit, just more context with that area. It reminded me of Rene Rodriguez, who was an attorney. For a long time, he had the Red Gangs organization right there on the other side by St. Joseph Church. So again, it ended up closing down, but I think it helped the church and that area, get rid of some of the prostitution, some of the drugs. So again, we all have to work together to try to figure out how we can enrich these neighborhoods. And, just wanted to remind the community and to pay homage to this great man that, really cared about that community and about that area. I just couldn't let this go without at least acknowledging Mr. Rodriguez, Rene Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, we have a motion, and we didn't have a second, so the motion fails. Yeah. So now we're going to go back, get on schedule here, and that would take us to item number 18, and that is a motion authorizing a memorandum of understanding with Corpus Christi Desal Partners, a joint venture of Acciona Agua Corporation, USA, and Mostech Industrial Corporation to allow CCDP to prepare proposals with price certainty for design and construction for the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus for consideration at a future City Council meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Brett Van Hazel is going to be presenting, and I did want to acknowledge our team that's here with us, many of whom have come in from out of town. Some live here, though. So starting from Councilwoman Vaughn's side, we have Dan Leindecker from Ardura. We have Efrain from Acciona. They are the process technology, the desal experts. They own and or operate 90 different facilities across the world. We have Chris with Mastech and Christopher, Kevin, from Mastech here as well. Mastech is a large contractor that does a lot of construction across the world. They're number one in pipe laying installation, number one, excuse me, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, number one in electrical installation, number one in the country on solar and wind installation. Greg Reyes is another firm that does a lot of local work. I don't believe he's here with us today, but he was here last week with many of, Greg is here? Greg, okay, good. Greg Reyes, thank you, Greg. Greg Reyes is here from Raytech. They are doing a lot of work right now at our own Stevens treatment plant. They've also done a lot of work and utility work in our street network, including Staple Street, which was one of our first concrete streets in the city. So we want to thank Greg Reyes from Raytech, Dan from Ardura, Efrain from Acciona, and then Chris and Kevin from Mastech. Yeah, sorry. So with that, we do have a prepared presentation. Are we loading it up, Brett, or? The wrong version, okay. Well, while they're pulling up the right version, let me just do some additional introduction. So this presentation is consistent with the memo that I sent City Council about 2 weeks ago that provided an alternate option other than just going to the number 2 or the second bidder for the procurement process for a desalination facility at the Inner Harbor. So it's different in that it provides a 6-month review with a price certainty on a plant that could be constructed there. And so what this team, known as Corpus Christi Desal Partners, CCDP, has committed to doing it at no cost to the ratepayer is using the information we have to date from Kiewit that we paid $50 million for, and using it to see what could be a price point they could come to in designing and constructing a facility in the Inner Harbor, somewhere in the neighborhood of the 30 million gallons. So it could be less millions of gallons. It could also operate less than what we initially thought, maybe not being in operation during certain times of the year or seasons when it's less conducive to producing fresh water. And we'll explain more of that. So today's presentation also comes along with a vote. I'm recommending the City Council take a vote to approve an MOU, which I could enter into myself, but we want the council to endorse it. I could enter into an MOU as a city manager, but the council really needs to be behind this effort here, which is a 6-month effort that has 3 votes. One would be today to move this plan forward. That costs the ratepayers nothing, I should say. The second vote would be on the option that the firm brings to the council, and there may be some iterations in that option. And so in about 6 weeks, that option would be brought forward to the city council for a vote, yes or no. And then the final vote would be, if council approves that option, would be to approve a contract for the firm to design and build the plant. 2 other quick nuances, and then we'll turn over to Brett, is that we're also recommending, I am recommending that we do a far field study. Independent of their firm, we would manage it. The city would. It would be for the bay, the Corpus Christi Bay, the Nueces Bay, and the Inner Harbor Ship Channel. And that would be not only completed, but it would be peer-reviewed along the development of it with professionals and laypersons, professionals from institutions like the Hart Institute of TEM-UCC and Coastal Bend, Bay and Estuaries, and some lay individuals as well from the Hillcrest neighborhood, as an example. And then secondly, along this continuum, we would also put a request, if council approves in the 6-month time frame this contract, we would immediately put out a request for proposals for an operator of the facility. And so that's another difference. The city, I'm recommending the city no longer entertain operating the plant, but rather a private sector firm would, for a term of 30+ years. And the city would have a contract with that company essentially to buy water. That would bring expertise to the operating that we don't have, admittedly. And if it's a firm that has presence worldwide in operating and maintaining desal plants, I think that would be a better, efficient move for the city. So those are some of the nuances, how this plan is a little different than what we had talked about at the water workshop most recently, which was just to go to the number 2 bidder and offer a contract. This one, as Brett's going to get into, says, let's take 6 months, have this firm or company or group at no cost provide us proposals, decide if we want to move forward on those or not, and then along those lines, if we do move forward, 1, do a far field model, and 2, put an RFP for an operator, maintainer of the facility. So with that, Brett's going to go through the presentation since he has it loaded up now, and he and the team in front of us and other team members will be here to answer questions, Mayor.
Okay, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Brett Van Hazel, Director of Water Supply Management for Corpus Christi Water. So in addition to the proposal that Peter was just describing, we're going to talk about a couple other things. One is the Water Development Board loan update. We'll go through that. We had some recent requests from council, so I can provide updates on that. We're going to talk about the project status as it relates really to Kiewit and their termination. We'll go through the city manager's proposal again. We'll talk about the far field modeling proposal, which will focus on the Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and the Ship Channel. And then we'll talk about the staff's recommendation. So at council's direction, staff submitted a request to the Water Development Board requesting that the current approved SWIFT loans be reauthorized or reassigned to other projects. And those 2 projects in particular that we were focused on was the Evangeline groundwater project and our wastewater reuse initiative. So we submitted that letter on October 14th to the Water Development Board, and we did receive a response back from the Executive Administrator, Brian McMath. And his response, simply put, said that he would not make any recommendation to move the funds to any other project. So he simply stated that he would deny any change to the use of those SWIFT loans. So we did receive that one earlier in October. It's also worth noting that in September, the city did submit our annual loan closing schedule to the Water Development Board. So annually, we have to submit our proposed drawdown of the SWIFT loans. So we had requested that this year's drawdown be deferred to next year. So in December, the Water Development Board is going to consider that request. So I mentioned that because today's decision may impact their decision. So I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that. Regarding the project status update, so in September, on the 23rd, we had a council workshop, and at that workshop, I presented 4 alternate delivery options for consideration. One of those, as Peter mentioned, was to go to the number 2 ranked firm, which was Acciona. That option was not selected, nor were any of the other 3. Today's city manager's proposal is a variation of that, and we'll talk about it more. At the October 3rd council meeting, city council directed staff to terminate the contract with Kiewit. So following that meeting, city issued a termination for convenience notice to Kiewit. And since that time, the city has been working with Kiewit to close out their contract, to include collecting all of the project deliverables and data. We've been working on demobilizing the pilot plant, both at the port property along the ship channel, as well as all the equipment at their shipping yard. We've also closed out all of their subcontracts, agreements, licenses, leases, et cetera. All those have been closed. The city is in the process of inventorying all of the equipment that Kiewit did purchase that could not be returned. So we're planning on taking ownership of that equipment. So we're going to go out, grab it, and we're going to bring it back to CCW for potential use, either maybe on this project, or maybe there's other projects around the city that we can utilize that equipment and material for. And then we're working on final invoicing with Kiewit. We're working through, we have a couple invoices that are still pending, that we're finalizing the numbers, making sure that we're paying for everything appropriately. So in addition to the equipment and all of the data, to include like the basis of design report, the pilot protocol, and other design deliverables, we do have a number of assets available to the city for use on this project, to include the SWIFT loans, which again, the Water Development Board is going to make a vote on our request for deferment in December. We also have both of our intake and discharge permits, which are fully approved by the TCEQ. We also have our core permit that has been approved. We have our property agreement that's still in place with option years with Flint Hills, and we have our agreement with AEP for power. So that's all been paid for. AEP is moving forward with the design and construction of that substation. And then lastly, we have our existing navigation pump station. So that is still available and ready to be utilized if we move forward with this project. So that will be our tie-in point for any water produced from the plant if we move forward. So as Peter was mentioned earlier, we have, man, did I move forward too much? Sorry. I know it threw me off. So the city manager proposal, as he was describing earlier, includes partnering with the number 2 ranked firm, which is Acciona, and they plan to enter into a joint venture with Mastec, and that joint venture is the Corpus Christi desal partners. And as he mentioned, we have a lot of those team members here today. So the big differences, as Peter mentioned, between the original proposal and this proposal is, one, the original contract included design, build, and then a 1 year of maintenance and operation. And then after that time, the city would actually take ownership and operation of the plant. The new plan takes that 1 year operation from the design builder, and we're going to go out with a new contract, new procurement process to get a owner operator in there. We'll still own it, so maybe that's not the right term. It's an operation and maintenance company to come in and maintain it for a 30-year term. And we would do a take-or-pay contract with them buying the water. The other big change is we're going to be providing all of the information that Kiewit has developed to date. They'll use that to develop proposals that will outline maybe a particular production rate, i.e., 20 million gallons per day, 25 million gallons per day, and then a price associated with that production. So it's, as we've termed it, a preliminary guaranteed maximum price that would, as we transition into the design development, we would continue to refine that and work towards that GMP number, that preliminary GMP number. So the timeline that we're currently targeting is today is step one. So we're presenting this item, this memorandum of understanding for consideration. So assuming that we get today's approval, the next step will be for city staff to turn over all the information that we've been provided from Kiewit. The Corpus Christi Desal Partner Group will evaluate the data, and they'll develop multiple options for the city to consider. And we will be bringing the item back to City Council in the, call it February timeframe, where we will present the different options for consideration. Council will choose one of the options, and then we will then take that, we will work with the Corpus Christi Desal Partner Group, and we will develop a contract, which we will then bring back to council again for consideration. And then upon approval of that contract, we'll proceed with the design development and then transition into construction. So just a reminder, we have 3 votes. We have 1 today, and then we have 2 early next year. So again, the Corpus Christi Desal Partners, and I do apologize, it's not CCPD. It gets a little confusing when you're writing this out multiple times. The group is Acciona and Mastech, and then they have a number of strong local, national team members involved. Some of them include the ones I've listed up here with, again, Raytech, Greg Reyes being here today, and then Ardura, we have Dan Leindecker and his team. So we have some strong local and national team members involved with Acciona and Mastech leading the charge. Acciona is going to be the design development group, with their team of consultants. They're going to be the ones that develop the design. They have extensive experience in water treatment plants and in particular desalination. So they have a strong group ready to perform. And then we also have Mastech, which is a very strong construction firm, and they have a strong group of people underneath them. So they're going to be the ones that actually do the construction for this project. They're going to be involved the entire way through the project. And both parties have extensive experience in large, complex projects, which is exactly what we're dealing with here on the Inner Harbor project. So we have the right group of people ready to design and build this project. Now, transitioning over to one of the other recommendations that staff is making today is to continue with a far field model, and that would include modeling the ship channel, Corpus Christi Bay, and Nueces Bay. So we're going to be recommending going out with a professional service contract and getting a qualified hydrodynamic modeler to perform this modeling. So we would put this out. We would get a list of recommended companies, and then we would come back to City Council for review and approval. Once we have that approval, we would, and actually prior to that, we would start working on developing a team of individuals from our community. Peter listed off a number of them earlier, and that group would be involved during the development of the modeling, and then also be part of the review of the findings. So we would bring all that information back to council. We would develop a report. We would have that group involved in a peer review, and then we would come back and present it at City Council. Now, this modeling effort wouldn't happen until after we've said we're going to, and Peter, this is where I maybe need some guidance, but we're going to pursue, get a recommended modeler and come back, But I think we may wait until our third vote on the actual project before we proceed. I mean,
That's correct. We'll begin writing the RFP just in case, but we'll issue it once that third vote, yeah.
Right, so the recommendation would be to come back and have all this ready, and if we proceed with the project, then we would have everything ready to proceed with the modeling effort. Yep. So some of the forthcoming staff actions, one of the ones that we haven't talked about is we're gonna actually terminate the task order that we currently have with Freeze and Nichols to perform owner agent services for the Inner Harbor project. We're going to go out and with a new competitive procurement process to get another owner's representative. So we will start that procurement process next month. So we'll start developing what that package looks like, and then we'll put it out. It's important for us to get an owner's agent on board prior to starting the design and construction. So we will have all of that completed prior to the third vote to award the actual design build contract if we get to that phase. The next item that we're going to be working towards is the one I was just talking about, where we would go out for a far-field modeling consultant to perform the hydrodynamic modeling for the Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and the ship channel. And then lastly, we're going to be going out with a competitive procurement on the 30-year operation and maintenance agreement for. And again, this one would also start after we proceed, if we decide to proceed with the design build contract with the Corpus Christi desal partners. So our staff recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute an MOU with CCDP, and this will allow them to develop the proposals at no cost to the city. And the proposals, again, will be submitted based on the schedule that was shown earlier. So we'd be looking at a February timeframe to come back to review those options. Council would vote on an option, and then the city would develop a contract based on that option, which we would then come back in April for approval. That is the end of the presentation. I stand by ready for questions.
Thank you, Brett. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Peter, for doing this. So you said that we sent a letter out to TWDB to ask for an extension for the second set of monies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we won't get that answer till December when they vote for it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My other question is, you said that we will not do a far-field study till after the third vote. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
So I think that would be my recommendation, is we wait. If we're not going to move forward with this, you know, it's really up to council. And
I mean, I think the public needs to know if it's safe or not. I mean, even if it gets voted down today, we still have permits.
That's right.
So we need to figure out if this is good for our bay. You know, once and for all. Like, I don't understand why we can't just get that done. You know, we need to get that done starting tomorrow, even if it doesn't get the votes today. I mean, that's what the public wants. Everybody who comes to public comment, everybody on social media is talking about it, you know, and I think we need to do it. We have the money, you know, I think we need to do that. I just don't understand why we have to wait.
Councilman, we don't have to wait. We can proceed.
Because what is the ETA for something like that? If we're going to use the same person who did the Port of Corpus Christi, correct? Is that what we're going to be looking at? Or?
We're going to go out competitive. Okay. So we're going to get hydrodynamic modelers that are qualified, and then we'll make a recommendation to council. So we're not saying we're going to any particular person. We're saying we're going to put it out and let people bid on it, and then we'll select the best qualified person to do it.
Is there a time frame for the results of everything?
I would say probably 3 to 4 months was a good timeline for them to collect all the data and run the models again.
Okay. How much you think it would cost?
I mean, we've seen proposals 50,000 to 100,000.
That's good. It's not $1 million, right?
No, it's not a
Okay,
million.
just want to make sure. Okay, all right. My other concern is going to be the PFAS in the waters. So my understanding is that they're going to start regulating that in 2030. Is that true?
Yeah, Nick can speak to that, but that sounds about right, Councilman. But the only treatment worldwide to remove PFAS, as they call them, is a desalination facility. So it will remove it from the water. We don't have that treatment processing at our own Stevens, but there is mandates that are on the books right now to regulate.
I just want to make sure that if we built this plant and then 2030 comes around, because that's more or less the time frame that we're open, are we going to have everything we need to be in regulations?
So Councilman, reverse osmosis, or RO, is the preferred and proven technology to remove PFAS from water. And that would be the same treatment used in seawater desalination.
And I also want to be transparent in this whole process. Even if it gets the third vote, I want to know who the contractors are. I want to know who's making money off of this deal. You know, I want to be full transparent with the community. You know, if the far field study comes back good and we move forward with this project. What I want to do also is it just doesn't make sense why we're going to vote today and not know what the board says about our money. I mean, if they say no, I mean, how are we going to pay for this?
It's at no cost to the city councilman, so they're not going to come.
But I don't want to waste their time, you know, like I want to, you know, make sure that the board says, hey, we're going to extend it, you know, and we can move forward and get a price and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I'm saying.
Councilman, we're going to know that in 3 weeks. I think that board meeting is the second week in December. So with the Thanksgiving week, next week, not much will take place. So if any lost time is really a week or so. And Ryan Skrabacek and I and the team in front of me here plan to go visit Brian McMath at Texas Water Development Board the first week in December to make sure they know what we're recommending here. So we felt confident the state is still very much behind us here in Corpus Christi. The state is, and you know, I believe they are. So they want this project to succeed, but we're gonna make sure they understand it. So we're planning already a trip up there December 1, the week of December 1.
Okay. I just want to make something clear. Like, my whole deal with my position on this Inner Harbor project was the price and not getting a far field study. I've always been for desal. We need water. We need water for our partners. You know, that's where I always stated. That's where I stand. You know, I want to be open-minded. You know, we can't make everybody happy, but I want to be able to meet everybody in the middle. I think that's the most important thing. And I represent a district that it's a working class people. $10, $15 extra a month might not mean a lot to some of us, but means a lot to someone else. And that's the problem. You know, we have a lot of seniors in District 3. You know, I would like to see, you know, something for the seniors who can't afford if this moves forward. You know, that's just some of the stuff that I have issues with. But I do want to make a motion. I don't know how I want to make this motion, but I want to make this motion as in, if we're going to pass this to get a price tag on it, I want to see the fact, I want them to start working on it after we get something back from the board stating that they're going to extend it. Because if they're not going to extend it, then what's the purpose of doing it? We don't have the money. So I want to do something with the motion with that, and also make sure that the far field study gets done within the time period they're doing their price tag on the project. That's the only way I'm going to vote on this today.
Thank you. Councilman Campos.
well, my position on this Inner Harbor has not changed. The worst location. It's a shame that we are back here again, and I'm going to use that word, a shame, because, here we, voted to do away with the contract with Kiewit, so here we are on the second, bidder that came in. Apparently, no doesn't seem to, it falls on deaf's ears. No is no. So I don't understand either how we've been asking for the far field modeling for years. And we're still saying, oh, well, we have to wait. We have to wait. There's nothing to wait. We need to make sure, and I have heard from the Heart Institute, or I have read that location, again, is the worst one, the worst location. So I think, just to make sure that we assure the community, we need to make sure that that gets taken care of so that we don't have a third, fourth, fifth, another corporation or companies coming over here and telling us that they can build this desalination plant and not destroy the bay or the beloved Hillcrest neighborhood. So, of course, my stance, like I said, has not changed. I see a lot of industry folks here, and I acknowledge, that you do present a certain workforce, but it's not the entire workforce, okay? And it's unfair that the powers that be decide what is best for our community, because I think the pressure that some of my council members, I'm not, thank God that I'm not. I don't get the calls, I don't get the pressure, like my fellow councilwoman acknowledged the last time, that she was pressured to support the Inner Harbor desalination plant. I don't get that. I don't receive that because they know where I stand. I stand with the people. I will always stand with the people. I will always center them first. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilwoman, but we're not going to have decorum broken. And if anybody wants to, because we're going to be here for a while, we can head out now, because there will not be toleration for clapping, signs, this, that, and the other. So I'm letting you know now, fair and square. Thank you.
And it's also, we have a city manager, I thought that the direction that you are given was no, but apparently no doesn't mean no for some people. Again, this, you can see how important this issue is. Look at this. We're filled, and it's 1:15. The problem has always been that it has never been up for a vote. And this is the only voice that we have. We get 3 minutes, or the people get 3 minutes to show their concerns, to, let the community know why, in most of the case, they don't want this, they never have, and they won't ever. So I'm sorry that you are, being put through this, Brad, because I know it's not easy to stand here and, try to balance this. But no, I will continue to say no. So I'll let the others speak.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, bear with me because I've got all kinds of notes. I'll probably have to come back. First off, I think there is a split. You have people that do want desal. You have people that don't. That's just the way it is. We don't know. Someone said they did a survey. I don't buy that survey. But we don't know who is and who doesn't because we didn't take it to the voters. I wished we had, but we didn't. And I want to thank you for going back and looking at this, because in your defense, I will say you went to some council members, maybe all, you knew what everyone was thinking. Would they go to a second bidder? I said absolutely, because let me tell you, I'm getting all kinds of texts again. That's okay, you can keep texting me. I got broad shoulders, doesn't bother me at all. You have every right to do that. But I am not a flip-flopper. I have been consistent in my message from the get-go. It's the cost. $1.2 billion was too much money to put on our ratepayers, and I stand by that. And the other thing is I wanted to make sure it was safe in the right place. And if there's a division on that too, we don't know. Some say it is, some say it isn't. So that's why, Mr. Sononi, I think the far-field study is so important, and I think it needs to be got on immediately, like I'm talking next week, where you put it out and we do it, and we put everything to rest. Everyone knows. And then I want to thank you for going forward and doing this. And I think you've put a great team together. I know some of them. I'm very impressed. Met with them the other day. Learned so much more in an hour and a half than I'd ever did with Kiewit in 2 or 3 meetings. And these guys care, or they wouldn't be here. Dan Leindecker's been here forever. He doesn't want to hurt our community. Greg Reyes is back there. Good to see you. And I haven't seen him for a long time. So. And I'm impressed with the others. I really am. So much good information. So I think that what today's vote is, it's not saying we're going to do desal. It's saying we're going to give them the opportunity to come back with a price. We all have to be open-minded. Who does not want to hear that? It's costing the city nothing. Now, if they move forward and they do it, I'm not stupid. They may add it to the price. It could be in their bid. But that's okay. They're here to make money. But they're saying, no, they're taking a risk right here by doing that, because they don't know if we're going to do it. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. Now I want to ask a couple of questions. How many desal plants, is it Acciona? Is that how you pronounce it? I've heard it 2 different ways. How many have y'all built?
You just turned it off.
There you go.
Council member, we have built over 90 facilities worldwide, from small to some of the largest, up to 220 million gallons per day. We also operate currently 25 facilities worldwide again, and that's the expertise that we plan to bring to identify some solutions that can help the city.
And how's that working for you?
Extremely well.
Extremely well.
We are the leader on desalination, and we're very proud of it. We just want to find the right solution for the right community, and every community may need something different.
Okay, you know we have issues in the Inner Harbor because it's enclosed. So can you tell me, have you built any that are any like that? Or I know every one of them's different. They've got to be all different, the water, everything. So can you tell me, have you built any in the areas that are close to what we're doing? I heard someone called me yesterday, Perth. Do you know anything about Perth?
Perth has certain challenges. I would say that we have built facilities that have similar challenges.
Okay.
Part of what we need to do, and we will start doing over the next few months, is identifying what are those specific solutions that may need to be applied here to bring that safe and reliable alternative. I do not have the answer right now, but I do think that we have the expertise to be able to identify what that solution may be.
Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. Have you heard of micro-infiltration? Do you know what that is, micro-infiltration?
Microfiltration, yes.
Because what this man was telling me, he's very smart and he knows about desal, was that in Perth, it's probably the closest one to our situation here, and that's what they used. And it's operating really well. Seahorses are in there. So I know a lot of you are shaking your heads out there and said, no, it's not going to work. We don't know if it's going to work until we get more information. So I appreciate y'all trying to help us on that. Freeze and Nichols, I thought we had already terminated them.
So the Freeze and Nichols contract, it was a MSA contract with multiple task orders, and only one of those task orders was assigned to the Inner Harbor project. So the other task orders that are still active are working on other projects, other items. So what we were doing is we were going to terminate the task order, but Freeze and Nichols is still assisting us with the closeout with Kiewit. They're assisting us with the reimbursement request from the Water Development Board, and they were going to help us with, if we defease the loans, they were going to help us through that process as well. So we were keeping that open until we closed everything with the project out. And they're still assisting now. until we close out the Kiewit contract. And
So you're
again,
still paying them?
we are still paying them, that's correct. But it's,
But only, yeah, Brett, but only, they're not getting a check, just to do nothing. So
That's right.
They're closing out the process with Kiewit, and when we need them, that's when we get charged for services.
Right.
So things like reviewing invoices, submitting paperwork to Texas Water Development Board for reimbursement. It's just task-specific work efforts that they're doing. They're not working every day.
no, it's one or two individuals performing administrative tasks. So it's a very small amount of money that they're being paid for their services.
Councilwoman, they're essentially helping us close out the Kiewit contract. That's
It's
it.
been a while, and government is so freaking slow.
Yeah.
You would think all you had to do is just say, here's your check, get on your way. But I guess we don't do that, do we? That's just government. I'm not being too, well, I am being critical from being in the private sector. Okay, when the ships come in, the inner harbor, the waves are created, right? And the brine's dispersed. And I don't know if it's because of the wind, the way it blows it. Is there a certain direction it goes? Does it go toward Port A? Is there a certain direction it goes?
So you're just talking about the general movement of the water?
Of the water.
So you have movement in and out of the ship channel at the mouth. The net movement is into the bay, and then you also have the 300+ million gallons a day being pulled from the power station into the Nueces Bay. So your movement is twofold. You've got natural tidal movement and whatnot towards the Corpus Christi Bay, and then you also have the movement from the ship channel into Nueces Bay via the power station.
Okay, so we don't know the impact until we know the impact, right?
Right.
We don't know.
Right.
Okay, the brine. I saw something on TV, and you hear it all over. Can we not sell the brine? They said it's very valuable. And what would we have to do that? I'm just asking the questions. What would we have to do that? Is that a possibility?
There are companies that have technology that would allow you to separate the minerals from the byproduct or even straight out of the ship channel. It's different from what the Inner Harbor plant would have, the ultrafiltration, the RO systems, those are pulling out certain things. But in order for you to actually mine the minerals out, it's different technology. We've met with folks, and the technology seems somewhat newer, maybe not fully tested. And it would just be in addition to what we're already doing.
I know.
We'd have to go out and look for people that want to purchase the material. We'd have to find a way to transport it. I mean, we would need more property. I mean, there's just a lot of things to consider when you're talking about that. Is it doable? Maybe. We haven't put in the time to actually.
Okay, but because that is a possibility, and there are companies that actually do it, and so I think we do need to look at it down the road. I'm going to ask you something. Because the brine is the big issue for the city, for the people that don't want it. That's the big issue. What is the biggest possibility that there's some way that we can, is my time up? What are y'all doing? Oh.
Yeah, it's on.
Want your honest answer, and I know you'll give it to me. Possibility to build a pipeline down the road where we can put the brine out into the Gulf of America.
Well, at a strategic level, that's definitely possible, considering some of the other areas that are being considered right now, the closest one being Harbor Island.
Yeah.
And to be able to oversize that offshore discharge to eventually take a discharge from this project. And that's definitely doable in the future at some time.
It would be a cost, and hopefully.
It'd be a cost, yes, ma'am.
To do that, maybe the state would come in and help with some of that.
That's possible, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, that's enough for now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. So for me, I'm very curious. The entire time that I campaigned and in this past year being elected, I was very forthright that I promised my district that it had to make sense. I was only going to support what was the best deal for providing water to this city. And for me, that has always come down to price, protecting our waters. We sit here and we make decisions for the city as a whole, but on an individual scale, I represent District 4. Water is a very big part of our lives, of our small businesses, of our tourism. A lot of the reason people move to these areas is because of the condition of the water. You know, one of the projects that we're working on involving the Whitecap development, Lake Padre, we have discovered that unless you're looking at a completely comprehensive map of the water systems, you really don't know, because they are so connected. Each piece that we change impacts them all. And I think we should be very transparent and very accepting of that reality. So it's a huge priority to my district and me. Outside of that, we have a responsibility broader than that. We provide to 7 counties. We're pivotal to the entire state. It matters what decisions we make. And so another huge priority to me, and why those make so much sense, is because the community has to come first. And I think that this council wants to arrive at the best deal, even if we have different interpretations of what that looks like. But for me, it has to be what I perceive as the best deal. When we arrived, you know, we were facing continued time racing towards these different drought restriction levels and potentially curtailment. And all of the discussion was mainly centered around the Inner Harbor project. And for someone who was transparent about where I stood on this project, the more I was exposed to it, the more I felt like it did not check the box for price. It did not check the box for protecting the water systems. And it wasn't the best deal. It wasn't going to keep us from curtailment. It was not going to provide the volume that we need, and it was going to push us out of our price range. That's why I did not support this project from the beginning. So sitting here now, I think, Peter, you said it the best last night when you gave an update to a nearby city, when you said you wouldn't wish this on any city management, any council, any team to have to make this decision. So for me sitting here, and I think my colleagues feel the same, I look back into the audience, and honestly, everyone is wearing blue, ironically, but for different reasons, except that we all make up this city. These are hard decisions. So sitting here, it's important that we protect our waters and all those things that I discussed, but it's important to tell all of our industry partners how valuable they are to our economy, and we do want to secure water so they can continue operations. I think this would be a much different discussion. It'd be very easy for me to say yes or no to if there was no other water options on the horizon. But with all the presentations up to today, we have shown that we've avoided that curtailment with those measures, and they're not perfect. None of these options are perfect. We knew that going into them, but we jump over those hurdles as we go. So what I need sitting here is I'm just very curious about what makes this proposal that much difference. You know, one, how much does this study cost? That's a question for me. The one that we said that CCDP is not charging us up front. How much is this portion of the process going to cost? Because ultimately that will be added on if this goes forward, and I know we're not at that point today, but we're saying yes to the study today. So what is that cost?
Frank.
Let's see if Dan or Efrain, yeah.
You're good, just.
Council member, the way that we look at it, because of the stage of the project, it's almost as an investment. We truly are not looking at recovering the cost that we're going to spend over the next few weeks. We, on strategic cases, look at situations like this one. We understand that there is a need for additional efforts, and we discuss with our team members, and we agreed together that, you know what, it makes sense for us here. We value the market and the industry. We think that this is important enough that it merits us making that investment. Fortunately, we can afford to make that investment, so we're willing to do it. And we don't expect anything in exchange. We're very aware that in the next vote, this can not to move forward. And we understand that. We're doing it at risk. I know that that may sound a little bit difficult to understand, but we actually take these evaluations on a case by case, and every now and then we do make a decision like this to try to help a city and try to help a project move forward.
I truly, sincerely appreciate that you guys recognize that we're in a very difficult position. We need to provide water, so I appreciate that. But if we were to say yes at the next vote, this agenda packet says the cost would be transferred at that point.
Not the cost of what we're going to do between now and February. That cost, we are going to absorb it.
And so to look at the plant itself, and I know that you guys are going to bring us back options, but realistically, what is a ballpark? Let's say there's tiers 1, 2, and 3. Realistically, what ballpark are we even looking at?
For the ultimate facility?
Yeah.
I would like to get the time to be able to do the evaluation. I am personally very sensitive to not creating false expectations one way or another. There is a lot of information we'll have to review and evaluate. We will come up with our best solution and our best options. And if we find that there is no practical way to get there, we'll tell you. We believe in long-term relationships and long-term partnerships. That is the way that we operate. So our intent is to evaluate the project where it stands today over the next couple of months so we can tell you what is our best recommendation based on our experience on what we can develop and what we think the cost would be for it. And at that time, we'll have the discussion. And it may be that at that time, the price may seem right, but we may have proposed something that you didn't like. We still will be open to discussing those options because that is the way that we want the process to move forward. It has to be working together.
I appreciate that. And I know I'm out of time, Mayor, but
You've got another turn, though.
I was going to ask what if you would entertain the idea of allowing for 3 options to speak, because it's good discussion up here. Sure, but that's going to change. I'm asking the option if we can have a 3rd.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Roy. Oh, I'm sorry.
First of all, I'd like to thank the group for, I attended 2 of your meetings. I went and met with you twice along with some other council members. I think some of these questions that some of my fellow council members are asking, I appreciate the fact that we had that opportunity and we were able to talk to you about some of these issues. And one of the things that impressed me probably the most is that when we ask a lot of the questions about cost, one of the things that I know we did not experience with the last, I guess vendor is the appropriate word, contractor, is that there were a lot of options that we talked about, and I want to make sure I get the name of the company, but the builders, Maztec. One of the things that impressed me so much is the fact that you actually were talking about ways to save money. And each and every one of you talked and openly about, okay, this is what we can do to help cut the cost. We didn't have that conversation before. Every time I would ask that question, and I went all the way to Kansas City and asked the same question, I basically didn't get a really comfortable answer. And so I want to applaud you for that, because the other thing that, and Peter, I thank you also for structuring this the way that you did, because one of the things that you talked about openly is that if we have a ceiling, and I'm just going to hypothetically say there's a dollar amount on, yeah, there is going to be a dollar amount on that ceiling, but then you're going to come back. You said one of the things we can look at is options, that maybe we start and we're doing 20 MGD, right? But this is what it would take to get to 25 or 30, and this would be the extra cost. So maybe our comfort level would be at the end of the day being at 20. I like the idea that you have options. You're not trying to back us into a corner at the end of the day. Go, by the way, this is going to be $1.2 billion. No, wait a minute, maybe 1.5, and then tell one of our other colleagues 1.8. So that I appreciate, and I think the other thing is having the local presence. At least I learned more in those 2 meetings, like I said, in meetings 6 times at least with the other vendor. And I know there's tough. I do agree, though, Peter, that, you know, TCEQ looked at this project, And they were asked about the safety of this project, and they vetted it fully, and they talked a little bit about some of the studies that required or the studies that they did. We've had other studies done, multiple studies that have done in terms of looking at safety. But one of the things that keeps coming up is this far field study. And I think we need to go ahead and do it. Peter, I think right now we need to go ahead and invest the money. If it's $50,000, $100,000, let's do it. Why wait? We've got people out there that are saying, oh, well, I don't trust this until we do that. And we need to do whatever we can to continue to get our community to trust us. And I don't think that in terms of the money, let's go forward with it. I don't think we should wait. So I wanted to bring that up. The other thing is, I like the fact that we talked a lot about the cost of operation. And the way that we're doing this now, where you're going to vend that out, I really feel comfortable that there's monies to be saved there. And so the other thing I think is invaluable is I had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions about the 90 facilities that you've built now and the 25 that you operate, and asking questions about what similar environment is like our environment and why is it so challenging in terms of our water. What's so challenging about our water? Because one of the things that you agreed on is the fact that our water is challenging compared to some other plants and locations that you built. You didn't sugarcoat that at all, and I appreciate that. I'm excited about the fact that I feel comfortable that the process that we're going through on this second look is definitely a better process. And I just, again, I want to thank you. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank the vendors that are taking the time and effort and putting themselves at risk, I say risk, to go forward and continue with this project without having a cost there. I think, you know, one of the concerns that everybody's saying is that we laid $40 million, 40 plus some, out, and then we ended up having to terminate our relationship. So, again, thank you. I want to thank the fellow staff members, council members that joined us and met with you. And I just look forward to continuing with this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Brett and staff. And, you know, Peter, I have to commend you because we're a pretty dysfunctional group. And to be able to put us on a position where we have an option that the council can move forward on, or at least the majority can, that's what I call governmental artistry. It's hard to bring people together. You know, I used to say I was a bomb thrower, and then somebody told me, hey, man, you're just losing on every vote. Why don't you just try to unify people? So I got to commend you for that. You know, I'm to the point, as I've always said, that, you know, what I'm concerned with is certainty. And I think what the community wants, or at least industry, the state of Texas, and I think the Texas Water Development Board, I think their challenge is that they feel that we've been indecisive. So I think you've brought uncertainty to us so that way we can provide for them, and I think we need to do it today, provide for them that we have certainty that we're open-minded to looking forward on a project that's going to provide water certainty and the wherewithal to invest in our long-term water infrastructure. I think that was a challenge that the rating companies had. That was very high on their list, is the reluctance to invest in our long-term water infrastructure and to provide certainty, because there's so many individuals that rely on us. There's so much of the state of Texas, the country, the world. I said it, you know, I just spoke to a group of West Oso kids on Friday, and I always start out with, what happens in Corpus Christi changes the world. We reduce dependency on foreign oil, we reduce dependency on Russian coal, and we take that responsibility. One of the largest producers of ibuprofen, what is it in the entire country? And I think we have a responsibility to be able to make those tough decisions. We make a lot of decisions based on pressure, based on political pressure. You could base it based on industry pressure, based on pressure from environmental pressure from the Texas Campaign for the Environment, who puts a lot of money into these campaigns because they feel other than people like me, which is okay. What is it? That's a political process. So a couple of things that I start with that. You know, that being said, is Camille, I saw him in the back. Can you bring him out? Camille?
Oh, Camille.
Camille, our water finance guy? So I know the question was asked, how are we going to pay for this? And I think, you know, putting the horse in front of the cart is to ensure for the Texas Water Development Board that we're serious. And I think today's vote basically states that we're serious. So let's assume that they don't buy in, but we still have a responsibility to provide the certainty. Would we finance with revenue bonds?
Yes, sir, that would be the only other option.
Okay, and then typically what does those interest rates run?
Well, depending on what the federal government does, but let's assume anywhere between 5 to 6%.
And then the Texas Water Development Board rates?
3.5.
3.5. So that's a huge impact to our ratepayer.
Yes, even though the percentage seems small, it is a substantial amount of money.
So I'm of the opinion that we move forward because of the fact that for whatever we do, and like I said, I'm more so, my whole thing, as I've said, is to provide certainty. And we have to provide certainty to the rating companies, certainty to the Texas Water Development Board, certainty to the state of Texas. So I know that's it. Now, you know, here we've had other projects that aren't permitted, that we haven't determined rate models, and we put aside $2.7 million. We perhaps may have obligated us out to $169 million simply because we have the pressure of providing the water. And I think the thing that I've said on the radio over and over again is by, looking at my time, I think the thing is that I've said over on the radio again is that if we provide certainty, then industry will try and figure it out. They're going to try and work with us so that way we can get to a point. But they have to have certainty because they have to go back to their boards or to whoever their investors are and say, hey, we're going to need to reinvest in Corpus Christi because it's more prudent for us to continue rather than start someplace else. So I just want to say that now with a far-field study, I think it's important that, you know, I'm fine. I've always had confidence that it was going to be good. You know, I don't see the purpose of doing it now. I think we need to give credibility to the procurement process so that way we can go through that. I think we need to grant credibility because there's going to be information that our partners are going to come up with, that may be prudent to that information. So I think just waiting 6 weeks, 12 weeks, once we engage is probably a good thing. And one last thing I just want to leave with, because I'm out of time, is I'm so glad that we got involved, community partners, because to me, the glue is a company like Ardura or LNV, you know, what is it, Leindecker, Nizer, and Vieira? Yeah. And then Raytech, who've been community partners for the longest time. They're the glue, they understand the community, they understand the procurement process. Thank you very much, Peter, good job.
Yeah, let me just add that Raytech has been doing work for the city for 15 years.
Yeah.
And Leindecker under LNV and now Ardura for 4 decades, so 40 years. So they know the community. So when Dan says, hey, I'm trying to solve problems for this community, that's what he means. He lives there. He's a community member, and they want to see the community succeed. So that's part of their motivation.
Councilman Hernandez.
With regard to certainty, I'm for certain that Roland is wrong.
That what? That Roland is wrong?
Excuse me, Councilman Barrera is wrong. How's that? Okay. You know, I want to say that I think Ardura with Dan Leindecker and Greg Reyes from Raytech are outstanding individual people, and they run good companies. I can't say enough about, you know, I can go on and on about how favorable I have an opinion of those individuals. And if they selected to work with Acciona and Mastec, that says something about your companies as well. So I want to, you know, state that out front because it's no reflection on what you're capable of or what you're doing or what your companies have done. However, I do have some concerns, and this goes back financially and how we're doing this. I've always had an issue with the progressive design build format. So I want to kind of go over some numbers. In the operating budget that we have for this year, on page 343, it says that we have outstanding principal in our utility system of $1.48 billion with $900 million in interest due for a total of just under $2.4 billion in our utility revenue bond system. That also includes the SWIFT loans that we've also taken out. So I want to just put that in perspective. We are going forward with two other plans for wastewater reuse, which we are going to be voting on right after this, which I intend to vote for. And we've had some estimates somewhere between 100 and 130 million, which will more than likely be revenue bonds in the wastewater system. And then we also are looking at another 300+ million for our projects with Evangeline for, respectively for both of those, for a total of about 40 million gallons a day for, let's say, just under 500 million. We have some other projects along the way, but I mean, we're talking significant amount of money and debt that we're looking to do here. And so I would prefer, and I've talked to you, Peter, about switching this over from a progressive design build to a P3 format, right? So that debt service, the risk is put onto the company, and I don't know, I'm assuming you guys have done P3s before, right? Would you be open to that? Could, if you wouldn't mind actually saying the actual word.
Conceptually, we would. We have the experience. The only caveat that I do want to mention is that would extend significantly the timeline of when the project can start and become available.
Okay, so we're talking about 4 years of, so this does not help us in the short term. We are working on projects like the groundwater and the wastewater reuse or reclamation that'll help us in the short term. Ultimately, we're looking to replace 70 million gallons a day. Am I correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
Okay.
That's the Western Reservoir amount. Yeah.
Right, the Western Reservoirs amount. So if you combine the 40 million gallons a day that we're looking for that and the 30 million gallons, that gets us 70 million gallons a day. Okay, but that's to get us back to even, right? It doesn't provide the water that we need for growth in the future. So we would have to build on top of that in order to continue to grow. So what my concern is with this site, and I think it was expressed by Councilwoman Paxton, is it is limited based on its location, right? It's inside a relatively closed bay, and it's different from Perth. I've been to Perth. I've actually been there. I was a former naval officer, crossed the line, went to Perth. It is completely different. There's much more open. They have some reefs there, but it's open to the open ocean there. So it's not anything like what we have here in Corpus Christi, and I see you nodding your head that that's correct. Okay, so I don't, we are unique, and every location is unique, and so that goes back to the far field model. As I recall, Key Witt was looking to do that far field model only in the Inner Harbor in order to make sure the design of the discharge was correct. Is something changed that you are recommending to do it afterwards as opposed to in front of it, so you know what you're going to use it for?
So what you just described is something that would still need to happen. You would still need to do the near and far field modeling related to the discharge. What we're talking about doing is independent of that. We're actually just talking about evaluating the entire bay system, Nueces Bay, Corpus Christi Bay, and ship channel. So they are two different things because they have two different purposes.
Okay, I understand that, but you would want to have that information before moving forward, right? I'm assuming you'd like to have whether or not there's any kind of accumulation issues that you would have before then.
What we're proposing to do for the modeling is not something that the project team would need in order for them to continue with the project. They have the permits. They have the land, the power, everything else. They don't need to do an additional modeling of all the bay system in order for them to proceed. So this is more for the city and council.
So it's just a check in the box for you?
No, this is something that's been requested by council and the public, so we're pursuing this modeling effort for everybody's benefit. But this team does not need it in order for them to continue with the project.
Okay, and lastly, the PFAS has more to do with not the water you're consuming or creating, it's the discharge. Because you can remove it with the RO, but then do you put it back in the bay?
That's correct. It's part of the discharge.
If it's regulated, then are we going to be able to put it back in the bay?
There are mechanical and design solutions that we can employ to deal with whatever regulations are put in.
Okay, I want to say Key Witt's intent was to put it back in the bay.
Well, again, it's not, we're taking it out of the bay and we're putting it back. There's the regulations referring to actually the produced water that goes into the system.
Well, now it is, but if there's future regulations, you may not be able to put it into the bay.
That's right, and this team would have to, they would have to put in elements to deal with whatever that regulation was. And
so that's going to be your design, right?
Right, that's right.
I'll reserve for the next one.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't think I'm on. We have a lot more tools at our disposal than we did before. Mr. Landecker, I know that Senator Hinojosa, I think he put it in legislation, I know he's been championing it to us, is the PUA, Public Utility Agency. Can you tell us about that?
It's not on there. It's not on there.
No, mine's
The
not.
Public Utility Agency allows you to bring other government agencies together and also private entities under one umbrella to do a regional style project. Some of the discussions, and I put a name out there, but the Coastal Bend Water Agency, for example, that could include the city of Corpus Christi, which would bring their funds currently that have been approved by the Water Development Board, slide that into that agency, and then the city at that time, and I'm not trying to speak for Peter and staff, but an idea is you entertain other partners that would come under that umbrella. And it's been done in Florida quite a bit. And in fact, I believe that's where the legislation was modeled after, but modified here by our senator. And when you do that, it allows a more regional approach and a regional look, and also allows for funding ability. And also it allows the city to appoint the board members that would run that Coastal Bend Water Agency, and as well as the other partners that would be a part of that agency. So there is a strategic look ahead if the vote is in the affirmative today to be looking at that potential in the near future. Yes, ma'am.
So that's really a good possibility because it doesn't go in our books, correct?
Yeah, I'd have to double check that, but
I think that's correct. I don't think it goes in our books, right?
The debt would be on the PUA's books, to Councilman Hernandez's concern.
Yes.
Right.
And that helps the city.
Correct.
Okay, operation and maintenance in the construction of this plant. Would y'all want to run it? The reason I'm asking that, it just seems like whoever constructs it, it would just be a great fit. You know, once you construct it, and you're going to build it so that when the operation and maintenance is not going to be that high.
Yeah, Councilwoman, we absolutely would be interested. Like in anything, we would review the procurement process, make sure that all of the details make sense, but we would love to provide the solution not just for the construction, but for the long-term 30-year operation.
Okay.
Love to be your partner. Yeah.
Thank you. And we have got a lot of industry here today, just a whole lot. And, you know, we've got to work together. There's been a lot of things that have been said that shouldn't have been said. I think some of you think I don't support industry. I've always supported industry, probably one of the biggest supporters up here. We were in the oil field, so of course I do. But I also represent the ratepayers, and that is one of my biggest concerns. I don't want their rates to be so high they can't afford it. And I don't think you do either. But I would like to challenge industry. Y'all are really great about giving out scholarships, all kinds of things that you do for the community. You're wonderful about that. I would challenge you to think, because we've got so much cost right now with Evangeline and other projects that we're getting, and it benefits everybody. Give to that fund. If we go forward with this, give to that fund so that we can help people that cannot afford their rates to go up. Just a challenge.
Yeah, and that fund would be a utility assistance program,
Yes,
right? Where
yes.
we would help seniors and other
Right.
economically disadvantaged ratepayers. So many cities and water entities have that. We just started one, but it needs seed money, so it's a utility assistance fund.
And that's a drop in the bucket. That's a
Right.
drop in the bucket for industry, and I hope you'll consider that anyway. Mr. Sinoni, I want to thank you again for bringing it forward because it gives us a different perspective. That's what a good CEO does, and that's what I contribute to you. I think that, like a private company, you don't just settle for a price. You try and get the best price possible, and we're representing our citizens, so that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Kind of pick back where I ran out of time previously. To me, again, just trying to differentiate how does this project now, under this proposal, make more sense than it did at the beginning of the year. So a couple of my questions were answered previously. It was said, and I forget who said it, it may have been Brett, it may have been Peter, that one of the things we're considering is a reduction in volume of the plant.
The production of the plant will probably be a main contributor of the options. You're going to have different 20 MGD, 15 MGD. When we're talking about price points, really your total value is going to be driven by your production.
So anytime you go to design something, you have to have some type of parameters to go off of.
Right.
So with respect to those options, what are the current parameters we're evaluating for those price options?
It is a topic that includes multiple considerations. That is the largest factor, volume, obviously. That is, I would say, the easy one. It also would be the last one that we would consider. The first thing that we want to do is to bring all of the expertise that we have in all of the facilities we have built to identify the individual cost savings mechanisms and opportunities that we can bring. For example, enhancing the treatment that we have to condition the water before it goes into the membrane. There's a significant amount of effort that can be done, reducing costs there, if you have enough expertise to know what levers you may need to pull. Understanding under what conditions the plant should be operating and balancing that when the water is needed. For example, if you have heavy rain events, your water quality gets degraded. You get more turbidity in the water, so you have to work harder to clean it. In those situations, you have enough water available, so you may want to lower the production of the plant. And allowing for that flexibility can bring you some savings. So there are a number of levers, and there are a significant number that we will be looking over the next two months to identify which one of those that we have seen are the ones that make more sense here, and those are the ones that we will bring. Ultimately, yes, if we find that there are no levers and there is no flexibility available, which I'm sure that that's the case, then volume will become a factor, but our goal would still be to try to maintain the plant at the current capacity or as close as we can to that capacity.
So the goal is 30.
Yes.
But there could be reductions in that volume.
Right.
Because we're trying to target price.
Right.
Yeah, Council, can I just add to that a little bit? So if the initial design was built for all these parameters, right? If there was a major 100-year rain event, the plant would still run. One of the options we're looking at is shrinking the parameters when the plant would run at full capacity, because you only use these deltas like once every 5 years. So it's a way to bring the price down, and you don't really impact delivery of water. If you're only doing something once every 5 years, maybe it's not a good use of hundreds of millions of dollars. So we would rely on other sources when the plant's not at 100% capacity. This is just one idea, one example.
That was a good segue into my next question. I know that, again, we're talking about doing a better study for modeling of impacts in that water environment. One of the things that we know from living here, wind, something as inconsequential that you would think, wind even can change whether or not it's an ideal day to run this plant in operation. My concern then is, what percentage of the time, let's call it a year, would we expect this plant to actually be in operation?
That will be part of the evaluation that we'll be making, and we'll be coming as part of our recommendation with some options on what we think the ideal scenario would be. The more days of the year the facility can run, typically the more expensive the facility becomes, because you have to have additional redundancy to be able to operate continuously for that long. The more ability that you have to turn that number down and use that opportunity to do maintenance, it allows you to actually reduce the cost. So that is one of the components that we are going to be evaluating to provide some suggestions on what we think would be the right balance.
But that would be an operating expense. That would not be the capital expense for building.
It does have an implication on capital expense.
A substantial implication?
It is a material implication, yes.
If under this proposal, if we're looking at selecting a firm to actually operate the plant, we were talking about $60 million a year under the previous design. What would we be looking at in operations approximately? And I know there's variables, but I'm trying to make this deal make sense.
Right now, I would not be able to give you a number on that, but the operator, whoever it may be, whether it's us or anybody else, they would have to evaluate the final set of conditions and use that on the calculation of their operation and maintenance expense.
Okay, and under this schedule of votes, what would be your target or a educated guess at when this would be online, when water would be flowing? If everything, of course, went forward.
We've been moving pretty fast. We have not looked at the timeline yet. We've been focused on price, honestly, in ways that ideas of how the price can be lowered, for lack of a better word, the current published price by the previous vendor. So today, we're not able to come back, but when we get all the information, review all the information, and are preparing the price, we call it the factored price proposal or preliminary price proposal. At that time, we could come back with a schedule for you, Councilwoman.
Are you thinking 2027, 2028?
So Councilwoman, I'll jump in. So previously, we had 42 months. So it was 12 months of design, and then we had about 30 months of construction, commissioning, et cetera. They haven't committed to that, but just to give you kind of a timeline, the original Kiewit contract started in December of 24, and we were live in the summer of 28.
So at best case scenario, if very little about the project changes, we're looking at 29.
So about 3.5 years from the start.
So 2029.
Now, they may be able to better that schedule, but that's
a fair guess.
That's a fair guess.
I mean, we're talking about a big plant.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fair guess. That'd be a fair guess. And like I said, Councilwoman, is we don't have our arms wrapped around all the information yet. And once we do that, then we can come back and give you our best estimate on time.
So I want to echo Councilmember Hernandez's sentiments. I think you guys are great professionals. I truly appreciate the effort in this. I really, really do. But for me, if I'm going to put support behind something, I've got to make it make sense. And from where I'm sitting, while I appreciate that you guys are bringing under Mr. Zanoni's guidance options, I'm someone that thinks very large scale and very realistically. Let's call what it is. To me, it's still the same project. And everything that we've kind of talked about here is saying it's the same project with potentially a few tweaks to it. But more than likely, the mean of this trajectory is about the same project, more or less. Only now, and it was even said last night in a presentation, because it's a little further down the line, there's potential for more cost and more time. And what our priority was when we got here was two things, is one, get us out of curtailment, get immediate sources online, and two, find projects that were going to furnish us for the future. I want the city to grow. I want it to continue to grow. And to Mr. Hernandez's comment, even if we shoot for that maximum capacity of 30, it doesn't grow our trajectory as a city. Does that make sense? So that's what I'm searching for here, are the pieces that set this new proposal apart from all of those elements that we had previously. And I did want to ask one more question while I have a couple more seconds here. You mentioned, Peter, that the teams are going to go in front of the Water Development Board before their vote in December?
That's correct. We plan on going up to Austin the first week in December to talk to Brian McMath and his team.
I know several weeks back, we had talked about bringing the gentleman, Mr. Rubenstein, on as a contractor, and I think it was at one of the county events on the 5th of November, if I'm not mistaken, that you and I touched base on that again.
Correct.
What is his status and involvement right now on that?
Yeah, so Carlos Rubenstein, who has a real eclectic water background, is under contract with us today. He's helping us with the Bed and Banks permit for the Nueces River Wells project. We're in the process of developing another contract with him to help us with the PUA that Councilwoman Vaughn talked about, the Public Utility Authority, because that could be a venue that we could transition this project into. And
But
so
we had spoken about his assistance with navigating our interests at the Water Development Board level for reclaiming these costs.
Okay, that's correct. He's helping us with that as well. That's correct.
What's the status of his has he been given all of the documentation? Has he made contact with them? Is he going with you? What's the status?
So let me have Ryan Skrabacek get that answer for us. If he's not here, we'll get it for you before we're done this item today. But he would probably be with us when we go to Austin that first week in December. Ryan has to tell us, has he been contacting the Texas Water Development Board? I just don't know that answer. Okay, here we go. Ryan might have it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Ears must have been burning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan Skrabacek, Intergovernmental Relations. So Mr. Rubenstein, we've been working with him. He has received all of the documentation that we have received from the Texas Water Development Board, which he
and our letters to them?
I think for the most part, maybe with the exception of the very first one, because that wasn't one generated by staff. But I think he's doubtlessly got a copy by now. So he's got all of the back and forth. You know, he and I talked about the concept of where we are with the Water Development Board and the fact that we've issued 4 letters now, or 4 letters have been issued and 4 letters have been received. And the concept of trying to turn what is pretty consistently been a no into a yes may not be the best strategy for this particular tranche of funding. And so he's engaged. He gave feedback to the most recent letter that was sent in terms of the terminology that was used in the letter sent to Brian McMath. And so he's ready and willing to help and be involved as a consultant on the team. So he's not a lobbyist, so he wouldn't be lobbying the board.
No, it would be a consultant, which is what we talked about, as him being a consultant and assisting us to facilitate that relationship. So something that was said was that it's no longer recommended to ask for the repurposing of funds. Was that his recommendation?
Carlos's, Mr. Rubenstein's, yes. Right. That if they're kind of in line with what Brian McMath ultimately suggested, that if there was going to be a need specifically about the $525 million, a need to repurpose it, the best course of action would likely be to just reapply.
Okay, gotcha. And so he's not involved at all with us going up there this week to meet with them, although he's our paid consultant on that?
He will be going with us, but it'll be just the week of December 1. So we're still putting plans together. We still have to schedule time on McMath's calendar, and he'll be going with us.
But you said you're going tomorrow.
Oh. No. Yeah, the first week in December is the planned trip to Texas Water Development Board in Austin.
I thought you were meeting with them this week.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure who I said about tomorrow.
I'm
but
sorry, I didn't know the time.
yeah, Councilwoman would be the first week in December.
Okay, thank you.
And so he'll go with us.
I'll wait for another time. You said
Yeah.
we'd see if we get another time around.
Did you wait to, well, let me move on to Councilman Cantu.
Real quick, Mayor, can we, Rebecca, how can we get it 3 times? Do we have to do a motion to talk 3 times? How does that work?
You can, it's to extend debate, if you'd like to make a motion to do that. The mayor could also grant it if she wants to.
Does the council, we have quite, I mean.
This is a very important subject, Mayor.
Sir, I understand
We need to do this.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Does the council does everybody want another chance to speak? Pardon? Well, we're gonna do this in order. So we're gonna do it now, and then it's done, and then we go to public comment, and then we vote. So,
Whichever, I don't care, public comment.
yeah. So if y'all want another turn. No, I'm saying, right, it would be now. They want to speak now. Well, if you don't, you don't have to take, if you don't, you don't have to take if you don't, you don't have to take your turn anyway. So, all right, if y'all want to speak another time, that's
Yeah,
fine.
After public comment would be good.
No, we're gonna do the 3 times now. So go ahead. Wait, but what are we talking about? What second? I thought you wanted to speak now, like y'all are the only two who wants to want a third term, which is fine. So you can have the third term, the third time.
Actually 3, so I do agree.
And you want one, yes, so that's fine, we can speak. Yeah, you have 2 more then. No, I'm talking to, right. Okay, fine, the third time after public comment.
Perfect.
So you
Thank
have
you.
spoken twice. Okay. Councilman Cantu.
This is my second turn.
This is your second turn. Rebecca, you're keeping track. All right. Okay, you're welcome. Who's up? Is that it, Eric?
No, ma'am, I have a lot of stuff to talk about. This is my second time, correct? Okay. Where are we with the contracts with the refineries?
Are we talking about the reuse? We talking about?
No, we're not. We're talking about Nick knows. Go ahead, Nick.
Yes, sir. So we've engaged our rate modeler, New Gen, right, to help us put together a path forward with the refineries. And just to clarify, council member, I know you're talking about our water contracts, delivered water contracts with our large volume users. So what we've done is we've engaged our rate modeler. They've got the expertise. They're putting together a path forward for us so we can continue that work with those entities.
What's your ETA?
I do want to say that it's a complicated process, right? Like any contract negotiation, it's a complicated process.
No, I understand. What's the ETA more or less?
I would hesitate to answer that. You know, the contract negotiations all have a life of their own. We are extremely focused on the delivery, the offsetting of our demand with effluent water, right? That is taking a high priority right now so we can lower that demand. And if you think about our water dashboard, we want to lower that demand curve so that we can push back our level 1 water emergency. That's a high priority.
I just want to make sure that's in place before we start, getting more, buying more, paying for, these projects. We don't have anything set in stone with these refineries, and I wanted them to also have something on the table, while we're spending all this money on these, if it's in a harbor or whatever other projects.
It is a priority for CCW. Absolutely. It's definitely a priority.
Yeah, Councilman, I would say we need to have everything in order before we begin the next budget. So that's like late next spring, early summer. The contract should be in place by then.
Okay. Can you guys do a P3 and pay for it and build it and operate it? Are y'all real confident that those waters are good?
At this stage, I would say conceptually it is possible. It is what we do, but we would have to evaluate all the specific details. And
will you come back with us when you come up with the price and say, hey, we could do this also? And do a P3 and build it and do everything else? Like build it, operate it, pay for it, all that stuff.
So conceptually, we can do all of those things.
Okay.
It usually depends on the detail of the P3 itself. So the P3 process would have to be defined for us to evaluate it and make sure that it is something that we can deliver. But conceptually, yes.
Okay.
And that wouldn't be on him. It's really the city would need to develop that agreement for them to be a part of. And that usually takes substantial amount
Maybe
of
even
time.
be a partner with the Port of Corpus Christi. I mean, we didn't do that in the past for whatever reasons. Will the far field study be available to the public after it's done so they could fact check the far field study?
The report, yeah, it'll be public.
Be public, okay.
Yeah, it'd be during, and that would be available during the process, Councilman. So when there's major milestones or
Yeah.
just anybody wants data, we'll
Can we do more than 30 MGDs in that location? I don't remember. We can?
We can, it depends on the technology and how much recovery you're getting, but the permits would, in theory, allow more, yes.
How much more or less?
Again, it depends on the recovery, maybe around 36 to 40, but we have limitations at the navigation pump station. It can only receive, I think, max 36 MGD. So if we were to take more than that, we would have to have somewhere else to take that water.
On the bid process, now that we're asking them to operate it, do we need to change the bidding process for other opportunities for other contractors, builders to bid on the project?
We do. So what we're recommending is staying with this process that we have today, this bid that got us to the number 2 vote.
Correct.
Number 2 team, I mean. But if council approves the third step, immediately we would put out a new request for proposal for an operator that would be determined probably within a year. So we would know by the end of next year who the selected operator is for the facility. So that we can stay on track. We know time is of the essence, and if we throw out this whole bid process, then you're talking another whole year before we even come to this type of meeting. And I don't recommend that, given our water situation. So there's ways to
So if somebody calls you tomorrow and say, hey, we want to build it, we want to pay for it, and we want to operate it, is that going to be on the table?
Yeah, right. Nobody's called us yet, though.
Okay,
so,
but
yeah.
is that an option?
It sure is. My phone's on all the time. Yeah.
I'm going to put it on Facebook. And then we talked about, me and you and Councilwoman Vaughn, about creating a board of experts, the public, to go over the fraud field studies and stuff like that. I haven't heard about that today. Is that still on the table?
Yeah, a board for a group of folks that would help us review the far field study. We're recommending that, Councilman, based on your input as well. So it would be lay people all the way to professionals from the Heart Institute, like Lamont Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Who represents Hillcrest in many ways. I told them already, you're going to be on this panel.
Okay.
That will be with the far field study group all the way through. And there'll be periodic check-ins. They'll be having access to raw data. They'll have access to reports. So the answer is yes.
Got it. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Dan.
Yes, sir.
You living in Corpus all your life and doing business with the city of Corpus Christi for, he said decades. I don't know how old you are, but.
Peter is aging me.
Yeah. Do you have any concerns of building this plant on the Inner Harbor project?
The water, I'm going to put my engineer hat on. It is a difficult water to treat where we're at. I haven't wavered from that. I said that from the get-go. But the technology's there, and the reason, I think it was said earlier, the reason I'm here with the team with Acciona and Mastec is because they've seen similar waters like this difficult water. And when we went through the proposal process 2 years ago now, there was a deep dive into all these issues, Councilman. And so we're not coming in cold because we did do this process, to get ready for the proposal. But we do need to step back and review all the information that has been previously done and to let us take a look at it. And I think, what is the difference between today and 2 years ago? And I think Peter did a fine job on this, and to me, it's 4 things. Price will be, one. I think the expectation is that we're not going to come in where the previous price point was discussed. That's 1. 2, this environmental review that have been requested. 3, it's now on the table that it'll be operated privately, by an outside consultant. I think that helps a lot. And if I can add, Peter, that it's imperative that they get on board so they can be involved in the design process at the same time. So that's imperative. And then 4 is partners. Partners under Senator Hinojosa's that ability under Senator Hinojos's plan to be able to bring in partners to assist the city with this project. So if you asking what's changed, to me, in my opinion, those are the four things that have changed. So we're here today, and we're asking for us, let us take a look at it, and, you know, if something's not right, we're going to come back and tell you, you know, it's not right, and we can't get it done. But if it is, we'll do our best to get the project.
What happens if we built this plant and we turn it on and then it doesn't work out?
We're on the hook to fix it till it does work out. I mean, it's not like we get to go walk home.
Okay.
And I live here.
So we got warranty, right?
Yeah, there's a warranty, and I live here, and I've lived here a long time, I raised family here, and
I just don't want to build an expensive plant and have the time it's turned off. You know, I just.
So if I could just try to clarify that a bit, you know, there's talk about the MGDs. So here's a better way, or that might help. You can have a plant that's 30 MGD that's running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That is one cost, because that means you've got to have backup equipment, back to the CapEx, all that's to be able to run your car at 120 miles an hour all the time. That's one cost. Now, if you can sit there and say, look, during certain situations, we want to be able to lower that volume during certain days due to various conditions. And we might put out 28 MGD instead, or 25 MGD for this short period of time. And then when needed, we ramp back up to 30 MGD when it's needed. That's what we're really saying by we want to pull these levers. Do we have to be 30 MGD 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? And typically, the answer is no. We don't run the current plant like that either. You know, in the winter, you produce less water. In the summer, you produce more water.
Yeah.
So that's really probably the difference here. But this is the very first step in letting us explore those opportunities.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know, to be honest with the people, I've been campaigning the past 3 weeks. I've been knocking on doors. I'm getting a lot of threats of people running against me because of my decision on Inner Harbor. If I vote no, I vote yes, whatever the case is. So I've been knocking on doors, talking to people, and I knocked on 208 doors in the past 2 weeks, and 98 doors open for me. And the main concerns that I get is how much is my water bill going to cost? And these are from seniors over 65. You know, there's one lady, she lives in Molina, and she was outside and she had no electricity inside her home. She's waiting for her paycheck. You know, that's the real struggles that people are having today. If you're not struggling, you're blessed. But there's people out there struggling, and those are the people that I'm fighting for. Those are the people that I represent. You know, I represent everybody, but we have to worry about those people that can't afford stuff. You know, it's either my water bill or my medications. You know, and it's sad, but that's how people are living today. And, you know, and we all know, and I'm okay with it. It's for the refineries. This water's for the refineries, and I'm okay with it because they provide jobs. We promised them water many, many years ago, and they came and built their plant here. You know, and we gotta support them. But that's just my concerns. You know, is the price tag. You know, how much the water bills are going to cost for our residents, and I'm really concerned about that. That really people are struggling today, and we need to figure out something to help them. And if this does happen, so. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for agreeing to letting us speak at least 3 times. I was trying to figure out, when would be the best time, if after the public comments. Anyway, talk about, having, what is it called, the horse before the cart. I've been asking, how much water do we actually need? And we have been providing the water for industry, for commercial, for residents all these years, and let me tell you, we're not going to let our community down. So we've been working really hard. We're investing. We continue to invest, and I'm glad that we have Councilman Hernandez that's also looking at how much the cost is, and it's still, like my brother has said, you can hire, a carpenter, an engineer, whatever. If you have the money, they're going to design whatever you want. It's about the cost, and it's about timeliness. If you want it done quickly, and, thank God that we are now not at that point that we were, a couple of months ago. At least now we have, the Mary Roads pipeline pumping in at 72, which is at the max, and we have, our pump stations that have been improved on, and so we really are depending quite a bit on our Mary Roads pipeline. But I also just wanted to make sure that when Acción says, we don't know, I think this is the first time that I've heard that this Inner Harbor location can do 40, but I am reminded that the other company could do, I heard just now, 90, but you know how you can do 90 MGD if it's pumped out into the Gulf of Mexico, which we know that's the other cost. That's the reason why the companies that we have hired have not been able to do that because of the cost. Here we are looking at just the Inner Harbor and what it may possibly do to our bay, and that's at $1.2 billion. So again, it is about the cost, but I also wanted to mention something that our councilwoman did say about, industry helping out with the ratepayers that can't afford it, that there is actually, a way that they can help or subsidize. But you know what else would help? If industry would not challenge the water rates. Okay, because what happens is that may be like a few $1,000s where you're helping out the residents, but here we are talking millions. Here we are trying to get equality in our water rates, and once we finally started to do that, instead of industry working with us and saying, you're right, for 20 years you didn't raise those rates, but here we go. Because they can't do it, they are going to do it, and they are doing it. We're still waiting on that. We still have corporations still challenging their own city with these water rates. So, it's one thing to give, a few $100s here and there to residents, but the main thing is don't, be a good neighbor like you say you are, and, do the right thing and not challenge these water rates that we have been able to establish. Thank goodness that we have a corporation or a company that has given us some good ways of, making sure that all of us are equal in our water rates. So again, I just want to make sure that and this is the first also that I've heard of Lamont, being on this, but I know that I also have some individuals that would be great to serve on that commission, and I know that there's others, so, it's disingenuous to just throw out a name like that just to say, but again, I guess we'll wait for after the comments, and I appreciate everybody being here, but I also appreciate industry doing their part and not challenging us. So, thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman, if you're referring to me as disingenuous, Lamont asked me on Friday, just this past Friday, so 3 days ago, at a groundbreaking event that we had in Hillcrest for our $30 million investment. And he said, can I be on, because he had heard through the news we were talking about this. And I said, absolutely. That was the right thing to do. I would say it again if asked again. So we haven't formed the committee of who would review it, but when asked Friday out there in Hillcrest, I said yes, and we'll continue to work with the council and other groups to formulate that. It's not formulated, but he did ask me the question last Friday at that $30 million groundbreaking.
To also be clear, I think I had also mentioned 2 other names to you, but, do I need to, say them here, which was Melissa Zamora and Jason Hale. Of course, there may be others, but again, I've mentioned those names before to you, but what, do they need to go in person and say this is?
No, we talked to Jason
okay,
already
so,
as well. Yeah,
all right.
we've spoken with Jason.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And Melissa?
Right, her too.
Councilman Scott, did you have a comment? No,
I
Councilman
did,
Scott.
Mayor. Yeah. May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, fine. I'll be quick. I know you don't need to hear from me. I just wanted the world to know I'd support the vote today. I also support moving forward on the far-field modeling. I would take the time needed to set it up right, because I suspect, listening to the conversation, there still needs to be flesh out who's going to be involved and what parameters. But I support the far-field modeling. And last thought is that I'm going to continue to advocate the use of the San Patricio pilot payments to offset the increase in rate to the Corpus Christi ratepayer. I think that's an interesting and a good way to keep the rates lower by using the San Patricio pilot payments in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay. I think we've had all the public comments up here from the council for now. And so I'm going to say a few things, and then we're going to go on to open public comment for anybody that would like to speak on item number 18. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone, whether you're local or not. Thank you for being here. At the end of the day, I think that we need to, make clear and make certain that what is well understood. Oh, are y'all getting in line already over there? Hold on. Okay. Well, maybe y'all should sit until we get to there. So yeah, just give me a minute. I think it's important to make clear for everyone and for the public. Today, the vote is critical, absolutely critical. It is critical for me. It's a responsible thing to do. What we're voting on, no one can answer all the specifics. That's what we're voting on, a plan to move forward. Our city manager has done a great job in listening to those for and against this project and saying, let's bring it together. This is an MOU. That is all it is. No one is committing a dime. Matter of fact, y'all are committing, Acciona is committing a few dimes to say, we're willing to go ahead and bet on this project so that we can come up with something that this council, or at least a majority of this council, can agree upon. That could be operating the plant 195 days a year. That could be, here's an option for 20 MGD, because price is a factor that we are saying is a factor. I want to see everything. I want to see 30, and then anything else that you play with from there. But that's what you can't answer, and I understand that. Today is a vote to move forward with a plan that a majority of this council can move forward and say, we trust you, go figure it out, bring back some options, and then let's go from there. This would be first base. We've got second base, third base, and then sliding into home. And hopefully that it works out. So that said, I think it's also important to note that, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask y'all, please, Ms. Caballero, if y'all would please, when you're speaking, we're listening. So please stop. Yeah. Just gonna give her a minute. Okay, so I appreciate everyone who's here for or against this moving forward. I want to make clear too that never did anyone say that a desalination project is not for the immediate need. We have the immediate need, we have a short-term need, we have a long-term need. The immediate need is what we're doing. Wells, the Mary Rhodes pipeline, what was the other one, Peter? Evangeline.
And Reeves.
Yeah, Evangeline. The short term would be this desalination project, 3 to 4 years. Long term would be whatever long term looks like, down the line, a bigger desal project or what have you. But right now we're focused on the immediate, and we're focused on what happens after the immediate. Because the short term becomes the immediate, like that. And so we're not here to go against one another. When I see blue, whether it's that t-shirt right there or your uniform, I see people, families. And so I think it's important that everybody, and I think we do, everybody up here is trying to be open to what path can we take forward. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful to my colleagues. I'm grateful to our city manager, to staff, to this new team. Thank you for spending the time that you have with us. That I think you did I think you had a few people who didn't take your meeting. But moving forward, hopefully we can all work together to achieve exactly what it is that we can come together, not for us, for the future of this community. So thank y'all. So we're going to go ahead now. We're going to open public comment on item number 18. And remember, just state your name and city. There. If we can get everyone's attention, we're going to go ahead and start. And we need everyone to please silence so we can hear our first speaker.
Cool. Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Hi, council members. So today I wanted to start off talking about SWIFT loans. I think they put us in a tough position, and it's one of the main reasons we're here today. And I think it's tough for you guys because it makes canceling the Inner Harbor politically complicated. My argument is that the TCEQ didn't do a good assessment of the Inner Harbor. There are plenty of scientists that have written reports about it. I believe them. And because of that, basically, my argument is that they shouldn't have issued the permit based on that quality of assessment. And but because they did, the Water Development Board was allowed to give us those SWIFT loans. And I feel like if we can prove that the TCEQ failed to do their job, then we can make a strong argument that that money could be used for different projects, basically. Because right now, I think it's unfair for the state to try to force this project on us when it really hasn't been studied well enough, in my opinion. So far field modeling, I'm glad that y'all announced that you want to do that. I think we should do it as soon as possible. Thank you for making that commitment. I'm excited about it because it gives us a chance to get the clarity and the certainty we need to make a final decision on this project, which I think is something we haven't had yet. So I'm excited about it, but I'm concerned because there's a lot that could go wrong over the next few months. And the main thing I'm concerned about is the timeline. The final vote is in March. And I believe this modeling is important. A lot of people in this community believe this modeling is important. And if we're going to do it, it needs to make a meaningful difference on the decisions that we make. And if we're drafting contracts in January and signing final contracts in March, where does that leave any input from the modeling? You know, I feel like the modeling should inform decision-making, and I feel like this timeline kind of makes that impossible. Aside from that, I feel like before the March vote, it would be helpful to have some sort of protections and mitigations lined out, explaining what exactly we're going to do to ensure that this will be safe for our natural resources. And if y'all are concerned about cost, I would seriously consider impact fees so that new and expanding users could incur the costs for the new water supplies that they ask for. Thanks.
Thank you.
David Rousey, Corpus Christi, District 4. I'm a little unprepared for this, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity. I totally agree with Councilman Campos. You know, I feel like we're playing a shell game here. You know, we voted on this 6-3. Now all the parts are getting moved around. We're bringing it all back up to, again, instead of just moving on with something that would just be a better plan in general. The Inner Harbor is just a notoriously bad area for this to happen. You know, dumping it in the bay is just terrible for a city that thrives and hustles on tourism. What's real important to know is that businesses and outdoorsmen like myself, we're not against desal, we're against dumping it in the bays. We cannot afford to have our whole water environment, ecotourism and everything destroyed. Someone else up here said today that, you know, industry is not the only place that employs people here. Very true. I think you said that again, Ms. Campos. And, you know, from restaurants to fishing guides like myself to hotels to boat dealerships, you name it, there's so many support centers supported by these same industries. Haven't really heard it brought up today, but I would hope that the council would consider a better site for this, especially the Barney Davis area. It's a cleaner project. They've already got permitting for, I think, 500 million gallons a day, I believe, something like that. And it's the closest place to run a pipeline offshore, which is absolutely imperative. That is where this disposal of this stuff has to go. It cannot sit in our bay systems. There have been numerous studies done. There was just a real well-known gentleman from the University of Florida, Arnoldo Levinson, that recently released a study in October regarding Corpus Christi Bay and said there's just no way this project can work, dumping the brine and chemicals back into this bay. I didn't take good notes here. You know, one slide came up earlier and it showed the intake, the plant, and the disposal back into the deal. And it looked like they were only 200 yards apart, and that was like a real red flag to me. I'm like, so it's going to dump it back into the bay, pick it back up in the intake, recycle it, and just keep this nasty process going. I mean, do y'all want to, your grandkids, children, is that what y'all want them drinking? I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, it's nothing about it just adds up or looks good on paper. You know, some things have been brought up about industry. You know, we're all for industry. I've got a lot of good friends in industry, and I'm not bashing anyone like that, but costs need to be shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bruce Landig, District 5. I support Inner Harbor desal. We moved here 4 years ago when I retired from my job and local politics. I was on city council for 10 years and president of council the last 2 in Mentor, Ohio, population 50,000. Mentor borders on Lake Erie. Not to rub it in, but the Great Lakes are 20% of the world's freshwater supply. But our council crisis has parallels to yours. Our urban white-tailed deer population exploded. The deer consumed everything below the tree browsing line. They took to decimating backyards, and then the number of deer vehicle accidents became alarming. Our deer management plan was also controversial and costly. We permitted bow hunting from police-approved elevated stands in areas where the neighbors would sign off. We obtained state permits to cull the deer using our police force. We paid to process the meat and donated it to food banks. The similarities. Firstly, we had an environmental and emotional opposition. Yard sign protests, emails, stop the killing, and speakers at every council meeting. But putting residents first over other creatures gave clarity to our decision. Simply, residents need you to provide a secure water supply. Secondly, deer vehicle accidents impacted resident safety. You have a water health and safety issue brewing. In the last 9 months, you have been using brackish water from the Nueces River groundwater wells to supplement the water supply. The TDS levels, while still safe for human consumption, now exceed secondary water supply recommendations of the EPA of 500 parts per million. To residents, this trend, as you draw from the bottom of the barrel to serve us more suspended solids, is more worrisome than the bond rating concerns. Desalinization is the answer for the highest water quality supply. Thirdly, our deer solution was bold and radical. We did our homework. We took sound advice. We modeled our program after other municipalities who had used the same tools. Emulating success was an unqualified winner. As ground cover returned to our tree-covered areas, so did the ground nesting birds. The state natural resources expert reported that the health of the deer herd actually improved. Inner harbor desalinization will be costly, but also visionary and successful. You have the permits, and therefore environmental impacts are not a preeminent factor. The nation of Israel has transformed their land with this technology. Israel is 61 times the area of the Corpus Christi water service area. They have just fought a war over their very survival, yet now they are proceeding with plans to desalinate the Sea of Galilee, their national water supply. Emulate their success and their vision. Lead and prioritize residents. With this technology, you can give us as much water as the Great Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Steve Klepper, resident of 34 years. My issues are kind of the same every time I come to council, every now and then for a couple of years. Transparency, communication, and trust, each of which I think is a little, let's say, can be improved. On communication, at one of the early council meetings, well, one of the first ones for the current acting CCW, Councilwoman Campos asked, simple question, how much water do we need? And we got a deer in, and I felt sorry for him. It was a deer in the headlight sort of look, and he wasn't ready for that. I think it came up maybe a next meeting, and then the city manager, after Ms. Campos mentioned again, kind of acknowledged maybe we would do that. But I think that's a fundamental question, and I don't understand why city manager is refusing to have a public meeting, a forum of some sort of thing where there was true communication, two-way, not one-way communication on what are the values, what are the priorities, how you figuring out how much water we need, who do you need it for? Is it for some bit mining thing? I don't know whatever. Who's it for? Who benefits? Who pays for it? And all of that. What are the values? Do we really want to turn this community into a Texas city? Well, maybe some people do. I don't, and a lot of others don't. My other issue has to do with trust. Now, of the 34 years that I've lived here, 27 of them I worked for the city. And I am proud, the proudest time in my life was to work with City Manager Bill Hennings in the mid-90s. And my assignment was to develop the water rates, restructure the water rates to finance the Mary Rose Pipeline. And that's when we created the raw water pass-through, all of that. And my only point of that is that everybody trusted Bill. There was a lot of debate whether we needed the pipeline, whether we could afford it, blah, 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 but there was trust. And there was trust because Bill was open and transparent. I've complained about water rate lack of transparency for a couple of years here. So a little more channeling Bill Hennings, open communication, and please answer Ms. Campos' question, how much water do we need? and who's driving that need, and what are our priorities? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mike Culbertson. I'm the CEO of your regional EDC, and I represent over 120 manufacturers, engineering, a lot of companies that care deeply about the future of this city. In this region, we're speaking on the importance of desal. Cities need to grow, and I think that you know that when you don't grow, you have felt the pains of that over the last 2 budget cycles, and you will feel it again. You have felt the pain of it. I know you two have, and Councilwoman Vaughn has. When you are trying to, and you two, when you're, because other councils have not done what they needed to do for roads and for services, and you've been paying extra for those. And so we need water to grow, and this city, this region needs water to grow, and I urge you, and I will support you any way we can, and we all care deeply. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trevor Lawrence Leblong, District 4. I am hard of hearing, so I may speak louder than usual. I stand with Councilwoman Campos. The Inner Harbor is a bad spot. Ships and boats generally do not operate their water makers in a harbor. You wait until you're out in open water. So if we can't get the first step right, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step. If you want to take your first step in the wrong direction, you're not going to get where you want to go. Also, having lived on aircraft carriers, desal water, not the water you really want. They never could seem to get the JP5 out of it. But I'm not completely against desal, because it did sustain me for 2 years afloat. But it has to be done correctly. It has to have intake. You want to intake it from the Gulf and then discharge it from the other end of the Gulf. And that's all I really have to say. But I mean, well, what I know about it, I only lived on an aircraft carrier during the first Gulf War. And where did I sign up? I signed up here. Why did I go to serve? Because of here. I'd like to keep this Corpus Christi and not Corpus Satanas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Matt Garcia, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 2. Honorable Mayor and Council members, I've been a Corpus Christian for 16 years. I graduated from TMUCC and have started my family here. Corpus Christi is my home. I am also the Regional Director for the Texas Oil and Gas Association, where I have the privilege of working directly on behalf of the tens of thousands of women and men right here in the Coastal Bend and the Corpus Christi community who work to produce the products that our life depends on and whose jobs depend on water. On behalf of these community members, I want to sincerely thank you all for your tireless efforts and leadership throughout this process to secure our water future. While debate is robust, it's clear that you all share a vision that our community becomes water secure. Industry is committed to being your partner as you lead in this endeavor to find timely solutions. We've innovated and invested in programs that have dramatically reduced water use through operations, conservation, and recycling. We have paid water surcharge to build the Inner Harbor desal plant along with tens of millions to secure new water sources. And as a ratepayer and a partner for the city of Corpus Christi, we expect to pay for what we use. The Inner Harbor Desalination Project is currently unrivaled in the due diligence done, progress made, and the clarity of timeline and deliverables. It offers a definitive timeline or lifeline of critical water supplies while this body continues to lead in the development of a wide portfolio of solutions. Today, we respectfully ask that you take one more step toward water security and vote yes to advance the exploration of the Inner Harbor Desal project, while we as a community continue pursuing additional sources. We are in this together to ensure a secure water future for Corpus Christi citizens. Thank you.
Sir, when you come up and speak, no one makes comments, so let's just.
We were on payroll, we could speak, that's why I was
Yeah.
speaking, I'm sorry.
Are you quite done?
Oh, I'm not on payroll.
Yes, sir.
I just have something I want to say, and so I was looking.
Sir, you're breaking decorum, so I'm gonna ask you to leave the council chamber because no one does what you're doing right now when you are speaking. And you've spoken multiple times today, which is great. Be respectful. Next time, I'm gonna ask you to please leave the chambers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sharon Sedgwick.
Can you pull it down a little bit, Ms. Sedgwick? There you go.
I'm very loud, so I was trying to get away from this thing. Sharon Sedgwick, District 3. My door didn't get knocked on. I'm here today, as I have been in the past, in favor of desal. We've talked before about groundwater, how it is not long-term. It is a short-term solution to a long-term problem. Desal, right now, is a way out of this water crisis. I want to thank the city manager. I want to thank the council for bringing this back to having this robust discussion. To those of you that I have spoken to by phone or in elevators and different places, I appreciate you hearing what your constituents have to say. I encourage this council to get this vote done today, to take the right step forward and quit kicking desal down the road.
Thank you.
Fatima Shidi, District 1. I don't want to have to talk about desal right now and from this point on. As I've said before, there are quadrillions of tiny microorganisms in our oceans fighting alongside us and sustaining life on Earth. So if you kill nature, I don't know what life we have. I've said this before. Even if the desal plan is proved to be safe for the environment, even if there's a solution for the brine, even if it's inexpensive as well, still, you cannot deny the fact that the water from this perhaps safe, environmentally friendly, and inexpensive plant is going to industry that guzzles up the majority of our water. Again, whoever supports desal, I tell you, the water will not be for us. It's for big industry. To those who criticize us for opposing industry, we do not oppose the workers, but we must decrease industry that steals water worldwide. We can no longer be addicted to our air conditioners, gas guzzling, and other conveniences of modern life. Minimize water and electricity usage. I've been taught all my life that use the energy that we need, not necessarily want. If more people did this, we wouldn't be in this crisis. Keep this in mind that I've said this before. We can't drink money and we can't breathe money. So vote people over profit. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you.
Richard Shelton, Corpus Christi, District 4. Good afternoon. Thank all of you for being here. I want to thank you all for bringing the desal back to the table. I really appreciate this coming back to the light. I'm supporting this memorandum of understanding because I want more information, and I know that this vote allows us to pursue that venture. I too have concerns on the location and the volume that we're going to produce. That being said, over the last 4.5 years, I've watched the lakes, estuaries, and rivers start to diminish and run into challenges. And I feel that this desal plant is the most technologically advanced system that we have currently to pursue. So getting in and gathering information to push that forward, I think is paramount. And I would ask that the county move forward with this to get the information needed to make the right decisions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Captain David Heasley, Corpus Christi, Texas, born and raised, District 3. I'm not here to read for a speech or speak for anybody else, but I have an extensive background in refining, refinery. I worked for several refineries in Corpus for many years. I'm also an offshore captain and a yacht captain in the Caribbean, and I have extensive experience, both operational and mechanical, with desal units on these boats that we use, that I run. And it's pretty much industry standard when we come into ports, especially like ports like this. We do not run our desal units. We turn them off because these things are extremely expensive to fix, to clean out. When I look at where they're going to put that intake and effluent outflow on this thing, it's unbelievable. With the ship traffic, tugboats stirring up all the silt and everything, we have a hard time keeping those things running in crystal clear water in the Caribbean. It's massively expensive to make water. And that's, y'all are not being told that. And I think that y'all need to don't take my word for it, do some more research. But it's pretty much industry standard that we do not run these plants when we're in ports. And more importantly, we do not drink the water. We use the water for toilets. We use it for washing, cleaning, stuff like that. But if anybody has experience with desalinated water, it tastes terrible. And I encourage you to research that too. Don't take my word for it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Reagan Reeves, Corpus Christi, District 2. I'm here as a new resident in opposition to the Inner Harbor desalination plant, and I disagree that there is a right group of people to handle this particular project. And I had hoped by the time that I moved here that we'd be at least exploring other options. As disappointing as it is that this plan is back on the agenda, I'm happy to join my new neighbors in advocating for the vitality of this city. Though we may be able to adjust the monetary cost of this plan, we cannot adjust the environmental cost, we cannot adjust the civil cost, and the amount of water that this plant may produce could never make up for that amount of loss. That being said, I ask that you also consider how the construction of such a plant might be in violation of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. If so, we may be facing additional costs. Please consider the livelihood of all that call this place home and vote no. Please don't move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alicia Matus, Corpus Christi. I'm the plant manager for the LyondellBasell Corpus Christi facility. I'm here representing my company, our employees, our contractors, and their families in support of the Inner Harbor Desal project. The LyondellBasell Corpus Christi plant has over 400 employees that live and work here, and their families depend on them and their jobs. The coastal Bend region needs a reliable water supply for both residential and industrial use. This has become even more critical during these prolonged drought conditions. We all benefit from the Inner Harbor Desalination Project, so thank you for your leadership and putting a plan forward that will help secure the long-term water source that this community needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Selena Obregon Benavides, Corpus Christi, District 3. I hear a lot of, questions from the council to the people, are they going to do the desal? And I hear a lot of word salad and fancy ways of saying, I don't know. When I see our leadership, I'm reminded of the scripture, Matthew 6:24. No man can serve two masters, for he will hate the one and love the other, or he will hold on to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon, and you cannot serve the people and special interests. This plant is not for the people. This is for special interests. I can't help but think that we are in this water crisis because of a manufactured thing to push us into this deal. When you sell out your community and your people for money, you create blood money. And I get it, it's great, it pays great, it spends even better, but it stains. And it stains communities. And it's staining Hillcrest right now. not only with erasure, but neglect and illness. And if you think that stain's only going to stay over in Hillcrest, no, it's spreading across Corpus Christi and touching our neighboring communities. If you think that blood money is only going to hurt certain populations, it's not. It's going to affect your campaign contributions, your grease palms, and your backdoor deals. You cannot serve industry, special interests, and the people. Another thing, mammon is not money. Mammon's a demon. So be careful who you do business deals with and who you do those business deals for.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Wajardo, City Manager. My name's Carrie Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, North Beach, District 1. As a local kayak guide, September 2nd was a day of celebration. The future of my business and the livability of my tourist neighborhood on North Beach looked bright because the council had decided to move in a different direction through a 6-3 vote away from the Inner Harbor plant that I'd been worried about for so long. That September vote was based on several concerns: location, price, and timeline. Roland Barrera, Councilman Barrera, wants certainty for a long-term water solution. The price in September was $1.2 billion, yeah, with Kiewit. This second contractor is asking for your support without providing a price, without providing a timeline. They can't say whether they want to do a public-private partnership. Maybe. The only thing for sure, the only constant that we know is location, and that's still the same. Nothing's changed. Dan Leyendecker, the local expert that was speaking to you guys today, described the Inner Harbor saltwater as difficult water. It's a dead-end, polluted industrial harbor. Anyone who's driven down the Joe Fulton from North Beach to Cal Allen and seen all the large tanker ships tied to the docks, the chemical plants, the refineries that run the water through their plant and then dump it into the ship channel, it's easy to ascertain that the Inner Harbor is difficult water. Of all the bodies of water in this area, from Rockport to Corpus Christi to Laguna Madre, the Inner Harbor is the dirtiest body of water, the most industrialized body of water, the most closed-in body of water that there is. So many citizens, when you think about the intake, when you think about if you want to purify water, it's just common sense to choose the cleanest body of water to start with, not the dirtiest, for your intake. The Gulf of America is much cleaner than the Inner Harbor. For the desal discharge, it's common sense to choose a location closer to the Gulf to avoid harming our bays and marine life and tourism by increasing the salinity and the pollutants released into the bay. It's just common sense. As Representative Gil Hernandez said today, the Inner Harbor will not be a short-term solution. So the timeline, it's coming online like 4 years from now. The Harbor Bridge was a $1 billion project that was going to be 4 years. It's not done. It's 8 years, right? Many people online say they support the Inner Harbor because they say we need water now. Don't fool them. We're not going to get water now from this thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Hanslick, District 5. Mayor, I just want to say thank you for bringing this back up. I appreciate your hard work in this. I am in favor of the desalination plant. I hear everyone say it's water for industry. Well, it might be water for industry, but it's water for us as well. And that industry needs a lot of water to make what they make. Like, I personally like my AC. I like the Freon that is made locally. I like my diesel truck. I like the plastics that I use in my life. I like the steel that's made in Sinton. I mean, that's just a part of it. They need water to run. And I feel like we need to do our best bet to give them that water so that we have water also, because I like washing my truck. I like watering my grass, which we currently cannot do. And I feel like as we keep kicking the can, it's going to get more expensive. Things don't get cheaper as you wait. It gets more and more expensive. And if we say, let's postpone it, it's going to go from 1.5 billion or 1.2 billion to 1.5, eventually 2 billion. The longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. And I have no doubt that eventually this area will receive a desalination plant. I think the time is now, and I think we should move forward, and I think y'all should think long and hard about saying yes to this plant. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Robin Cox, District 3. And I'm sitting here listening to a lot of the comments already, and he says he likes water in his yard, washing his truck. Well, I like all those things too, but not at the cost of the environment. And we may need water right now, and I agree. And no one has said this better, though, than I'm going to quote a friend of mine who couldn't be here today. And if y'all read Michael Miller's post, he put, "It is not scalable and does not meet the needs of our future growth. Seawater desal has never been attempted in a closed-based system." We're going to do something that's never been attempted. We can't even keep the drainage system in Flower Bluff ready, and we're going to try this. We do not have water contracts with any of the industrial facilities except for Exxon and Sabic. Hillcrest neighbors' concerns. I know a lot of you aren't concerned about the Hillcrest neighbors, but I am. You wonder what to do with this brine? What if this brine was going to be dumped in King's Crossing? I bet a few of you might think about it a little bit more then. No one ever thought about putting the desal and the OSO back there near your neighborhood. The city is taking on a risk, not the developer. It's the wrong spot, it's the wrong spot, it's the wrong spot. Barney Davis is the best site. They have 500 MGD intake permit and the power's ready to go. Also, it is the shortest distance to the Gulf discharge, and there is a 42 pipeline that can flow back. Why aren't we picking the best spot? We all have to wonder, who's benefiting from this? When we look at this, that's what we wonder. They said, does the wind matter? He says, I don't know. We are the 4th windiest city in the nation. That's why we were the windsurfing capital. And we're going to say it doesn't matter? Everything is, I don't know, I don't know. But I see where Adura Engineering is part of this. Didn't one of our people up here get a big, huge contribution from Adura? That makes a lot of sense now. Put it all together, connect the dots. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Melinda De Los Santos, District 2. There's been a lot of information going around, and one of the things I heard one of the council people say was the price tags. A lot of stuff's been talking mainly about price and all, but they were saying 65 and older, that they're concerned about the rates. Well, the people I'm speaking to, they're concerned about the rates too, but they don't know about the detrimental effects on the environment and the fishing industry and things like that. I'm for industry, but industry has to realize they only contribute a small amount of the workforce here, and yet they take most of our water, and yet also what they produce is being sent out, not staying in the community. I mean, again, I'm for industry, but I think right now there's 5,000 data centers that are being constructed across the nation. And all I'm hearing about are the complaints from citizens regarding the water and the electricity that it's taken. And they are fighting back like we are in this community. There has been expert studies from the Heart Institute saying this is not the right location. People have talked about Perth. That's probably the closest thing that comes to our inner harbor, but there's a big difference on the depth, and I think it was also the incline. So it is not something that can be compared. Also, I think there's talk about the Middle East. They say that is the most expensive too, unless our community has billions of dollars to use, then yeah. So my concern again too is that I think there was more talk about urine, vomiting, prostitution, and everything regarding what's going to affect the environment as opposed to this, and this is environmental. I mean, this is going to be long-standing, and nothing against the churches regarding, but this is what we're supposed to do, is actually go out and help those people that are having, trouble with the drinking, the prostitution, and everything. But yet there is more discussion about this than what we are talking about. The only thing I'm hearing from most of you are the cost of this, and what is the cost? Right now, it's not going to be any cost to the ratepayers, you're saying, but in the long run, what's going to be the cost of the health, the long-term effects of, as far as the costs on the community, the fishing industry. I mean, we have to look at all those things. So looking at all that, where's the thought process and concern when it comes to bringing the desal plant into the inner harbor, that there has been so much detrimental effects talked about? And it can only be one thing. I mean, money. It's money, and I'm sorry, but just in connecting the dots and everything I'm hearing across the country, it's all boiling down to money. Water has become a big issue, a money-making issue, and you can, all across the nation, I hope that you will vote no on this desal plant at the inner harbor. Anywhere else, it'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. I want to say, Mr. Cantu, I didn't get a knock on my door. I'm from West Side. I'm from Molina area, and I appreciate you going out and doing that. I was listening earlier, and I think it was the deal going on with the bar at the church. You know, somebody mentioned that they went out and they talked to the church, and we're talking about a bar. Did anybody go out and talk to the fishermen? Are they aware of it? This is their water right there. This is the shrimp that we eat. When I go out of state, when I would go out of state and work, I would order shrimp, and it's like this. They don't compare to Texas shrimp, Gulf shrimp. And I say that because, you know, it's going to get ruined. You know, when red tide comes in, you know, what do? We can't go in the water. We can't do a lot of different things. But I appreciate you coming by. You didn't stop by my house, or you didn't knock. I would have answered. We would have had a conversation. And the other thing, I guess, going back to my notes, we talk about the inner harbor. Let's start talking about the outer harbor. You know, put it somewhere else. You know, change the stigma. Change the idea of the inner harbor. Move it. Yes, I know industry, we all need it to survive. I understand that. I was part of industry. I'm part of industry today. But we have to take our people in mind. The other thing is, I sit here and I think about it, and I don't know the exact numbers, but the residents aren't in a water crisis. Industry is. Ms. Campos said it best. You know, I mean, let's have them share it. You know, do they pay taxes that I'm aware of? No. What are they giving back to the city? Yeah, they got jobs, but I guarantee you there's more jobs that make a third, if not a fourth, of what they make that make up this city. And there's more of those people that are having to take more of the burden. Also, if they build it, make sure we don't run it. We can't even run the water gardens. When they first built it, it was beautiful. Now it's half most, it's off most of the time. And maybe having them explore a different location. Barney Davis, are we just stuck to the inner harbor? You know, are we stuck? Have we given them the reins? Hey, explore. Hey, take it out to the island and make a pipeline coming in. And maybe your turnout might be even more, but yes, it might be better for the desal, but then you at least, have them, give them the reins to sit there and explore our bays. Yeah, because we need it or they need it, but we would benefit from them if they pay for it and we just pay for our own water. Thank you.
Thank you.
The name is Mana Lido. Hold on, Mana. Oh. Need my seconds back. I don't know how to do things like PowerPoints.
Oh, it'll come out? Okay.
The subject today is water. Water, water. My subject is Hillcrest.
Hold on.
Okay. Give me some more minutes.
email, I sent it to Mauricio, whatever that email was, that was. Mauricio or something? It looks like
I can go ahead. You don't have it? I'm gonna go ahead and start. That's okay.
Because I called that number that's on the public comments, and they gave me the address to send it to for Mona.
That's okay. That's okay.
Maybe,
Okay. My name is Mona Lytle, or Mona. Call me. Huh? That's okay. And I'm from the historical neighborhood of Hillcrest. First, just want to warn you, you will have an email today. It's from CHISPA. It's over 3,000 signatures concerning to abandon the permit for Inner Harbor. Now, I was here, had a PowerPoint. Everyone is talking about water. I live in Hillcrest, and no one's not talking about what you want to build in Hillcrest. I went out to CC Polymer, and I looked at the monster that's out there for CC Polymer, and that showed me that you're going to have to build a facility in Hillcrest. I've been told that it's going to be nice, it's going to be quiet, but it is a monster that you're going to bring into the Hillcrest neighborhood. We do not want the building facility in our neighborhood. We don't want desal in our neighborhood. So if you're looking at neighborhoods, you guys need to consider Hillcrest. We've been going over this for years, but never one time did the city manager or anyone, District 1, came to us to show us what we were receiving. So I feel as though we need a visit from the city to say this is what's coming into your neighborhood, not the little picture that you guys showed that showed us, I guess, the office part. We want to see the entire facility because it's not going to just take up a few blocks. It's going to take up quite a few blocks. And I could be up here forever, but that's one thing we need to educate the community. We need for someone to come, sit down with us, explain, and tell us what are we getting ready to go through. Because we're going to go through a lot of noise, we're going to go through pollution, everything. And I don't think no one here that's saying we want desal want it in their backyard on the side. No one, because they don't know the end results. So we do not want the punishment of a desal in the neighborhood. And also, as for Hillcrest, I feel as though that if you ever need any information, you need to contact the president of HRA, which is Hillcrest Residents Association, Henry Williams, for him to tell you who the spokesperson is for the neighborhood. Thank you.
thank you.
Leal, District 3. I'm asking you to please vote no on the Inner Harbor desalination.
What's your name, ma'am? I'm sorry. You need to state your name?
Garelli, District 3.
Your name?
Garelli.
Garelli.
Yes,
Okay.
District
What's your full name? I'm sorry. Your full name. What's your last name?
Garelli, Leal, District 3.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm asking you to please vote no on the Inner Harbor desalination facility. Yes, the price was a big concern, but really mostly for you guys. For when it comes to the community, the main concern was environmental and that they're tired of letting industry run the city. Truly, I am new to this area. I came here for the first time on a field trip, and this city was beautiful. 15, 17 years later, I'm here now. I've been here for 5 years. I got here, and I was still in awe. The city is still gorgeous. I've been to Florida, I've been to Oregon, I've been to California. We have a beautiful beach, and we have clear waters. We have good weather. This area is like the prettiest part of Texas besides like the hill country and like the pretty rivers and everything. When it comes to the coast, Corpus Christi is beautiful, and we should really protect it in its tourism. I know you guys want to secure water, but this water isn't for the residents, it'd be for industry, and industry is always thirsty, and they're never gonna have enough. Honestly, we have a privilege to be living next to the beach. This is a blessing, and a blessing that we're taking for granted. As I started watching the city council meetings a few months ago, I heard a pastor from Hillcrest mention how Corpus Christi is called the body of Christ, and that was new to me. This area has a beautiful sunrise and sunset every day, and like I was telling you, this place is just beautiful. And it's sad that we're treating the body of Christ like an industrial dump and the next boomtown. I believe the city could be better. We focus on its beauty and its wonder of being one of the best beaches in Texas. I know Portland and Ingleside is beautiful as well. I get to really be out there that much, but this Corpus Christi is beautiful. So if you can listen to pastors in other sides of the city, please listen to the ones in Hillcrest. And even if these big companies offer to pay for it themselves, or if they give you money to these grants to help utility bills, I don't think it's worth sacrificing the inner harbor. Also, if there's anyone's footsteps that we should be following, it definitely shouldn't be Israel's. They steal water from indigenous communities, and that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Callie Walker, District 2. Mayor, Council, thank you for being here today and listening to us. I'm here as a representative of Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, an ExxonMobil and SABIC joint venture manufacturing facility located in Gregory, Texas. Our site supports more than 600 full-time jobs and pays nearly $25 million in taxes each year to the community in which we operate. Our employees live, work, volunteer, play, and engage in commerce in the coastal bend. We create the raw materials that preserve and package your food, stock hospitals with life-saving medical devices, and make up the fabric that we wear on our bodies. As a rate-paying customer of the San Patricio Municipal Water District, who gets water from Corpus Christi Water, we thank the City Council for your leadership in bringing the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Treatment Plant back to the agenda for a new path forward. We encourage you to advance the project as one that brings certainty to the region's water supply as the only fully permitted drought-proof project for which the city already has significant funding available to build. We need certainty. We need a stable operating environment for local businesses and industry. Residents need to know that we will have water and that our jobs across the local economy are protected. The Inner Harbor project is your opportunity to help guarantee that certainty. Please vote to advance the project and continue to support it through design and build. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Fritsch, I live in Portland, Texas, so I'll take my minute. I represent the Gulf Coast Growth Ventures facility in Gregory, Portland. I want to echo my thanks for this council's leadership in seeing that the region needs certainty for the future. We appreciate this council's efforts to pursue projects to prevent a curtailment, but also recognize that other projects on the table come with varying degrees of uncertainty in their scope, cost, and timelines. Inner Harbor offers certainty for an endpoint to potential curtailment. It also offers a permanent drought-proof water supply, unlike most of the other projects in development that are intended to be temporary or also face the impacts from times of drought. It is also likely the least expensive option to add seawater desalination to diversify Corpus Christi's water supply portfolio. As many of you on this dais have stated, you recognize the need for seawater desalination. Thank you again for your leadership in bringing this project back to the council. I encourage you to continue supporting the project to lead the region to a more secure future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrea Puyol, District 2. All right, what's up, council? We're back talking about the same thing we were talking about in September, that a majority of people came in and very clearly expressed that they didn't want this. And a lot of people are bringing up that we should put this on the city ballot. I agree. Yeah, like let the people vote on this and see just how much support you actually get behind this plant. Like many others have mentioned before me, the location of this plant is insane, should not go there. There is a neighborhood right next to it, and it's called Hillcrest. Y'all have heard it, y'all know it, and it is very important. And this will only serve to bring more destruction to that neighborhood. So, also, someone brought up, we have a long-term problem, and it's water. That is not the problem. The long-term problem is that y'all are irresponsible with our water by selling it and giving it away to people that use millions of gallons a day. And y'all think, oh yeah, we can just avoid curtailment if we just provide them with more of it. This is not an infinite resource. This is a finite resource that we don't have just wherever to pull from constantly. At some point, the planet is just gonna run out of water. Are we gonna wait for that, or are we gonna try to be responsible now and curtail these industries, actually look at responsible water solutions? So yeah, please vote no. And I know some of y'all are clearly just extensions of industry and are only here to serve them. And y'all try really hard to fulfill their unrealistic wishes. But I want to remind y'all are here to serve the people. So put the people first. Now, I see a lot of people from industry in the room, and I have no doubt that the workers of these plants are very skilled workers, are hardworking people. Our issue is not with them at all. Our issue is with these industries and these billion-dollar companies coming to our neighborhoods and thinking they can just take and take and take. They're not good neighbors. They don't responsibly contribute to our community in meaningful ways. They don't ask us, how can we help y'all? There's none of those conversations. But either way, those workers deserve a just transition as well, and they deserve jobs that are safe and protected. And the fact that we're back here, oh, I lost my place. The fact that we're back here again is a blatant disregard for residents and a very clear behavior of some of you pandering to industry. It is crystal clear who some of y'all actually work for, and it's not the people who voted y'all in. At this point, it's just clear that some of y'all are evil and just want this bay to die. By having this plant in that location, it's gonna kill our bay. It is so obvious. So many people have come up here and talked to you, experts, community members, fisher folk. Thank you, please vote no.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ken Griffin, and I live at 5443 Aikens Way in Robstown, Texas, so I guess I get 1 minute, but I'll even give you a little of that time back. I'm here today just basically to offer my support for the city manager's recommendations. They're very sound recommendations and something that I think that you ought to strongly consider. I've had the opportunity through the years, going back probably to about 2014, to sit in numerous meetings and presentations, and I got to tell you, the one thing that stood out was the Inner Harbor desal project, and that it was a great project, and it's something that needed to move forward. Also, one of the things that was very clear to me was that this is a very environmentally friendly project. It's not going to do harm to the bays and estuaries, and it's something, I know that there's a lot of concern about that, but that just doesn't seem, the facts don't show that. And the fact is that it was approved by the TCEQ and other agencies. And I think what you're going to find with the Farfield study as well, that the facts will support that it is a good project. You'll notice that I'm wearing a fishing shirt. Well, I'm an avid outdoorsman. I love to hunt and fish. And if there was anything that I thought would be harmful.
Oh, your time. Sorry.
I support the project. Please vote for it. And only one other thing to say. Giga Maggies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Steven Snyder. I'm coming from Taft, Texas. And when I'm speaking about Taft, I live on the north side of the Nueces Bay. I live 4 miles from where this proposed discharge will be. My brother-in-law and I, we're owners of SR Trident, Inc. It's a veteran-owned company that does industrial and marine construction here in the Coastal Bend. SR Trident employs 200 people. All of them are from the Coastal Bend. A large portion of them are here from Corpus. 90% of the work we do is within these industrial facilities around Corpus Christi and here in Corpus Christi. If these facilities are forced to cut back and even shut down due to water shortages, SR Trident will have to do the same. So there's a ripple effect. I'm here to strongly support moving forward with this desal plant for the city. I urge the council to do the same. God bless y'all in making this decision, and thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica Villarreal, District 3. I'm just in awe with all the comments that I've heard here today. I'm 48 years old. I moved here when I was 17 years old because of the city council and how this city is ran. This city is broken. It's broken, guys. I don't understand how something can go away and then come back because somebody else, not us, not the people, we're not going to get any water from this stuff. Has anybody been informed that the water is shit water? It's poop.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm sorry. You can't use the words, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry for the comment. It's poo water. It's dirty. Do you guys also know that you have an app that tells our people how much is in the water today? Where are all the environmentalists? Why aren't they here? You guys are exposing all this junk to people that aren't aware of what's going on. Knocking on people's doors, that's a good deed. But were you honest? Are you guys really being honest? I raised my kids in a different state because of the way the city is ran. When I was a child, I have known for years that this place is broken. I can see where the communities are coming together and evolving for one another. You guys are not helping anybody. You're hindering by pushing these matters back on the people. I see you laughing, Mayor. I don't think it's funny that people are without electricity. There's a lot of elders out there, like he explained, that have to make choices, either their meds or their electricity. Now it's their water. A lot of these decisions shouldn't even be made by the people. Unfortunately, we have to come together and find a way to say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Perkins, District 2. Y'all should really vote no on this, mostly because we haven't gotten the other study back, and we're having this conversation again without any additional information except that people in positions of power are scrambling. What are we scrambling for? Residents use less than a third of the water. That's in reports that the city government's water organization put out. What are we scrambling for? I'm not scrambling. I mean, yeah, my water bill's going up, but that's what expected with the high water usage, except we're not the ones using all of it either. You don't want this to be the answer, and I get that, because you want some like infinite expansive growth in the city of Corpus Christi, but we only have so much space, we only have so many materials, we only have so many things to use to grow. You ever try building a house when you don't got no trees? You can't do it. You can't build with nothing. And when if you put this plant down and it's only workable 200 days of the year, then we're still not gonna have any water, except now when we're not implementing drought restrictions on these people who are getting thousands of gallons of water for dollars compared to like myself, who only use about, I want to say my bill's about $135 for one person a month, and they get 1,000 gallons at a quarter. I don't think that's a correct conversion rate if y'all are, taking care of your city council residents. And as far as these people saying they're a workforce, you know, in the coastal bend, they supply a bunch of jobs in the coastal bend. 300,000 people at a 10,000, you know, workforce supply doesn't feel like a very accurate workforce number, especially if that 300,000 is just Corpus Christi. That's not Portland. That's not. That's not Portland. That's not over there in the island. That's the coastal bend's a large place. That's not that many jobs. And look, I don't want these people to suffer, but for these people not to suffer, y'all and them really have to expand on what y'all think about as the economy of Corpus Christi. You know, the industry is not going to last forever. Corpus Christi could last quite a bit longer than y'all realize, but the city needs to really build upon its other strengths besides the idea that we are a port city. The longer you keep using and using and using without any restrictions, the less we're going to have to work for in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Loeb, District 2. Somebody said earlier they hoped to hear from somebody who was in industry, and so I'm not industry. I make my living. I own about 5% of the retail and commercial office space in Corpus Christi and operate it. It's my investment. I have an IRA that has a little bit of money in it, but I'm fully invested in this community. I don't have a stock portfolio that I get to go live off of when this community fails. I live and die based on this community. My tenants are small business owners. They're doctors. They're the people who cut your hair. They're the people who sell you insurance. They're the people who make your auto loan. They're the people who serve you breakfast when you won't cook it at home. They're the people who sell you breakfast if you do cook it at home. So we've been working very hard over the last 3 years to cut water use because there's a bunch of people in this room that want to convince you that if we go into curtailment, industry suffers and nobody else does. My fish cellar can't operate without ice that gets made by water from you guys. My office building that has a huge number of medical practitioners, cooling system is run by water from City of Corpus Christi. No large office building in this community will work when we are under severe curtailment and you really expect us to cut 30%. That is what water use is for commercial businesses. It's used for cooling things. Food, water, it's used for hygiene, for medical. And so, I mean, there are people who act like it's residents versus industry. I see industry people every day shopping from my tenants. Some of them are my tenants. They're the spouses of my tenants. I saw my son's Boy Scout troop leader here, and his wife is my daughter's Girl Scout troop leader. I mean, I think there's a lot of people trying to convince you to vote no, that this is an either-or thing. This community needs more water. We used 150 million gallons a day in 1985. That was our average use. We use less than that now. The reason we need more water is because our lakes aren't producing the water they used to. I would love us to have enough water to grow, but this is about community survival. This is about how long we're in curtailment. And there's an extreme level of concern. I'll give you another one. I'm on a board of a preschool. If we have an outage of water, everybody goes home. All the parents get called. They have to go pick up the kids. So if we're on Mary Road's pipeline and the pipeline goes out, preschool in this town shut down until that pipeline's back up. And so it's not a game. It's not, and I understand that there are people who cannot afford $10 more. Please put together a rate committee. I will serve on it, and we will figure that out and solve that for you. It got solved last time. Last time, nobody who used under 2,000 gallons got a rate increase.
Thank you.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Nobody here is taking anything lightly, FYI. So far, you guys have, have been able to find some other projects, and we are at 128 MGD that will be coming to the table. We have a $1.4 billion tourist revenue that could be negatively impacted by discharge in the Corpus Christi Bay. Of that 128 MGD that's coming to the table with all these different, through these different projects at a cost of $57 million, none of it will take the community out of drought restrictions. Curtailment is different than turning off the switch. So don't be allowed to be filled with fear. That's the propaganda that has everybody freaked out, but curtailment is different than turning off the water, which no one intends to do. I would also like to, Mr. City Manager, give my name for the Water Committee, and I 100% think that that is the right direction to go. I do not believe the City Manager is equipped to make those assignments. The problem that we have with this plant is the location. The port pulled out of the La Quinta Channel because their far-field modeling proved that it would destroy the Corpus Christi Bay. Why some people are trying to reinvent the wheel is crazy. Can you please do my handout? So I wanted to remind you guys that the Hillcrest community is against this experimental plant. Coastal Conservation Association, Texas, CCA, is against this location. Saltwater Fisheries Enhancement Association, SEA, is against this plant. Surfriders Foundation is against this plant. Sierra Club South Texas chapter, against. For the Greater Good, against. Texas Campaign for the Environment, against. Chispa, Texas, against. Corpus Christi Taxpayers Association, Inc., against. Nueces County Democratic Party, against. Libertarian Party of Nueces County, Texas, against. I don't know. You all are the bosses, and you voted against this 6-3. You have a disgruntled employee who is trying to save his job, bringing a project back that not only the community does not want, but neither do any of these organizations that know water. They know water, and they know the impact that this is going to make. So I understand you guys are probably going to vote in favor of this to look at what is going to be presented. Open mind, I understand that, so do what you need to do. And also, Mayor, if you could please quit picking on me, because you did not pick on your friend Bart's wife when she said that Councilman Cantu should hang himself.
Stop, please. Yeah, you're done.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Arriola, Corpus Christi, and I represent a construction industrial company that employs right under 2,000 employees. We stand with the favor of the Inner Harbor desalination, but also, we stand with our industrial partners. Our industrial partners here in this area has shown growth. And what I see here is the hardest decision for you guys to make today is not just on water. It's really on growth, on stability, job stability, and not only that, but just the economical growth here in this city. So for us to be on board with this Inner Harbor desalination plan, I think you had a really good opportunity to talk to your construction team here. I think they've done a really good job giving you information, not only giving you information, but taking a little skin in the game. So for us to be here today to talk to you about, moving forward with this is not just coming from me, it's not coming from the people that we employ, but it's also coming for the community. So I really appreciate you and your vote to move forward with the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie Luna Saldana, District 2. You've heard from several special interest groups. You have the people for the greater good, you have industry, both special interest groups, okay? They have their own interest in mind and what they want you to do because of what they need. Now listen to what the people need. First of all, I want to thank our city manager for going out and trying to find a solution to a problem that's going to be long-term. And we're not looking at the short-term solutions. You've got that already in line. But I've had the privilege of being in a meeting with Mr. Leindecker, and he explained water the way no one has ever done. He lives here. He's part of this community. He's not going to do anything to hurt it. That's what I want you to know. He will not propose anything to you that would hurt Corpus Christi. I don't like the place we're going to put it in, but I need for you to think about what we need. Water. Not just short-term, but long-term. You have to separate yourself from everybody that yells and screams, which I do very often to you guys when you need to. But you need to think with a clear mind as to what is in the best interest of we, the citizens. And I agree with Councilman Cantu that we have to look out for the ones that need the help with paying their bills. But I know each and every one of you will take that into consideration, because you would not be in those chairs if people did not believe that you could do the job and make the decisions. So I'm asking you to make decisions based not only on logic and intelligence, but on what's good for the people and how much it's going to benefit them. God bless you in this task.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Miller, District 2. So I am not against industry. I am pro-growth. I very much want to see this city thrive. I want to see this city prosper. There are people in this room that don't agree with that, and that's okay. We are a cornucopia of different people in the city of Corpus Christi. We have a lot of industrial partners that are here in this room today, and the one thing that I have in common with them is some of them are my clients. Some of them are, or most of them are incredible business people. And as a business person, I look at this from a business perspective. And I look at this project like we are setting ourselves up for failure. We have, what I do whenever I evaluate a project is I look and see how well this has worked in other areas of the United States. This has only been attempted twice, anywhere in the United States at this scale. Both of those places, Tampa and Carlsbad, are very different than the city of Corpus Christi in a couple of different aspects. Number one, the metropolitan service area for both of those areas are over 3 million people. I believe Tampa is 3.4 million and San Diego is 3.5 million. They also have separate water entities from their cities. So if they go forward with a project and there is a problem, or if they have issues or it costs more money or anything like that, their cities are insulated. We talk a lot about in the city about our credit rating and what that looks like. If we go into this project and we borrow over $1 billion or just under $1 billion or whatever it ends up being, and we don't have secured water contracts with our industrial partners, our credit rating is going to tank because we are taking on a bunch of debt and we do not have certainty that we are going to have customers. Those customers have options. The citizens of Corpus Christi do not. And by the way, the MSA of the city of Corpus Christi is 450 to 500,000 people. That's way less than 3.5 million people. So we cannot afford to mess this up. And everything that we are doing is setting this thing up for failure. We're picking the worst spot, which all industry experts say is the worst spot. We are also not asking for an RFP for a cost per $1,000. We're focused in on how much is this plant going to cost, but we're not looking at what is our cost per $1,000, and we need to be looking at that. That is incredibly important, and that is the way it's done everywhere in the world. But only here in the city of Corpus Christi do we do it a different way. So I had this conversation with the city manager, and he gave 2 reasons why we cannot do an RFP like that, is because we're going to lose time and because we won't be able to use the SWIFT funding for that kind of scenario. Those are 2 valid concerns, but we have time. This is not going to save us from curtailment, and we have the opportunity to go before the board and plead with them to allow us to redirect these dollars in a different direction, which we have not done yet, and we have not heard from the board. So at a bare minimum, I ask that you table this until we hear back from the Texas Water Development Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beatriz Alvarado, District 1. I do have a spiel, but I did want to vent a little bit. I shouldn't be here. I'm sick, and I'm actually having to navigate the medical healthcare system here. And I just want to say, y'all suck. The choices y'all have made, especially recently, to try to end a residency program. I mean, it's evil. People are dying on your watch. It's unfair, and it's a symptom of how you've divested from community and prioritized industry. We don't need scholarships, we need hospitals, we need doctors, we need schools, and we need community centers to thrive as a community. And these multi-million dollar companies are here giving us scraps. You shouldn't stand for it. It's ridiculous. I'm here to oppose the revival of the Hillcrest Desalination Facility, or the Inner Harbor, as you like to call it, when you pretend you're not trying to erase the last historically Black neighborhood in the city. Many people of all walks of life have come up here to urge you not to impose further harm on Hillcrest residents, to save our bays from brine dumps, to refrain from introducing PFAS into our drinking water, to further industrializing the area, and to stop allowing current industry free reign on our natural resources. A lot has been said at this podium to try to sway you to change course, but you haven't listened. You're ignoring the vast majority of residents who refuse to adjust to the status quo. You're ignoring true experts in the living conditions that you've created. We're sick of competing for water with multi-billion dollar industries that you've lured here with cheap water that you have no contracts with. We killed the Inner Harbor plant before, and we're here to do it again because we're not giving up our drinking water without a fight. All of you up there, except Sylvia, are bending over backwards to keep the Exxons and the Valeros from curtailing water use instead of taking a hard look at our water rate structure, which has been brought up several times today. Amid worsening climate, you're taking on more projects that residents don't need. Residents have subsidized industry's water use for years, according to your own published study. It's time they start paying us back. Corpus Christi is an industry town because you chose that for us. For what? So they can keep getting richer and we get crumbs? So you can stay in the governor's grace while we pay for their water infrastructure? For anyone listening today, I want to point out that the governor had to interfere to revive this plant because of what we're building without the city's consent. We refuse to stop imagining a better world for ourselves and for our future generations.
Thank you.
It is nicer when y'all pay attention, thanks. Christina English, District 1. We're all here again, deja vu, after a 6-3 vote against this project. Some of you insist that we're considering something new, but we're not. Mark Munster was right in pointing out that consideration of other bids was offered by staff and dismissed by council the night of the previous vote. So we've been here, we've done this already. This decision has been made and has been brought back up for consideration by a mayor who stated on this dais that she would be bringing it back because she doesn't need a 2 or 3 person signature memo or whatever to get it done. She can do it on her own. That's ugly. Rachel Caballero correctly pointed out that the council not only voted 6-3, but the community came out and spoke 7-1. We know this project will be insanely expensive. We're not fooled by no-cost first steps and understand that desal has not gone on sale. And I don't need to know the price of something I don't want. I also get really uncomfortable when men offer me things for free, and I think you should too. We know this project would harm our bay and environment in general. We can't even say for certain how badly because we haven't done the research, and the research we've paid for doesn't belong to us, I guess. Worst of all is that this would still be in the Hillcrest neighborhood. This location is a non-starter for me. It has to be for you. This is a historically Black neighborhood. It's disgusting behavior, really. Please do not perpetuate the legacy of environmental and institutional racism that already exists in Corpus Christi. Please do not attach your legacy to it, Mayor and Council. Councilperson Cantu repeatedly has said no to this cost and this location. I agree. Councilpersons Roy and Vaughn have both said it's too much money and that's not going to change. Eli McKay and Councilperson Paxton have both articulated for the council and the public just how much water this council has already got in the works. We'll have somewhere between a 4 MGD deficit and a 8 MGD surplus even during peak summer months. All of this is before considering that the water isn't even for residential use. We have plenty of water to shower and wash our cars. It's the industry pulls it from us. We've oversold our resources, and now the mayor and city manager, with considerable pressure from the governor's office, are seeking to further exploit our city for profits that belong to billion-dollar companies. I'm asking 3 of you for a change of heart and 6 of you to stand firm. Please do not move forward with any discussion on Inner Harbor desal. Vote no on item 18. It doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. Also, members of the public and spouses of city board members who wish out loud that elected officials would kill themselves.
Thank you.
You're ugly.
Well, I certainly can't top that, but my name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful Uptown District 1. And I really didn't prepare anything today, but a few things that I wanted to mention is that, you know, a lot of times people try to paint out people who are against the Inner Harbor location as against growth or against business, and that's simply not true. Many of us have family members who have worked for the industry. My father spent many years as a derrick hand on an oil rig, and he's told me many stories. And I think that it's been said multiple times that we do respect the workers, we appreciate the workers, we hope the best for the workers. And I don't personally believe that they're getting the best, because if these billion-dollar companies won't pay for water, they won't pay their fair share, why in the heck do they think that they're getting treated with respect? I've spent 20 plus years in corporations also, and I know I never got a moment of respect from any of those corporations, but they sure liked it when I made them millions of dollars. So this item has brought forward a lot of strong opinions. Unfortunately, it has not brought forward very many educated opinions, and as someone who pays attention week in and week out, year in and year out, it's frustrating to hear people say, we need desal, when y'all just bought into 50 million gallons of water that will be coming from the Harbor Island desal plant, which got little to no resistance from the community. As you can see, that's the thing. It's the location, it's the bay. For a lot of people, it's not even the cost, because is money even real? I don't know. So it's crazy to think that some of the people in this room have lived and breathed this project for almost a decade, some people even 2 decades, because some of the groups that Rachel mentioned have been opposing this project since like 2002 or 2003, which is crazy. What I do know is that no matter what you decide today, many of us will be back next meeting, and then we'll be back at the next meeting, and then we'll be back at the next meeting. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Many of us are not just here for a show. We're here every week, sacrificing our time with our loved ones, our pets, probably our jobs. I know I had to quit my job so I could start paying attention to city council. Corporate retail didn't like that. But we're not here for money, and we're not here for time. We are not here for ego. We are here for love. And I truly believe that's all any of us should need, and we should be kind to our neighbors, whether we agree with them or not. We have love for our neighbors, we have love for our community, we have love for our bay, and we have love for our planet. So if we could just try to embrace that love as a community on either side of the issue, I think that we would make more progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Maggie Peacock, District 2. It's just embarrassing. If I was sitting at either of these chairs right now, I don't know how I could show my face to the community. And by the community, I mean the people and not like corporate interest. Yeah, at this point, the cost of it doesn't really matter to me, or neither does like the research needed to prove that it's going to be bad for the bay. Like we know it is. it's all about Hillcrest. And I don't know, I was thinking of earlier today when y'all were talking about how this is gonna be like a privately owned desal plant. I was thinking of the Lorax movie, where they have to buy air from a private business. It's like the O'Hare Air. And I don't know, I know I'm talking about a children's movie right now, but like saying this out loud, it makes my heart drop to my stomach a little bit. It's just scary. But yeah, there's no division to whether this site is safe or unsafe. It's in the Hillcrest community. And if you stand in front of the proposed site, the exact block of where this proposed plant is to be built, which we're not going to let it, there are empty driveways where houses were, where families would park their cars to go home. And right across the street, there are still houses and families and people. And it's heartbreaking, and it's also incredibly frustrating that no one on this dais is talking about it except for one person. And when that one person started talking about fighting for the people were relieved to see ourselves up there and not corporate interest. And so we reacted with joy by clapping or cheering. And once again, the person sitting right there interrupted so rudely because to her, decorum means more than Hillcrest. And yeah, Sylvia, thank you. And like Sylvia said, it's a shame that we are here again. But we're gonna win, and we're gonna defeat this again, because we have to. I was talking the other day about my first time I made public comment. It was in 2021. I think it was the vote on the SWIFT loans. And I just think about all of the beautiful people that were there that day. And Sylvia, you were a huge part of that day for me, and you were like, we want you in this fight, we want you in this movement, and we're gonna win. And we're gonna win again. It is just a shame that we're here. Yeah, I have so much more to say, but I think I'm gonna end it there. Just make the right choice, no desal. And yeah, it's all about Hillcrest. I just don't understand why y'all aren't talking about that. But yeah.
Thank you.
Laramie Fain, District 2. Y'all should just call it the Guajardo Zanoni desalination plant. Because at this point, it's clear that it is only here to serve your own self-interest. I find it fascinating that the cost that we were given was over $1 billion. The community comes together, gets the project killed, and then all of a sudden we have all of these desal partners that are saying, oh, we can do it at no cost to residents. Like, where were they when we were footing the bill for over $1 billion? I find it fascinating that Greg Abbott says that he's disappointed in you, and here it is back on the agenda. Whose interests are you serving with this? His or ours? Industries? Yours? And why is the governor of the state of Texas even so invested in Corpus Christi's water supply the minute the Inner Harbor is off the table? Because he, like you, does not care about working class people. The concern has always lain with securing a water supply for current and future industry. The only people that want this built are the ones with ties to development and industry that stand to benefit financially or politically from this project. They are capitalizing on our crisis, and I find that disgusting, pathetic, shameful. Because it's working class people that have consistently shown up and said, no, enough, we don't want it, put it to bed. And we did that. And if this water is for residents, like you say, then our say and where that water comes from should hold the most weight. And it is working class people that beat the self-absorbed agenda, and we will do it again, regardless of what you decide today. There's a church in Hillcrest, too.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Butler. I believe I live in District 2.
I'm actually signed up for the 5:30, so you could go ahead and scratch me off for that because I just had to run over here today about this here, sick and all. And I'm too am like Ms. Campos. I just don't understand how this item came back to the agenda. Me being a Robert Rules of Order person and several nonprofits that I'm a part of, according to what I looked up, and every time I hear the quorum and we're doing this, it seems like, and according to the city's website, that y'all follow Robert Rules of Order. And according to Robert Rules of Order, an agenda item that was voted down can be brought back using a motion to reconsider or a motion to rescind, depending on the situation and when the vote occurred. A motion to reconsider requires a 2/3 vote and can only be made on the same day of the original vote took place by someone who voted on the prevailing side, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to point that out. Also, I want to thank those council persons who did come out to the Hillcrest area and talk with the residents, because you understood and you listened to us versus the person who represents that area and need questions ahead of time before they can come out. I just heard that someone asked to be on a city meeting, a committee, and Councilwoman Campos mentioned that she had some names as well. My thing is, if you keep getting those who are, and I know both of them, and nothing against the gentleman, that kind of see your side, then you're really not getting the public side. Hillcrest is the only African-American area that blacks could own homes. It is a historical area, and you just broke ground last week on a $26 million park renovation, and yet you want to put DSAL right next to the park where the kids and families are supposed to play. Those that were affected by the Harbor Bridge who moved early, who probably should have stayed, some of those are now losing their houses because they can't pay the property tax where they were moved to. And so those that want to stay, what is the problem with that? I don't get it. We all know, and it's not being transparent, that they plan to make that port area an art corridor with restaurants, condos, those type of things. You got a lay down yard already over there. And that was there before it was voted to be there. So if you want to build there, then pay the people what they're asking for, and you wouldn't have these issues. The buffer zone was lesser than it was, and then it got moved up closer. We have been dying from cancer, various types of cancers over the years. Do the right thing as council and vote no against this DSAL.
Thank you.
Let's put this to rest right now. Statement of fact. Several people have come up and said DSAL was voted down. It was not voted down. What was voted down and out was Key Wit. And several have come up here and said that that was not voted down. Just to clarify.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Armand Alex, Corpus Christi. I'm here thinking about the thousands of hard-working residents of Corpus Christi, working-class people who expect and deserve basic services from our city, one of them including safe, clean, and sustainable water sources. A vote today in favor of the so-called Corpus Christi DSAL Partners Deal is not a vote for people of Corpus Christi. It's a vote for corporations and greedy executives. It's a vote for profit over people, period. We had a council member release a press statement about caring for our future generations, but this deal welcomes with open arms a tidal wave of pollution, debt, and broken promises. Even with this sham of a shady deal or concepts of a plan, things remain the same. We know heavy industry, refineries, petrochemical plants already use more than half of the city's water supply. So tell me, is this deal about solving a water crisis for our families, or is it about subsidizing industry at our expense once again? Our community wants water democracy, not a secret handshake in a boardroom between the city manager and greedy executives. There's a reason many council members are afraid to take this to a citywide vote. They know our residents are done with the status quo. They're done being lied to about job creation and safety when the industrial plants who would benefit from desal would and currently bring cancer, pollution, and strategic tax evasion. And don't think for a moment this is being done for us, the people. Look at the campaign contributions of the city council members, who are the biggest cheerleaders for desal. Look at the ongoing investigations of fraud. If you believe this is about public interest, tell that to the Hillcrest neighborhood that annually measures benzene levels 280 times the general population's average. Hillcrest is not invisible. Those are our families, those are our friends, and our neighbors. And we cannot proceed with this desalination deal in our inner harbor. It remains a violent act of injustice. It disproportionately burdens Hillcrest with risk they did not cause and cannot afford. So halt, end this shady deal. Redirect funds to people-centered water solutions. We want democracy over our water. Make heavy industrial users pay their fair share. Give our community members seats at the table, not just press statements on Facebook. Because the question is, will you stand with us, or will you stand aside as this city double downs on deception? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jen Gracia. I'm District 1 now, so I want to let you all know that. Last time I came here, it was exciting. There was food. I was so happy, and I'm real necia right now because I'm very hungry. But I am not going to flip-flop on y'all. When I was on the campaign trail, and thank you to some of the council members that helped donate to my University of Texas LBJ Women's Campaign. I really appreciate any contributions in the past, but I'm not going to flip-flop on what I believe is that this is probably not the best decision, and it's just like anything. We have to be careful with what we're giving our energy to, and the energy in the room was like, if you guys can just shake that off and just kind of reset for a minute, because I know it's been a long day. I want to let you know that yes, I'm involved, but I'm also very dedicated to my family, because I am a family woman too. So I have little ones, and a shout out to my little grandbaby Cameron, because she got 103 on her test, so we've been studying, okay? But there's others like Cameron and all the little babies at Metro E that, we need to have them in mind too. It's a great place to learn, and I'm alumni from Winseal Middle School, so I'd please consider the kids too, please consider the neighborhood, and please say no to desal. And Flint Hills, baby, you owe me a lunch or something, because I've been waiting long enough. I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
Alex Benavides, District 3. I just want to say, to the statement of fact, I think we can all tell now that you guys didn't vote to kill the desal, but then why? Oh, for political theater, so that you can kill our people and still get our vote, right? Is that what it was for? I'm against it. Oh, no, never mind. The one thing that should be considered are the lives. Killing some deer is not equatable to killing our residents. You guys, we all feel tricked, statement of fact. And believe me, we're going to stand together because we're tired of it. People are taking our parks, and no one's saying anything for their district. People are trying to put desal in Hillcrest. Historically black residents are going to die. They already have lower life expectancies. But you're good with it because we're getting paid. And all of our districts, what District 1, where we are by Miller, we're all coming back together. We're tired of losing our resources. We want to fight for a church says it doesn't fit the neighborhood. Well, this doesn't fit Hillcrest, first of all. And how dare, we talk about women being exploited, the prostitutes you're mad at, but we don't have one person saying that we're tired of industrial hookers coming in and stealing our resources and exploiting our people. We're tired of them. I've been a lifelong resident here, and we should ask these businesses, how many of when they start running the plant, how many of us are going to be in there? right? How many jobs are they actually really giving? And for all the resources that they're stealing, why are they not even top 5 of the employers of this city? Not even top 5. They're stealing from us. They're leeches. They're not good neighbors. They're giving us cancer, and they won't even pay for all that toxicity that they're giving to us. And then they want to change the narrative like we don't have black residents that are dying because of this. So if you want to vote for going ahead and killing more historically black residents, then we need to see it how it is. Mr. Councilman Hernandez, he was in the Navy on a ship, same as I. Many people who have gone through this technology, these RO units and stuff, we can tell you, they're horrible. I was on one, we couldn't drink water for a week, right? We had to figure it out. We had a tank left, and you could only touch it to drink a little bit, and that was it. Finally got it good enough to wash some clothes, wash some stuff. We had to throw paper plates away. It was awful. But this isn't about the cost. This isn't about all the stuff. You can look bored all you want, but that lives of Hillcrest is what it's about, and you shouldn't yawn or put your head back or not care about those lives, because we stand with Hillcrest. Saki stands with Hillcrest. District 3, we stand with Hillcrest. Molina, we stand with Hillcrest. And we will be here, and we will vote.
Thank you.
Henry Williams, District 1. And I'm a Hillcrest resident. I grew up in Hillcrest. My father, my mother, my family. We have lived in Hillcrest all of our lives. I am a third-generation Corpus Christian. You know, I have a heart for our city. You know, of who we are. I am against the Inner Harbor desal. I believe that it is destructive both to our neighborhood, to our waters, and to our environment. I don't believe that it is the solution to our water problem. I'm a man of faith, and I'm a minister. There are scriptures that speaks to water. Okay. And what the Bible says regarding water is that when God is pleased with a people, he will bless them with water. And he will bless them with rain. If we are having a problem with water and with rain, we need to take a look at where we are morally. My church deals with the people of the city who are in one area or another hurting in their lives, okay? If they have a need for food, if they have a need for their electric bill to be paid, if they have a problem with their rent, okay? We help many of them, okay? Corpus Christi is a very difficult place for poor folk, okay? Rent for the worst of places, you cannot get for under $700. The apartments in our city, $1,000 and up per month. If a person loses their job, they can't afford their rent, okay? Or it's making a decision, okay, with regard to, do I pay my bill or do I buy food? You as a council and we as a people, we need to take a look at who we are.
Thank you, Reverend.
As a people.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Council, Lamont Taylor, the infamous or the famous, whatever you want to call me, in District 1. I thank you, Peter, for calling me out and for me volunteering again to be on the board. I haven't been on one since I was since I left the Planning Commission or on the Regional Transportation Board. I haven't volunteered since then because of several reasons. One, I want to talk about Hillcrest residents. Excuse me, Hillcrest, period. I'm not a spokesperson for HRA. I'm a spokesperson for Lamont Cranston Taylor. And what I talk about when I talk about Hillcrest is that I've been there for 65 years until we had to do the relocation. Unfortunately, it wasn't by my desire, but something that had to happen. But I do still own property in Hillcrest and on the north side, and so I'm concerned about that particular area. But one thing I want to tell you about this situation is that it's the only individual of African Americans that were accommodated in this city. And basically, I'm looking at this as a racial issue. I hate to say that, I'm speaking for Lamont. Because nowhere else in the city are you building this plant and you have driven out a group of people. You're building this plant in this particular area, and then you want to say that that it's for good of the citizens of Corpus Christi. Well, those black people over there, they were citizens of this city. They paid taxes. They lived, they grew families right over there. But no, you want to build a harbor desal plant in the very image and place where they live, grew, and have families. But yet and still, you want to put a park over there because of the dilapidated conditions that were over there that they were hanging on. And so you want to build up a $16 million plant that had been overdue because you, the city of Corpus Christi, took away their swimming pool, took away their ballparks, and now you want to bring something back to them. It wasn't because of what they did. It's because of what you did to African American people in that particular area. So y'all can say what it is, what y'all want to say is for water for the people. Yeah, well, what about the people that were there living? You want to sacrifice them for your glory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Adrian De Leon. I live on the south side of Corpus Christi. It's with great honor I come to you to address the council and just say that I want to speak on behalf of the construction worker. I've lived in Corpus Christi my whole life. I'm a certified welder. I work for a company called Turner Industries. We service the refineries. I make my living off of this town and the refineries and construction. I'm a construction worker. That's what I do for a living. It's given me everything in life. You know, I was 23 years old when I bought my house with my wife. And I'm proud that, you know, I made a living with my hands, you know. And I know that God has put you here in a position to make a decision, an important decision. And I feel that y'all are here for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. I mean, you were voted in to create jobs or protect jobs, not to crush jobs. What's going to happen to me or my brothers and sisters back there, construction workers, they're going to lose their job because the refinery has to cut down capacity, run at 30%. They can't run full capacity because there's no water. So what does that mean? That means layoffs. They got to cut back. People around are going to see that this town cannot provide. Nobody's going to want to invest here. Nobody's going to want to come to the table and do business with Corpus Christi because you can't fulfill your promises. So I'm pro-business, but I work with my sweat. Everything that I have in life, I earned it by hard work. So I just say, please vote yes, and I hope you guys make the right decision. I love this town. I've been in this town my whole life, and I remember it when I was a little kid. And I don't really think that this desal is gonna pollute as bad as they say. I don't think so. And the deal is it's a domino effect. If they lose, we all lose, and it affects us all. The word gets out, hey, there's no jobs here. People are gonna go somewhere else. They're gonna go to San Antonio, they're gonna go to Houston. I don't wanna live in Corpus. You know what? There's no work. So it's all reputation, word of mouth. You guys are the leaders. Y'all were voted to lead. Do your job, get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Klein.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, if you can hold one second.
Just for a quick statement of fact, thank you, Mayor. I think that there was just a bit of perhaps concern where there may be some confusion that this current vote is the coin toss, whether or not we go into curtailment and industry has to cut back. Could you clarify that a little bit? Because that's not what this vote's about.
Yeah, right. That's not what this vote is about. So we're working hard with the current water sources that are coming online on Nueces River Wells project in Evangeline to make sure curtailment doesn't happen. Right now, the forecast, if we didn't do those two projects, is November of '26. So this project today has no bearing on that. This is at least a 3 to 4 year project before water comes online. And so this is not the vote today is not to stave off curtailment, nor are we planning on going into curtailment if we can get our water sources on as currently programmed.
We're not at the point where we're discussing curtailment.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group. And I would just reiterate what I've said before, that the Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group remains opposed to the Inner Harbor desal plant project. We would still believe it's too expensive for CC Water ratepayers. We believe it's going to harm Corpus Christi Bay. We have a great deal of concern about the impact it's going to have on the Hillcrest neighborhood where this is going to be built. I would ask you to consider cheaper alternatives. And again, we've had this conversation before as well. This is what the engineers told me when they came to talk to us about this 7 years ago, that the science behind desalination, seawater desalination, is sound, but it is by far the most expensive way to make water. You should try everything else before you do this. We've not done that. Currently, right now, the Mary Roads pipeline is running at what, 73% capacity? Until 15 months ago, it ran at 45% capacity. That's just atrocious. This is a huge asset that we paid for, the public paid for. It's not being underutilized. That's an option we should be looking at instead. We should be looking at reducing the evaporation rate in the reservoirs, as I've mentioned, but in the past. We should be looking at storing water below ground so you don't have to worry about evaporation at all. All of these are less expensive options than desalination. I also want to point out kind of the big picture here, that this desal plant stands to accelerate the rush to industrialize Corpus Christi, to turn us into Texas City. There's good people who live in Texas City, but I don't want that for our community here, and I don't think the majority of the people here do either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, thank you for your time. I have a presentation for later on, but since I had the opportunity to talk, my name is Leo Dahlbeck, and I live at 8100 South PID, lot number 363. I've been a resident of Corpus Christi over 42 years. The Mary Roads pipeline, I could see her smiling right now that y'all have increased production on something that was scalable up. I'm really glad about it. I am adamantly opposed to pumping hypersaline water in the inner harbor. Now, I'm all for the desal plant because the only thing that we got plenty of is salt water, okay? And what we need to do is build a pipeline from over there at Hillcrest all the way out to the Gulf of Mexico, about 28, 30 miles. The Mary Roads was 101 miles and done under budget. If you can believe that, I read the internet, okay? So the trip is the Mr. Manager has brought a coalition of people, all these contractors, I forget the name, CC something, but it's a good idea. They got the expertise to give a good and well thought out explanation and all of these infrastructure deals, like making a pipeline all the way from Hillcrest, a discharge. I meant that. The suction can be there. The suction will enhance the circulation. All these academics, and I'm going to repeat this story when y'all give me a chance again, but all these academics from the Texas A&M all said it's a year circulation. You can't put hypersaline water in a closed system. Any of y'all that ever remembered the red tide? Golly, especially over in Baffin Bay and all that other area. There was a company just a while back that wanted to pump hypersaline water into Baffin Bay. What a disaster. Okay, and so I've got some droids. I appreciate your time. And that's my story. I'm opposed to saline water going into the inner harbor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Daniel Pena, Hillcrest. You know, I just, it's unbelievable to be here again. So, Inner Harbor, you know that you guys have passed that name around for years. And the only reason you got this far is because you never were honest enough to tell us it was going to be in Hillcrest. Because you would have had, you know, a lot more against you than you do now. Dishonesty, you know, lack of transparency. When did you guys vote? That's okay, let's put it in Hillcrest. You know what I mean? How many of you were involved in that? You got to ask yourself, how did that happen? How did the neighborhood get voted to put a desal plant without even having a discussion with us? We've had councilman after councilman, not yourself, because we haven't seen you around, councilman after councilman come to our area trying to sell us something, trying to get us out. What is it going to take to get you guys? You know, that's the kind of approach we've had. We had mayors, we have all kinds of suggestions on how they could help us rehabilitate the area, you know, and revive the area, you know, and been leading us by the nose. Hey, this is what we're going to do for you all. And here we are. We don't even have a choice. I mean, you know, we're past the choice. Can it be? Is it going to be in Hillcrest? You guys already shoved it down our throat, just like you did the bridge and everything else. You know, discussions. You know, the whole thing is being deceitful. The whole thing is being deceitful to the whole neighborhood. Never once considering the people that live there. Not at one time. And so now the decision is what? What are you guys trying to decide? You know, I thought you decided already, hey, it's not, you know, I know you're not trying to get rid of the desal, but, you know, you had the chance. You've had several chances to make it right and move it somewhere else. Not even that. Fix the problem. The other guys, they're considering fixing the problem. The problem is nobody wants the water or the mess inside the bay. We don't want you, period, in our neighborhood. But I think that decision's been made a long time ago. Not by us. You didn't ask us. You just shoved it down our throat again. You know, when are you going to do something? Please look it up in your history books. When was the last time you did anything for Hillcrest? Not District 1, but for Hillcrest. And so now tomorrow starts the problems of anytime we speak against the city, then we'll have the code enforcement and whoever else wants to come in and make our life miserable, because that's what you do. That's the only thing the city does for Hillcrest.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Bob Paulison, the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Industry Association. I live in District 4 here in Corpus Christi. The Coastal Bend Industry Association supports approval of item 18, and also we support approval of item 19 too, just in the interest of efficiency. I want to thank you for your leadership and commitment to a diversified water supply portfolio and an all-of-the-above water strategy that's essential to protecting existing jobs and ensuring that the Coastal Bend remains positioned for economic vitality and prosperity. It's important because such an approach will provide certainty in our water supply at a time when there's much uncertainty. As you're well aware, the association has been a longtime supporter of the Inner Harbor Desal project. That continues, and we are appreciative and strongly support a renewed look at the Inner Harbor Desal project. In a time of defined by uncertainty, this project offers a reliable, drought-proof water supply that can strengthen our long-term water security. In our assessment, the Inner Harbor Desal project continues to be the best option for the city to pursue seawater desalination, given that it's fully permitted, a permit issued by TCEQ and reviewed by the EPA. I might add, that kind of gets, I think, lost in the conversation a lot of times, as does an appreciation for exactly what's involved in the permitting process and how much work has already been done on the environmental responsibility portion of this endeavor. So given that the project's fully permitted, there's low interest funding that's been secured, and it's still possible that work can resume on this project, we think it's the best way to add a reliable drought-proof supply to the system, and that can be done in an environmentally responsible way that protects the bay. We understand that there are others that don't agree with that, and that, frankly, is what makes America great. We think the plan under consideration today and presented earlier offers a balanced approach and provides an opportunity to resolve the concerns most recently argued here in chambers and around town throughout the summer and been brought up again today. And at the same time, it protects the city and ratepayers, for the time being at least, from the ill effects of swift bond defeasance, which is an important consideration. A September poll conducted by My Town, Our Future, this was brought up earlier, conducted by Harris DeVille Associates and performed by Perception Insight, found that 63% of Corpus Christi voters who responded to the poll support restarting the Inner Harbor Desal project. That's because people know that this is about our shared future. If you're interested in looking at that poll, I encourage you to visit the My Town, Our Future website. It's there. Corpus Christi has always been a city that plans ahead and builds for tomorrow. We need to pursue every water option, including the Inner Harbor, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Isabel Reza, District 2, co-founder for the Greater Good. And actually, I really struggled with what I was going to say that I haven't already said, because I've pretty much been coming here since we discovered that refineries and petrochemical industry was lobbying for industry back when H2O for Texas came to Corpus in 2016. So it was good to hear what everybody had to say. And I just want it for the record, My Town, Our Future is paid for by Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, who has 600 employees. So I'm wondering who got that survey. The other thing that I want to say is that, yeah, we're against desal. Adura gave Mayor Guajardo in 2022 $500, a donation to their campaign. In 2024, Councilman Hernandez received $400. Councilman Cantu received $400, and Councilman Roy received $1,500 from them. So I'd like them to recuse themselves from this vote. Really like that turn of phrase, industry is always thirsty. And I just like listening to that construction worker, my heart goes out to them, because what he demonstrates is what a lot of people here in this community demonstrate when you have industry, just like a 30-minute infomercial that posed as an interview, and then the 2-minute, 47-second story that came out about the $2.2 trillion that the city could make off of desal. We don't have the luxury of paying for ideas to get disseminated to everybody. We just build connections and try to talk to people about what's possible in the community. Industry's jobs have contracted so much that now they're reporting industry's jobs with construction jobs, trying to conflate the two. The reality is that there can be other construction jobs. We just have to invest in those kinds of things. And the city, when there were opportunities, just didn't take them. So we lack the imagination of what's possible because we're so used to being starved and denied. It's like you celebrate when a plant grows in the crack of concrete, not recognizing all of those other seeds that never, ever had an opportunity to grow, to thrive, to survive, because you create a hostile living environment for them. And yet there are people here that don't want to run away, that want to be here, that want to do good. And I want better for our community. And so many of y'all don't want that. We don't know the cost of this new project. We don't know the volume. We don't know the maintenance. We don't know the timeline. We don't know the rate. We don't know the environmental impact. You're gonna now do an far field study, but anyway, okay, I'm done. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. Oh.
Trey Cranford, outside the city limits. You know, there seems to be a common theme within these chambers. Time and time again, the city shows it's not being a good neighbor. From Hillcrest Inner Harbor desal to the Nueces groundwater wells, major decisions are being pushed forward with little transparency and almost no real community input. Proof of this is before you now. County residents are only given 1 minute to speak to council, 1 minute to voice concerns about projects that could reshape the communities for generations. That's not listening, that's checking a box. People deserve a city that respects them, that engages honestly, and that treats surrounding communities like partners, not obstacles. It's time for leadership that hears its neighbors and stops pushing decisions onto them without a genuine seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we are going to close public comment on item number 18.
Mayor, I move for approval. I mean, we still might comment, but I move for approval.
Do we have, okay. Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you. Okay, well, let me see. I kept trying to keep count of how many people were making public comment. I counted 51. And out of the 51, I try to keep up with what people were saying, on both sides. And there was a theme. The theme with the public commenters were most of the people that were supporting this project were either paid employees or had some financial gain, for it, which I don't blame. People have to work, that's fine. But we also need to realize that, the decisions that we make here is for everyone, I also wanted to make sure that that we looked. I did text our city secretary about the Roberts Rules of Order and how that was going to affect this vote. And I do want to hear from you just so that the public will know, because I thought that made sense. What she said, Tina, made sense. So I just want to make sure that we are following the Roberts Rules of Order. And I also wanted to echo that what we are experiencing here, I hope, is coming out of love, because that word doesn't come out. I know that we have a different approach on how we think, what love looks like, but we do have love for our community. And even though, I may come out, about industry, believe me, I've lived here. I'm almost 70 years old, so I've lived here all my life. I've had family members that live in the industry, so it's never been about the worker, ever, okay? What this is doing, what this project is doing, is bringing even more of that type of industry. And again, Texas City is something that I don't think we want, and that's why I stay firm on this vote. And I hope that my fellow council members will stay firm with theirs, because nothing has changed, okay? Nothing. We still don't have the actual costs. We still don't know, the far field modeling, really the entire modeling. We could have had that done. We would have probably not even been here, because we would have heard from the science that this is not the best place to put it. So again, I'm grateful. I'm grateful that the people here came out and voiced their concerns. And out of the 50 people, I'm telling you, it takes a lot for y'all, for everyone to come here and make public comment. And I do agree with at least the last commenter, and I've been advocating for that as well. But again, I don't get heard. But I do feel that whoever comes to here in person, at least in public comment, and has a city concern, especially water, that we give them the full 3 minutes. That's the least that we can do. So, and I'm also thankful that my fellow council members did advocate for at least letting us speak more than twice. This is a very, very important issue. And I know that there's probably more that we can say, but I stand with you. I stand with our people, with the residents, and I will be voting against this.
Councilman Cantu.
Is there a motion on the floor, right? My motion?
Did you make, there was a motion that you formulated?
I just want to make sure, I want to do just a motion for the far field study. Must have a far field study done also.
Okay, so you had stated, you said you were thinking about making the motion? Did you make that motion to amend? Because he made a motion to approve, and you're making a motion to amend?
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Just for the far field study.
Oh, that's true. There wasn't a second to Mr. Barrera's motion. That's true.
Didn't Councilman Cantu
Is there a second now?
Okay.
Yes, so Peter,
So you're going to still make a motion to amend?
Rebecca?
Sir.
Yeah, Councilman Cantu made a motion hours ago, and I think what he's saying is he wants to amend it to just have the requirement of the far field study.
There was no second to it, sir.
Oh, well, was there an ask for a second?
Well, that was hours ago.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
What'd you say, Carolyn?
There was no second.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we asked.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we, Rebecca?
Okay, so Mr. Cantu had stated it wasn't, this is how I paraphrased it when you were talking. So I said contingent. So you were okay with the motion, but you had some contingencies?
Correct.
So what you said was it was contingent upon the Texas Water Development Board confirmation that they will extend. You said it? Do you mean the loan?
Cancel that out. Because it's on the 17th, so that's not a long time. So you cancel that out, just do the far field study itself.
So not the Texas Water Development Board confirmation, instead contingent upon completion of the far field study?
Correct.
Okay, is that, and that's prior to
if they want to move forward with the price tag, move forward with the far field study also.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that
Yeah,
make sense?
that's
Mr.
good. You can even
Pisanelli?
add in there, start immediately on the far-field study.
Okay.
Well, I think
So
that's the difference,
Huh?
is we're starting it now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a contingent upon immediate
Yeah,
start, commencement of the Farfield study?
right. And that, of course, includes the procurement process to select a company, but that's what it means.
I'll second this motion.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. We'll begin the procurement process to begin the study immediately.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well,
So-
I didn't want you second, Roland. I want her second. I'm just kidding.
Unless you have a second.
Hey.
So immediate commencement of the Farfield study and what? And what for procurement? Did you say something?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, we said we
Don't
would
worry about it.
immediately begin the procurement process to begin a far-field study.
Oh,
So
Yes.
you're amending the motion to add, to start the Barfield study immediately
Correct.
with,
Procurement process,
what?
the procurement process.
Yeah, the procurement process. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a vote. I'm sorry, please stop. Yeah. I'm going to ask you to leave the council chambers. Yes, thank you. Ridiculous.
He wanted you to wait for the vote, I think, until
Thank you, ma'am.
after.
Thank you.
I second
All right.
the motion.
Anybody else? We're trying to get through this meeting. And people are going to sit and act out of decorum.
Farfield study.
You can leave now, or I can ask you to leave. So we have a motion. We have a second.
I still want to make some comments though, but
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second.
yeah, to amend, right.
Right.
He wants further discussion. He's requesting
Right.
further discussion.
Right. You have comments now, Councilman?
can I come back to my comments? I need to get my thoughts straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to agree with a lot of the commenters that Roland is wrong and evil. I just needed a moment of levity to break some of the tension here, but I do want to say that, Peter, I'm a little disappointed in this. This did not have to come for a vote. This was an MOU. You sign MOUs all the time without coming to council for a vote. And honestly, it created a lot of division in the community, again, probably needlessly. But going back to what I was saying about how much this is going to cost, I had mentioned that we have $2.4 billion that the city is obligated to pay back from revenue bonds. Over $3 billion for the city as a whole when you count in the general obligation bonds and certificates of obligation. There's limited resources to what we have. And, I'm thinking we can do maybe 3 or 4 projects. And without, doubling or more than doubling everybody's utility bill. When you do that, it won't be this council, it'll be the next council or the council after that that'll have the pitchforks and torches coming after them because they're raising everybody's rates, but their hands will be tied because we wrote the check that they'll have to pay for. I want to be very judicious about this and not make sure that we're taking in consideration what people have to pay ultimately for this water. I'd love to set a target of $6 per 1,000 gallons or less. I don't know if that's realistic for a desal plant, but it should be on a per 1,000 gallon basis because that's what we're looking at for some of these projects that we're doing now. I also want to see, there's another desal facility that I'm in support of that's in Flower Bluff. I won't get into details about it because I know we've talked about not wanting to screw it up. But I want to know comparison because I don't think we can do both. It's, we have limited resources. I want to see a financial plan as to how we're going to pay for all these water sources with the limited resources we have within our water budget. Our water budget for this year is $183 million. We owe, $204 billion. So, and that includes the rest of the utilities, which water and wastewater. But let's do this with financially sound principles and trying to make sure that we're making the best decisions for the community that we can afford. The reason we didn't vote for Kiewit, because $1.2 billion was way too much. We're getting 10 more million gallons a day from the projects, from the groundwater project and the wastewater reuse project, and it's less than half of that. So let's make good decisions water-wise, not just because desal is sexy and everybody wants it because, it'll be a nice bullet on their resumes. I don't need that. We got to make the right decisions at the right price for the long term. And with that, I believe this is going to pass. I will not vote for it because I want to stay consistent with where I stood initially in the terms of the cost of this. But ultimately, when this does come back, we need to see how this compares to the desal plant that we're looking for in Flower Bluff. Okay? Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I would like for Dan's team to come back up. I've got a couple questions.
Like what?
Dan's team to come back.
Oh, yeah, come on up.
But in the meantime, I would say this. I don't cuss. I mean, I said something in here that I didn't think was a cuss word, and they said it was. I'm not going to say what it was. So I'm going to say this. You're danged if you do and danged if you don't, because the community always wants transparency. When you bring it out here, you get criticized. I disagree with you, Mr. Hernandez, on that. I am so glad you brought it out here because you need to hear from the public. They need to see what's going on. Right. And what I would like to see us do is do some town halls, just like we did for the groundwater.
Right.
And we're never going to please everybody. Never, ever. And I am convinced of that today more than ever. Yeah. I sit up here, and it's so frustrating to me, and I see our world is so sad because there is so much meanness and hatefulness, and it doesn't have to be that way. We can agree to disagree. And you sit up here, and you hear people calling people in the audience, and let me tell you, I didn't get a penny from industry, not a penny. Not a penny. So when I support them, I'm not supporting them because I got money and I need a handout. I don't. I usually support my own campaign. I get whatever I can get. And what you need to remember up here, they have a campaign to run. Everybody does. It costs $50,000 or more to run a campaign. It's ridiculously stupid. So no, they shouldn't recuse themselves on $400 or $500. We do have a cap. I believe it's $2,500. Just statement of fact. And I think we've got to start doing statement of fact more, Mayor, because the stuff that comes up here that you hear, I was guilty of it. I would hear it when I was at home before I got on council, and it's very frustrating. Half the stuff you hear is not true. People read articles, they come up here and say that there are no one out there that is a expert on desal. We don't have it. Hopefully these guys are. We've got some up here that think the same thing. Sorry, guys. I'm just speaking truth. I'm frustrated because I hear this and I hear them calling industrial hookers and leeches. That is not love. You speak of love. Love is kind. You don't say stuff like that. That was an insult to those ladies sitting over there, and that is just flat out wrong. When you start name calling, it's because you have nothing else to say. Okay, I've ranted, thank you. And I'm sure I'll get criticized later in public comment, but that's quite all right. Okay, so some of the things that were said here today, this was ridiculous, I thought, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Has desal, to your mind, ever killed anyone? Do you know of anyone that's been killed by desal?
Stephanie.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, me neither. Okay.
Me either.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, eventually, can you give us a cost per thousand? I know you've got a lot to do. There's stuff we're not going to get answers from today, but eventually, can you give us a cost per thousand?
On a conceptual basis, we can probably develop a number, but the better approach would be to use the operator that will get engaged on the next procurement and ask them, and if it happens to be us, we'll be happy to do it, but ask them to develop their estimate. That would be the best person to develop that.
Where you're giving an honest answer, that's all I can ask of you. Okay, you know, when we run out of water, they're going to be up here screaming at us because we ran out of water. So I know we have to have water. You shake your head and no, you're not going to be screaming. You're going to be screaming if we run out of water. Yeah, you You are. You're going to be, no, you don't get to talk to me right now. No, you don't get to talk to me right now. We're going to run out of water, and they're going to be so mad because we are. And I've been for desal from the get-go, but I want to make sure it's safe, and I want to make sure the cost is right. But it doesn't matter what we do up here, however we vote today, we're going to get criticized. Has desal, to your knowledge, because it's another question, been attempted in an inner harbor, a closed harbor like that?
In the same conditions like this, I don't think so.
Okay. But you have had difficult places
Yes.
that you put it in that are just different than ours.
Yes.
So you have to adapt to whatever it is, correct?
Correct.
One question that someone said, and it kind of spawned something in me. So you can't fish in the inner harbor. You don't fish in there. And I understand why the fishermen are concerned, I do. So whenever the brine is released, how far out does it go? Because it's got to blend with the ocean eventually.
Right. So part of the effort includes an evaluation of exactly what type of discharge structure and what type of diffusing mechanisms are going to be implemented for that impact to be minimized. And there is enough understanding on the topic to be able to evaluate it so that a proper solution is implemented.
Okay. I think that's important because I think the fishermen need to hear that because that was, I mean, it makes you wonder how far will it go because I know we have to blend water with the river water. Right. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. We talked about a lot of the very tangible questions before public comment, and I appreciate the information provided. I can't stress enough that I really am grateful to each of your companies represented here for your efforts to try to help with this project and try to see if there is any way to salvage it. While there's a lot of elements of the project that there's not a clear answer for today, because that's part of this process is looking at other options. I understand that. I think what we can all agree is that there is still a very direct relationship between volume, price, timeline. The more you want one to go up, the other is going to go up. When this was first brought back to our agenda, I met with our city manager, and I asked him, quite frankly, because in my opinion, we've moved away from this project. It was at a workshop, it wasn't a formal vote, but we moved away from the price, the concerns, and everything that relate to that. And his instruction or his take on this was that we needed a mid-range project. The longer we continue to do these studies, which I am 100%, I think the far field should have been done much, much sooner. But the longer we continue to do these very necessary portions of the project, the further out production goes. We don't know what we're building quite yet because now we're adding options, et cetera. That means that this project ultimately, it does not really meet any of those needs that we've really talked about, which is an immediate water supply, a short-range water supply, a long-range water supply. It doesn't meet the volume needs. And again, please don't interpret that this is anything against you folks sitting here. I do appreciate it. It will not be ready immediately. We're looking at realistically 2029. So it doesn't meet the immediate needs. There's the mid-range needs. That number was 28, and that's a late number because we're looking at Harbor Island. We're looking at other items that are in that 29 to 31 range, and this is now up there. So it doesn't meet that mid-range need. It's now moved into the long-term range. If it's a long-range item, then it should provide the volume that will support this city's future. And even at 3036, it doesn't do that. To what Mr. Councilman Hernandez said earlier, that barely helps us just cover what we are lacking from Lake Corpus Christi and our western supply. So to me, it does not. It hasn't changed in those elements. That's my issue. It's important to me that we connect with the community. I'm kind of very surprised to sit here and hear from the neighbors, who live where this plant is proposed, that they haven't had an engagement session that details the proposal. And I know we shot that down this year, but this has been on the table for a long time. So I'm very surprised that we never really engaged them on that, what the potential could look like. And I hope that we don't allow that to continue. They need to be included in that conversation.
Yeah, let me just add that we have had conversations with them. We've had meetings at their churches and other locations along this continuum.
Were we able to supply graphics and timelines and road closures and things like that?
There won't, there's no road there's no.
For construction?
Yeah, right. There's no real immediate road closures except for in between blocks. But yes, the answer is yes. We show them graphics. We talk to them about noise issues if there would be any. We show them designs, and we're willing to continue. We're going to continue doing that. Yeah.
I appreciate that because that's a question to me in this dynamic is we're talking about change of scope for price, volume, et cetera, but what does this now look like? Because under the previous proposals, there was a big chunk that took into consideration how did this facility assimilate into the community.
Right.
All of that, in my opinion, was scrapped. And now we're looking at this new proposal. So what does that look like is another question.
Right.
And I know, again, we're still drafting what the ultimate plant looks like, but there's got to be some speaking to that concern.
Right, there will be.
Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
I still don't see for me what sets this apart from what we previously selected. And I had a slew of questions, and I appreciate all the information that you could provide at this point. But to me, it hasn't really changed that much. And I'm out of time, but I just hope these efforts don't distract from the progress we're making on other projects.
There won't be at all, Councilwoman, because the three that we're working on right now are for immediate. Well, one will be next year. The other one's a 1 to 2 year time frame. But we're very focused on those, and we're not going to change our focus on those.
And I hope that our messaging, we spoke briefly last night, but our messaging remains that this is at a MOU, a hypothetical standard status.
Correct, you're right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I forgot one last thing. I want to make sure, say that I don't want to vilify our industrial partners. They're here. They've been a part of this community for a long time. I don't think they're evil. Roland's a different story, but, I see Roger out there. I see Paul. I see Kara out there. I saw Darcy and Jennifer earlier. I've known them for a long time. They're good people. They're here. They got to do a job. They represent their companies. They're here. We made a promise to provide them water. We need to provide them water. All that being said, I still want to say that we still need to do this at the lowest possible price. That, what we did with the groundwater projects, wastewater reuse, which hopefully we'll get to. We should be able to do that and provide the water for everyone. Just, it's hard on this one because of the location. I don't believe in the location. I know it's difficult. I prefer another location, which we talked about. And lastly, I heard that Everett got 1,500 and I only got 400 from Ardura. I feel like a little slighted. 1,400? Okay, I still feel slighted. 400? Okay, well, I should get a little bit more. I'm just.
Honestly, I don't.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, I don't want to even talk about your run for state rep and how much you got there. So, all right.
All right, let's move on.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
enough, both of y'all. Good Lord. Okay, Councilman Cantu.
First of all, I was looking at my campaign reports. I didn't get any money from you guys. I don't know where that came from. I always fund my own campaigns, and I'm going to do the same thing next year. And whoever wants to give me money, that's fine too. I want to thank you guys for coming out here from both sides. I think, you guys mean well. You know, I appreciate David Lowe for coming out. I appreciate Michael Miller coming out. You know, the loudest people came out, except for a couple, like your Mike Pusley. You know, he's the loudest one out there right now, and he didn't come. I wanted to ask him why, but he blocked me on Facebook, so I can't ask him why. Joe McComb, I mean, he's the loudest one out there too. He's not here. Nelda Martinez, she's not here. I'm not a flip-flopper. You know, I'm going to vote with my conscience, and I'm going to vote as a reasonable city councilman. I got to look at both sides. I have to listen to both sides. I represent everybody, not just one side. I won't make everybody happy, but I'm going to do what I think is right. This vote today is not the vote to get it done. This is just to get a price tag. This is to get a far-field study done once and for all. And I think we need to get that done no matter what, because we have the permits. And everybody needs to understand this. If this council doesn't approve an Inner Harbor project, another council will, because we have the permits. You know, it's always going to be like this till it gets done one day. I'm not a big fan of the Inner Harbor project. I'm a bigger fan on the Barney Davidson site. I think Barney Davis is a way better site. But I want to see the science behind the Inner Harbor, and I want to see the price tag. I want to be open-minded, and I want to see it. And, you know, I always hear it's a great location, and I hear it's a bad location. So I want to hear the science, and I want to put people on that board that really care about Corpus Christi and about the Bay, from both sides. You know, so it's a hard decision, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's not that hard, because this is not a vote for Inner Harbor. This is just to move forward and to get a price tag. No one wins. You know, David Loeb doesn't win. Michael Miller doesn't win. Nobody wins. All we're doing is getting a price. That's it. And making sure it's safe for the Bay. And we move forward with that. And there's certain people that say that, you know, certain person put it back on the agenda. Who put it back on the agenda is the city manager. He's doing his job. He's trying to look for water. He's trying to find solutions. And so I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate everything that Nick's done in the water department. I mean, they're working overtime and trying to find water for us. We're gonna be okay no matter what. I talked to Jesus today. He says he's gonna dump some water this week, so we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. So, with that being said, thank you guys.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, so we have a motion and a second to an amended motion. I'm going to ask everyone to please submit their vote.
Yes, and just this is amending the current motion. The only thing we're adding is to start, to change the procurement process. So we start Fairfield modeling now, right?
Yeah, we'll start the procurement process to select a vendor to do the Farfield.
Yeah, Farfield modeling. Oh, Farfield. I don't know what
Please submit your vote.
Okay, here you go.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mark votes yes.
There you are. Okay. And the motion passes. Let's see here.
Then we just need to pass it as amended, Mayor.
Okay. Wow.
I move to pass as amended.
Second.
I think that was just for the amendment. That was just for the amendment?
Correct, that's right.
Okay.
So now we're just going to pass the whole thing,
Please
including
submit.
that amendment. So, and there was a motion and second, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
here we go.
Mark votes yes.
Okay. Okay, so 6-3.
What was the
So it passes as amended.
What was the first one?
Ma'am?
What was the first vote?
On the amendment,
It was different than this, wasn't it?
7-2.
Okay, Gil. Okay, the motion carries.
Mayor, I move to approve item number 19.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for item number 19, which is a one-reading ordinance awarding a master services agreement for reclaimed water for industrial reuse project to Ardura Group, Inc., Corpus Christi, Texas. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on item number 19? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
I vote yes.
There we go.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, well, we still have a very long day ahead of us. So far, it looks like we have about 4 hours of public comment, but people who have signed up. That is to start at 5:30. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And actually, we have e-sessions items. So we're going to have to, we'll do that, I guess, after? Is that?
Right, after public comment, because public comment was at approximately 5:30. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. Well, I want to thank everybody. I don't know who's staying here or who's not to continue on, but I want to thank everyone for your feedback. I want to thank you all for, giving your perspectives and taking the time to be here and caring about it. Not everybody can do that. We appreciate it. And I want to thank my colleagues. I really do. I want to thank my colleagues for uniting, in the majority anyway, and moving forward something that is, again, it's an MOU. And so this is just another path to look into what could be here in the future. Councilman Cantu?
Is there anything we can move for the next council meeting?
Anything what?
Anything else we can move over to the next
I
council
already
meeting?
tried. No, there's nothing.
There's nothing?
No. Well, we actually,
Let me just check with Nick on the Wicked 3. Can we move that one to the next
well, I
meeting?
just asked,
I know, I'm double checking with Nick though, because Miles, what's that?
We can, we're hoping to bring the council on that.
Yeah, okay.
But I think we can.
well, maybe they won't be that long, something like that. It's the contract that we just voted on.
It's a different item, yeah.
Okay, well, whatever you think.
I mean, it's good, if you're doing it at midnight, it's not, you're not going to be listening to business then.
Okay, we're, go ahead. Yeah, I know. Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment. And let's see here, let me read my prerequisite. Oh, yes, sir.
Hey, Congressman. Congressman. He didn't respond. I yelled at Congressman.
Okay. Okay, so we handle very significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council, which has been in place for 30 years. Council policy. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You may also reach out to members of this council by phone, email, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. I also want to take a moment to reemphasize these council chambers this is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarities, and violations of decorum will not be tolerated. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. And I've allowed space for the differing viewpoints, but I will not continue, I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. Additionally, I want to reassure everyone that from time to time, council members may step away from the dais for brief periods. Please know that televisions and audio are available in the back, ensuring that members remain fully engaged and attentive to the discussion, even if they're not physically seated at the dais. At this time, Mr. Risley, if you could please recite the rules of decorum for us.
City Council rules of decorum. All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Please state your name and the city in which you live before you begin your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority in speaking over non-residents. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before you speak, and she will hand it out to us. So if you have spoken on the item, there are some people that I will recognize that have already spoken on the item. And so if you've already spoken on the item during the council meeting, you can't speak on that same item moving forward here in public comment. But I'll just let the person know if I see the name that's highlighted here. So we have Robert Landig. Okay, Robert Landig, Tom Taglaboo.
Good evening, Tom Taglaboo, District 2.
At last week's City Council meeting, several of you were on the dais at roll call and walked out when the mayor called upon Rajan Zed of the Universal Society of Hinduism. Instead of listening prayerfully and opening your hearts and minds, you were in the back hall. And as soon as he was gone, you made your way back to the dais. People of all faiths, spirituality, and beliefs deserve to be treated with dignity and respect from their elected representatives, especially as an invited guest delivering an invocation. I want to recite a few words from Mr. Zed that some of you missed last week. Lead us from darkness into light. Lead us from death to immortality. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world by devotion to selflessness. Do your work with others' welfare always in mind. May we be protected together. May we have knowledge together. May we work together with great vigor. And he ended with peace, peace, peace unto all. In the future, I hope you'll respect everyone's constitutional rights to religious liberty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tagliabue. Bruce Landig. Okay, Bruce Landig. George Finley.
Hello, my name is George Finley. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, live at 3360 Ocean Drive. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to be here. I just want to share some very immediate thoughts about what's going on in terms of water and water requirements for Corpus. Many years ago, I was involved with the development of Choe Canyon Reservoir. I was put on the Nueces River Authority by Governor Briscoe back in 1975 and stayed on the Nueces River Authority as a result of multiple governors' reappointment until 2000, let's say 26 years. The most remarkable thing we accomplished in my tenure at the Nueces River Authority was the construction of the Mary Roads pipeline. And Mark Scott's not here, but he made a nice comment the other day when he referenced me as being a hardworking guy to get the pipeline completed. Well, we did within 2 years, start to finish, several $1 million under budget. One of the reasons the Nueces River Authority, which I was associated with, got involved with that development was because of there was a group of local people who were sort of against any kind of development. So the Nueces River Authority is domiciled headquarters in Uvalde, Texas, Uvalde County, Texas. Consequently, we felt that we, the Nueces River Authority, could do a better job facilitating the construction of the pipeline and financing it simply because we were in Uvalde County, not Nueces County. We accomplished that, built the pipeline. The city committed to, at that time, to maintain the pipeline. Now, I think the city is, maybe based on my observation, I'm no longer involved with the Nueces River Authority, nor am I directly involved with the operation of the pipeline. But I think that the city has done less than an admirable job of maintaining that pipeline. And we can move a lot of water down the pipeline to ease the demands we're faced with now with the lack of rain. We're at 10% of our reservoir capacity. When we pulled on the emergency brake cord back when we started the project, the Nueces River Authority started the Mary Roads pipeline, we were at 25% capacity. Now we're at 10. We are in deep trouble. I thought we were in deep trouble way back, 1995, 96. But council members and mayor, this is a panic situation.
Mr. Finley, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the timer went off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, you need to take action immediately in obtaining water. Wells, Barney Davis, Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. Elida Vasquez?
Hello, my name is Elida Vasquez. I live in District 2. Currently, the fate and budget of our fair city rests in the hands of these council members, several of which are being accused of fraud against the citizens of Corpus Christi. I am, of course, speaking of the hotel deal with Zanoni and the mayor, awarding $2 million in taxpayer money to 2 of her campaign contributors, after having approved allegedly falsified documents related to this project. These alleged criminals accused of fraud using our tax dollars are also using our tax dollars to hire representation and not comply in depositions. First, there needs to be a stipulation that council members may not use taxpayer money to retain a lawyer when accused of a crime, any crime. It is despicable to think that you would defraud the people who pay you and use their money to defend yourself in the case brought against you. From personally looking at the numbers, the city check doesn't compare to what your campaign contributors have put in your campaign pocket. For Paulette, $166,500. For Mark, $91,625. For Roland, $74,236. For Everett, $70,426. 106 of those donations show obvious heavy industry connections. All this while some industrial plants in town like Flint Hills are working on processes to recycle the water that they use. Other plants could easily follow suit, making this desal plant obsolete. But the city manager, the mayor, Mark Scott, Roland Barrera will not acknowledge their plans because they are stuck on desal. To please a donor, I'm sure. Based on water reports provided by CCW in July and August 2025, Corpus Christi residents are only using 12.5% of treated water. Commercial institutions like hotels and hospitals only use 13%, while industry uses close to 75% of the treated water in our city. They are pushing this desalination plant and saying it's the solution when the permit for the project says in black and white that this water is not for community consumption. It is strictly for industry. A price of $1.5 billion for taxpayers that will receive higher utility bills all around, the debt and the maintenance costs, but not a drop of that water. Millions of gallons a day, all free.
Objection,
99.
boisterous.
This is a statement of fact.
No.
All free 99 for industries that could never bring in enough jobs to justify this
Ms.
gross
Vasquez?
injustice to
Ms.
citizens
Vasquez,
of Corpus Christi.
Okay, we're going to interrupt you.
Okay.
Okay, can you explain what is happening here or why, just so you understand?
Is there a decibel limit?
Go ahead, Miles.
Statement is boisterous. The statement is not simply a factual statement. It's excessively boisterous.
Okay. Guys, stop. Okay.
The word is not really an explanation.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to ask.
Actually, I've said what I need to say. We're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask people to leave now, because if y'all cannot, again, well, Isabel, you're wondering why. I know, you're wondering, the look on your face is you don't understand why. I've asked, you all have been here all day. So if you are going to be out of decorum, if you choose to speak and I mean, come on. If you are choosing to, whether it's your friend or not, to be speaking while they're at the podium, yes, that's, do y'all want to go back through the decorum? You want me to read that again? So that way, if there's any questions at all, that y'all can ask questions. Because I know you know better. You're here every single week. And we love that you're here. We do. Yeah, we do. But I'm going to start asking with this, I'm going to start with this front row to leave if you break decorum. Breaking decorum means breaking the rules. And that is the rules that I read at the beginning of this. Donna Stockwell. Yeah.
Donna Stockwell, resident of Corpus Christi for 30 years. This is my first time, and Mr. Cantu told me to be nervous because you guys could be mean. So, but mine's an easy fix. I'm not here to talk about the water situation, desal, roads, or our current credit rating. I'm here because I think you're planting sod, and it sounds ridiculous compared to all the major problems, but you're planting sod that requires water. And the sod is going to turn dormant and it's going to die. It's a waste of money. And on top of that, I have sent you pictures. I think all of you have the pictures I have sent of, I don't know what those round things are called that are in front of the storm drains, but they're all going down into the storm drains, and it goes into, I believe, 42 of the storm drain outlets. And I find it a travesty. And you said to, email you, about the problems, which I have emailed you, and I have emailed Peter Z twice over the past 3 weeks, and I have not had any response. So I'd really kind of like to know who is responsible for it, who's paying for it. Water is being run off on the sidewalks. It's not even all going on the sod. But why spend the money when it's going to go to seed?
Ms. Stockwell, the city manager can address that, or he can have a staffer.
I can address it, but we'll have somebody meet with you, Mrs. Stockwell, from.
No, they're coming.
They'll come out. Yeah, they'll come out from out back.
Yeah.
Just wait in the back. Just wait in the council chambers for somebody to come and get you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am.
for your time.
You're welcome.
Real quick, Peter, this looks like it's on Broadfield, and there's been a very long refurb to a sidewalk. And so I think this area that she's referencing, it may be a contractor that we need to go
I
back.
have the document that you're looking at.
Okay. All right, well, Peter, you can take it and,
Yeah, go ahead, Councilwoman Paxton. What'd you say?
So it's a new project where they just went through quite a long distance and replaced a sidewalk. And so all of this, I think, looks like part of that work.
Down there in that's on Flow.
It's on Rodfield Road, right by SPID.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
Okay, we're going to look into it. We'll get somebody to come see Ms.
Fatima Guerra Rashidi? Miriam Guerra Rashidi? Alejandro Benavides? Mr. Benavides, you spoke on the desal, that's what you're signed up for. So you've already spoken on it once, sir?
So do I get to speak?
You can't, not on the same item. You already
Okay,
spoke on
I'll
it.
speak on resource management.
Okay.
It's hard to trust Alex Benavides, District 3. It's hard for the public to trust what's going on with our resources and how they're being managed when, mayors and council members alike are getting caught with their hands in a cookie jar. There's been council members giving contracts to their own businesses. They don't recuse yourself ever. Everybody's a friend. If you're a friend, then you might get a deal. Over here, it's like maybe if the small businesses came, the ones that you guys keep rejecting, and I'm not for bars and all these things, but perhaps he should have said he'll bring you the empty glass so that you guys can recycle it and make money from it. Because it seems like the only thing that this council is approving is big business industry and guys who are willing to pay. It's been said by council members before, money's in the pockets of council members present and past. Present and past. That money will make you flip-flop. That money will make you not care about Hillcrest residents. That money will make you say, you know what, some people want to wash their car more than I care about life expectancy for our historically black residents here in Corpus Christi. Trying to keep my voice down and not be too boisterous. However, like I said, if you want to build with the community, it'd be nice if we had transparency, and maybe we can motion and create policies where if you're in the middle of these investigations or something, you don't have the right anymore to come in and determine where our money goes, because we have already caught you with your hands in the cookie jar. And if your hand's been caught in the cookie jar, don't think that in a year everybody's just going to forget about it. All right, we're losing parks. We don't have sidewalks. We have a manufactured water crisis that you guys are trying to get through. And it's just really super ridiculous already. You're taking away parks from Sackey. You're offering a park to Hillcrest when you've just voted on this today. Like, Hillcrest ain't for sale. You can't just give them a park and say, oh, we got you a park. Look at Sackey Park. Oh, they had this. Now we get to take some of the land. Well, they're saying that park hasn't been touched in decades. The backstop's way too high for any children to even touch it. There's zero coverage from the for shade. There's not potable water out there. And this is the exact way all of our parks are right now, most of them anyways. So, resource management, I think we can do a lot better once we get the crooks out of here. And then the city will actually trust everybody, and we won't have to come to make sure that our money isn't being stolen every single chance you guys get.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. Eric Von Wade, Armand Alex.
I signed up for public comment on resource management. 1 second. Armand Alex, long life resident of Corpus Christi. I'm speaking today about resource management that includes water as a matter of democracy, dignity, and survival. I want to remind this council that water is not just a commodity, and it is not a blank check for corporations. Water is a public resource that belongs first to the people that live here. And right now, we are watching decisions in the city drift further and further away from that basic truth. And as a coastal scientist and as someone committed to environmental justice, I need to be clear that desalination is not being pursued in this region for families or schools or neighborhoods. It's being pursued for industry. The same industry that uses almost half of our current water supply and produces the majority of our region's emissions. The same industry whose pollution accelerates the climate crisis, which then makes our droughts worse, our storms even stronger, and our infrastructure even more fragile. That is not resource management. This is resource extraction dressed up as progress. And this city keeps talking about growth, but growth for who? We cannot build a resilient city by funneling water to industries that poison the air and heat the planet. We cannot talk about drought while handing unlimited, quote unquote, water to corporations that have never faced curtailment. We cannot talk about future generations while ignoring every scientific warning about climate change, about sea level rise, and extreme weather. Resource management means preparation. It means resilience. It means planning for the disasters we know are coming, not doubling down on the systems that caused the crisis in the first place. And so I'm here to speak for water democracy, that the people must control the resources that sustain their lives. Say it again. The people must control the resources that sustain their lives. That principle is true today, as it was then when spoken by Black liberators. The people of Corpus Christi deserve real investment in conservation. We deserve real investment in water reuse, investment in infrastructure repair, leak reduction, and climate-ready planning. We deserve transparency, not backroom deals. We deserve leadership that puts communities above corporations. And we deserve a water system that protects life, not one that accelerates the climate crisis that puts our lives at risk. Resource management is a choice. Water democracy is also a choice. And tonight, we're asking you to choose the people when dealing with sustainable water source selections. Stop focusing on desalination plants for industry and start prioritizing resident-first solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Rachel Caballero, you also spoke on the agenda item.
Rachel Caballero, D1. It is important that we all understand why the community are in the situation that we are currently in. A city budget that has doubled with little to show for it, only 1% population growth in our area in the last 6 years, numerous lawsuits against the city, and now this man-made water crisis. We made a mistake 6 years ago hiring an inept, unqualified assistant city manager that has had more of a desire to be a politician behind the camera that is playing political games with our community and our tax dollars than doing his job. As of today, here's a vast list of reasons why we should not trust nor allow an incompetent city manager force a $1.2 billion experimental project that will destroy our way of life here and the debt it will burden future generations to come in our community. He has taken out $141 million in certificates of obligation, intentionally avoiding voter approval and putting our community further into debt. That is a spreadsheet that I have have handed to you guys. He was incapable of finding other cheaper and faster water solutions until forced to by a new community-driven council, unable to negotiate with industry and force them to participate with costs and voluntary curtailments, failure to negotiate vendor contracts that are in favor of and protect this community, refusal to listen to community members that spoke 7-1 against the experimental Inner Harbor desal project, refusal to take directives from his bosses, city council members that voted 6-3 against pursuing the experimental project, direct or indirect involvement of degrading an elected official that does not include due to a medical emergency, failure to update a drought contingency plan in a timely fashion that does not include industry restrictions until stage 4, failure to provide a curtailment plan well into stage 3 restrictions, incapable of maintaining city-owned assets, incapable of properly and efficiently repairing residential streets, incapable of staying within the budget without amending it throughout the year, incapable of fulfilling public information requests in the time allotted and at reasonable costs, incapable of hiring and keeping long-term local employees, causing a high turnover in key positions, example, Corpus Christi water directors, assistant city managers, and a management and budget department that is described as increasingly toxic and unsustainable, incapable of transparency and community inclusion. We have the real problem here is we made a bad hire, and it's time that we replace that position with someone who cares about this community, who cares about the debt that we're being put into. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Adam Rios.
Adam Rios, Corpus Christi. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and recognize that this is Day of American Heritage Month. Glad we all went out for that. This month I'm reminded that gratitude is not passive. It's active, lived, carried, and earned, and I am thankful. Native American Heritage Month is a reminder that history is not a relic, but a pulse, still beating in our languages, our songs, our stories, and our survival. I'm thankful for my wife, for her love, her friendship, her patience, for knowing how to reel me in and hold the line when I'm flying too high like an out-of-control kite, because that happens from time to time. She keeps me grounded, centered, and whole. I'm thankful for my son Atticus for being fearless in his tries and bold in his reach. I'm thankful for my father who clawed his way out of poverty in La Cuarenta and served this country with discipline and pride. I'm thankful for my late mother whose love was unconditional, whose faith was to be shared, not forced, rooted in kindness, generosity, and the belief that all people carry light. She was a true Christian woman. I'm grateful for my travels, the cities, states, nations, cultures, and religions that have welcomed me, shaped me, and gifted me new ways to see the world. I'm thankful for the Corpus Christi punk rock community, the original do-it-yourself spirits who pushed forward despite gatekeepers, who built something from nothing and taught us that independence is its own revolution. I'm thankful for local hip-hop, for its truth-telling, its activism, its ability to turn raw life into rhythm and resistance. I'm thankful for Freddie Fender, a storyteller who smuggled empathy into the heart of country music. I'm thankful for the American Indian movement, being a proud member of the Inde Nation, Lipan Nation, the Water People, which carries weight, the White Mountain People, the Gayotero clan, for almost 6 centuries of survival training. # still here. I'm thankful for being open-minded, for not being a hypocrite, for not being the kind of man who hides behind rhetoric and disrespect by plugging his ears and remaining seated during another person's prayer, just because it's spoken in a language or religion that he doesn't understand. See, gratitude means listening, even when the words are not yours. I'm thankful for the organizations and individuals that were and continue to be a part of my life. Texas Gulf Surfing Association, CCBMX, MD Surf and Skate, Benjamin Surf and Skate, Fighting to Rid Gangs in America, run by my mentor, El Cocuy Rene Rodriguez. Project Turnaround, Communities and Schools. For my new friend Lamont from the Hillcrest community. For Cole Park, for the future of X Games. I thank my high school teacher, Mr. Wilson, who taught me honors English, humanities, and creative writing. He reminded me that creativity is yet another form of survival. And finally, I'm thankful simply for being here, alive, awake, and aware, and grateful. As always, thank you all. Think global, support local, especially nonprofits during this holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Jim Klein? Mr. Klein, you also spoke on the item earlier.
Yes, Jim Klein here in Corpus Christi. I asked your Grace to change my topic to talk about a proposed water commission. I believe I mentioned this last month. I'd like to bring it to your attention again. There's a need, I think, to increase the transparency of this process by which new water customers are allowed to come into the city to access the water system. A proposed water commission appointed by the City Council could do just that. I think it could be modeled upon the same format that the Planning Commission currently uses right now as well, also appointed by the City Council. The Water Commission would include, I think, if it's in its best iteration, the Water Commission would include some residents outside of Corpus Christi. Anybody who's a water customer should have a chance to serve on this commission as well, to have input into these new water customers coming in. And again, when I say new water customers, I'm really talking about large volume water customers. The number I'm thinking about in my head is 100,000 gallons of water a day or more. As a definition for a large volume water user. I think that if that water commission, this would make this process much more public and transparent. It would provide an avenue by which those new customers could be vetted and then brought to the council. The council certainly would make the ultimate decision on this, but I think that this is true for the Planning Commission as well, that if the council decided to vote contrary to the wishes of the Water Commission, much like the Planning Commission now, it would have to require a supermajority rather than just a simple majority. I think that's a wise move. Also, I ask you to take that into consideration. And somewhat related to all of this as well, we've been talking about water quite a bit here the last few months. And other people have mentioned this, very wise people, I think. There's a real need for a graduated water rate here in Corpus Christi. As an earlier speaker mentioned, water is very much a resource, not a commodity. It's a resource, it's an increasingly scarce resource. It needs to be viewed that way. And that, for that reason, I believe that we should adopt a water rate schedule by which those who use the largest volumes of water should pay more per gallon rather than the reverse, which we seem to have right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Isabella Riza, you also spoke on the You also spoke on the item. Did you want to speak on something? Okay.
Isabel, I said District 2, co-founder for the Greater Good. I actually wanted to respond to the framing of like making decisions and some people coming up as special interest and other people coming up as reflecting a broader interest. And what I wanted to say was that in a capitalist democracy, capitalist interests get centered, and what capitalists try to do is get the public to believe that what's good for business is good for them. And if you listen to Bob Pollison's 30-minute propaganda piece on the news, they talked about how if they curtail, that there would be this like ripple effect of all these negative impacts on our broader community. And so they want the business interests to become the people's interest, and they're not. And for the greater good has never been a special interest. We're for the greater good. We came together because we were concerned about people having access to affordable water, to clean drinking water. We started trying to raise awareness around desal because we saw that it wasn't for the people, but we were going to have to pay for it, both in terms of our dollars, but also in terms of our health and our future. We've been for parks and libraries. We tried to fight the budget cuts in 2018 around that. We adopted a park because we wanted to show the community what happens when you invest in public spaces. And we actually wrote grants to get irrigation in our park because the city wouldn't allow us to do our own work to put irrigation lines so that we could plant trees, because that park didn't have anything but a barbecue pit and a picnic table. Now it's got a playground, and it's got a shade structure. We've got lighting, we've got water, we've got trees, we've got food. We have a sign, we block walked, we did all kinds of things to show the community, and it's cool because other people know us and what we're doing. I serve on the crime prevention board, and I've asked for some of that money to go towards parks and recreation. I got arrested for being boisterous because I was upset that you were going to increase the fees for people, and because I had seen in the summer parks and rec centers closed when there was clearly a need for community in public spaces. And so, you know, one, it's social workers and something more than just policing our community and selling our resources. And that's what For the Greater Good's about. Yeah, creativity and community and imagining a better tomorrow, and also to get the community to believe that they deserve better than what you're offering them. The performative stuff it's a facade, and even the facade is crumbling, and it looks sad. You know, I've lost 2 kids because of your disinvestment in public spaces, and so For the Greater Good is for people before polluters and privatization.
Thank you. Susie Saldana. Mona Lytle. Jennifer Espino.
Hi, Jennifer Espino, Corpus Christi, D4. Like many working class Corpus Christians, I didn't have the time to be here earlier, and I really don't have the time to be here now. So I'm going to read an excerpt from my public comment from September 2nd. I've watched for the better part of the past decade as residents across the political and ideological spectrum beg for city officials and staff to center the needs of the people over giant corporations who will survive with or without handouts from us. We've presented data, it's been dismissed. We brought forward studies, they've been ignored. We've argued against desalination due to the environmental impacts. We are called outside agitators, as if you people cannot see where we live. I am still quite happy to show my birth certificate, if that would help. We argue against desal on the basis that it's financially reckless. The concerns are disregarded, even by alleged fiscal conservatives up here. Some mistakenly believe that we may be able to appeal to your conscience. To paraphrase Kwame Ture, in order for that to work, our opponents must have a conscience. I will not humiliate myself by trying to appeal to people who have shown time and again a lack of moral compass, who have shown such disregard for and at times outright animosity toward the people of Hillcrest, people who have already endured the worst of the consequences of the heinous decisions made by those who came before you. You can't change those decisions, but those of you with the conscience have the opportunity to course correct. Do not dig your heels in the way so many before you have. We know more now than we did when desal was first put on the table. Don't treat public comment as a formality to get through in order to carry out your own will instead of the will of the residents down here opposing desal, who clearly outnumber those supporting. Say no. That was from September 2nd, and I cannot believe we're here again. So many of you want to paint this as an issue that environmentalists or radicals have whipped people into a frenzy over. I wish any of us had that power in a city and county that very solidly voted for Trump. Like many others here, I am a member of the Corpus Christi Democratic Socialists of America, an organization I am not paid by, but rather pay dues to be a member of. So I will wear those titles proudly, but it is simply a myth that we've created division in or can't relate to others with opposing views. I know, as Fred Hampton said, that socialism is the people. If you're scared of socialism, you're scared of yourself. I am not scared of the people down here with different ideas than mine. I am repulsed by people guided up there by moneyed and powerful outside interests that keep us divided and fighting over things that do not actually improve our quality of life or collective well-being, both of which would be irreparably harmed if you knuckle down on this facility. Hillcrest is not a sacrifice zone. Our bay is not for sale. I do not care if Greg Abbott offered to pay for every penny of this facility. It's bad governance. Say no.
Thank you. Melissa Zamora.
Melissa Zamora, District 2. My notes are a little all over the place. So I think it's interesting when people come up here, a lot of y'all are not looking at them. I don't know if you're listening. Especially also when people come up here and say certain things, they look a certain way, you get the city manager to get with them right away. But if we look a certain way, if we speak a certain way, we're ignored. I had the pleasure of going to a Kill Your Lawn tour by a social media presence that was at the Nueces River Authority of all places in Robstown, and he was talking about how lawns are really bad. And so when I heard SOD, I was like, hey, why don't we outlaw lawns for the city of Corpus and save a lot of water that way and just focus on like native grasses, native plants? That would help. I'm here to ask you to vote no on item 18, unless you already did. I was at work, so I didn't watch yet. Curtailment is an option. I know it may not be what you want, but what are we waiting for? We're at 12% the last time I saw. Are we gonna wait till we're at 5%, 2%, 0% when nobody has a choice? When are we gonna draw the line for industry to stop using so much water? They can use non-potable water. I think I've heard something about their recycling it and reusing it. Hopefully they can do that instead of using any potable water anymore. We need water democracy, like was already said. How can you put this on the ballot? Can somebody ask that question to whoever? What do we need to do to get desalination on the ballot? Drinking the ship channel water. Why is nobody else making a big deal about that? We know all the different types of pollution that have been going into the ship channel for decades. We had a major explosion in 2020 over there. I know that you mentioned, oh, but desal, it's the magic wand and we can just desal it all away, but can we please test that on a micro scale? Like get one of those desalination filters on like a tiny scale and put the water through it and see and test that water and see what happens, and then have each one of you drink it before we drink it. Environmental racism is real. Corpus Christi needs to acknowledge that and figure out a way to stop punishing poor people, Black, brown, indigenous, BIPOC people, poor people. We need to do better. We need a just transition. And so I know that I've heard the curtailment, and the economy and all this, but why aren't we transitioning to industries that don't use as much natural resources? Why can't we invest in those types of things and keep people employed? I appreciate and applaud Councilwoman Sylvia, who has been staying strong and consistent on her stance with all of this. She was elected by the people and serves the people, unlike others here that were against desal when they ran, and now they're for it. Make that make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Guillermo Gallegos.
Stretching real quick. Long day. Guillermo Gallegos, District 5. I've lived here my whole life, nearly 30 years. For a long time, I didn't love it here. All the cool stuff was elsewhere, in Austin, in Chicago, in New York City, anywhere but here. I was an art major, big city dreams, you know. Since then, I have come to appreciate this city. I really see it as my home now. The beauty of the bay at night when all you hear is the waves, the little pink flowers that pop up in every patch of grass. They're called pink evening primroses, among other things. The birds that visit us, whether they're the ones forming big, undulating black clouds above a parking lot, or the cranes I'll see in my neighborhood every so often. I saw 3 of them this weekend, actually, maybe 4 houses away. But I also see the flaring across the water when it's over 80 degrees in November, and I can remember having to bundle up this time of year when I was 15. I feel and smell the pollution of the bay, pollution so bad that hosts of a history podcast I listened to brought up our city's quote-unquote industrial stench. I see us being in a stage 3 drought for months, while fossil fuel industry, an industry infamous for polluting coastlines and hollowing out towns and workers, the ones who use the majority of our water, don't ever have to slow down. I remember someone here saying we want to avoid curtailment, but frankly, you do not speak for me. I don't want these polluters, who aren't even a major employer and whose pittance of jobs are dangerous and precarious, to have perpetual, cancerous growth in the city I finally come to love. I want this planet-killing work to slow, to stop, and I want us to do what we should have done years ago and turn off this spigot that will drain us dry. My partner will be visiting me in the summer, and I'm already ashamed that I'll have to be on high alert for water boils while he's here. I don't want him to have to worry about rationing water while Valero operates at full capacity. And I didn't think I'd have enough time, but I am a co-chair of the Corpus Christi DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. Socialism is the future. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Captain Dave Heasley? Sarah Dawson? Thomas Cruz?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Thomas Cruz. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, District 5, here to discuss the most critical issue facing our community, our water crisis. I appreciate the complex work you all are doing, but we must acknowledge the severity of the situation. This is absolutely an unprecedented emergency. With our reservoirs at historic low levels, the supply dashboard data suggests we're facing impending devastation. With only 18 months, we can expect approximately 60% of our current available water levels. The time for urgent action is now. I respectfully suggest 3 actions that will buy us the time we desperately need for your review. First, immediately implement Level 1 emergency status best management practices for supply management in accordance with the 2025 Drought Contingency Plan. Our current waters must be viewed as an absolute emergency. Our treatment facilities face damage due to sediment from the reservoirs. We cannot support expansion or growth. Not having a solution is acceptable. Continuing to consume water at our current rate without a solution is unacceptable. A significant portion of our water is consumed by industry. If we cannot support our residents, any economic argument is flawed. Industry consumption must be scaled back significantly and measurably. This, if properly executed alone, will buy us more time. Second, we need to initiate an independent third-party infrastructure maintenance review and a leak reduction plan. Our city loses millions of gallons of water annually to preventable leaks. A robust ongoing program to identify and repair these leaks would yield immediate and lasting returns. Third, if we cannot determine a solution soon, we must consider contracting with consulting groups for advice. There's a concern that the city cannot afford the potential projects. This must not be an obstacle. We must and will find ways to fund these potential projects. None of the projects should be dismissed due to concern for funding. Our city is a critical economic hub supporting significant state and national energy infrastructure. We cannot allow Corpus Christi to collapse, and neither can the state nor the federal government. We must aggressively pursue every avenue for funding, including requesting state and federal funding and declaring a state of emergency as needed. Selling municipal bonds, collecting revenue through increased taxes and services rates, and ensuring industry supports their financial obligation with equal or greater share. If we cannot agree on a plan to move forward, we must relinquish the duties to the state or federal government. I challenge the council to either curtail industry consumption or finalize a plan within the next 3 months that meet demand levels anticipated into and past the next 18 months. Not everyone will agree with whatever plan is implemented, and that is a cost we must accept. Council, we have the tools, the knowledge, and the obligation to secure a sustainable water future. I urge you to move past deliberation and towards decisive action. Thank you for your service. I truly appreciate what y'all do for us and for considering these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Brody Newton? Jerry Mycoder? Jerry Mycoder? Chloe Torres?
Okay. Chloe Torres, District 2. So first, just want to say that I'm profoundly disappointed in the vote that happened earlier today, but it does reflect the philosophy that we've all heard City Manager Peter Zanoni espouse, that he's running the city like a business, right? And so what does running a city like a business mean? We have to think about like how businesses are run under what Dr. Raiza was bringing up, that they're run undemocratically. They have a board of directors who make decisions, and then those decisions are then dictated to the rest of the workers. The workers don't have a say over their hours, their conditions, et cetera, right? So how does that translate then to a city? I'm a socialist, and I'm speaking on behalf of the organization that I belong to, the Democratic Socialists of America, because I believe that all aspects of life should be run democratically, and that all resources should be organized in the service of meeting people's needs, first and foremost. I'm a socialist because I think people should be fed, housed, have everything that they need, first and foremost. And I also can't help but notice that because we organize in our community, because we actually take a moment to speak with people, learn about their concerns, and then try to meet their needs, because we know that our states, our governments on all levels don't do that right now because they're too busy servicing industrial demands, not needs. Exxon doesn't need to make $121 billion a year, right? So, but people do need to eat. And so the reason why I think the city likes to co-opt our language, talk about a resident-first approach, talk about a people's budget, is because they see our power. They see that we bring more and more people every time. And so what Zanoni now is doing is holding these traveling town halls and forums, which it's so incredible to me because we couldn't get more than one desal town hall when Inner Harbor was first on the table. Like, it's just incredible to me. And but I also want to poke a hole in the fact that this isn't actually democracy. And what we've asked for is co-governance. So what you're doing now is you're creating plans, sometimes with industry, in backdoor deals, and then you present the plan to us, and we're supposed to accept it. So I just want to read a definition of co-governance. This is actually what we're striving for. It's a collection of participatory models and practices in which government and communities work together through formal and informal structures to make collective policy decisions, co-create programs to meet needs, and ensure those policies and programs are implemented effectively, equitably, and with a focus on doing no harm and repairing harm to historically marginalized communities. That's what we're striving for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Carrie Meyer. Emily Barrera.
Emily Barrera, District 2. Good evening, council members. I'm here today in regards to the Inner Harbor desalination plant's return to agenda. We've been fighting tooth and nail for the last several months to voice our concerns against this plant, so unfortunately I don't have any ideas to share to the council. I don't know if there's anything else we can say to reach the ears of those in power. I do, however, want to share something that no amount of data or money can ever convey, and that is the love that I have for this city, as corny as that sounds. I've lived in Corpus Christi for the entirety of my life. I've traveled all across the country and have been privileged enough to see some of the greatest cities in America, and Corpus Christi will forever and always be my home. I think back to some of my earliest memories and reminisce when my grandfather would take my cousin and I to play in the water and watch the sunrise. I think of some of my darkest nights last winter, and I remember how Mark Minster brought me out of the house to walk down to Shoreline. I remember walking down to Oleander Park and sitting in front of the water in silence next to the company of my friend. I remember planting my hands against the ground and closing my eyes to listen to the sounds of the waves. I remember company parties ending the night by driving down to Cole Park and sitting in front of the water by myself just to stare at what we have. I think back to the people I've met in landlocked states who tell me how lucky we must be to live so close to the water. I think back to when I used to work downtown and how every morning I'd watch the sunrise down Shoreline and how that was always the best part of my day. I think of my friends who work in the art museum and how often they see dolphins outside. These small moments encapsulate only a fraction of what makes this city great. I can't imagine, I can't imagine how different my life would be without having the comfort of our bay only miles away from where I live. Whether or not this resonates with any of the council members before me, I say this to illustrate how decisions like these matter so much more than we realize. These are the lives of very real people who don't deserve to have to compromise their home to the greed of corrupt politicians who at the end of the day have not experienced the same love that we talk about today. The last memory I want to share takes place the day after our last vote against the plant. I remember waking up that morning and having the privilege of visiting the Cathedral Basilica of St. Louis, Missouri. I don't necessarily consider myself to be a religious person, but I truly believe I experienced a spiritual connection that will forever sit with me. I remember asking God the night prior to show if he was truly there. Now, there is most definitely the possibility of me being emotional and overwhelmed by the beauty of the cathedral, but I do remember feeling some sort of calling towards the bowls of water upheld by cherubs of stone. I felt a strong, unexplainable presence that could only be expressed as love and gratitude. I could not stop crying because of how happy I was to sit in front of the water in the same way that I did across the country in my city. Whether or not that means anything to anyone else, that moment will stick with me for the rest of my life. The reason we have so many people here is because we love our home and we are willing to fight for it. At the end of the day, you can't say that you felt that love when you advocate for its destruction. I hope that was coherent and that I don't sound insane. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. She knows. Carlos Ortiz. Alberto Certuche.
Albert Sartuche, District 3. I'm a veteran-owned business, Hard Life's Bait and Tackle. I also got a YouTube channel with over 200K in subscribers and growing. I want to thank all those who listened to us and voted against the Inner Harbor desal plant and stood against all those who tried to levy their weight against you in our city. I am pro-growth, and I want to see everyone raise up with blessed paths for each, and for all the information that is being brought to you for those of you that continue to sell out our cities. So on that note, hypothetically, I want to ask this council for $1.5 billion to build a new building to possibly hire 500 new workers that could work there only if there's the right weather, no high winds, and no too much pollen. Then I would like another $1.2 billion in reduced taxes as well. Let's be honest. The amount of money that I'm going to save from the taxes is what's going to pay all my workers. So hypothetically speaking, the city's paying for all the workers and for me to conduct business and make money. Oh yeah, and create some jobs at the same time without an enhancement to our community. However, now that we are all paying attention to what is actually happening, we are seeing that the crooked under-the-table deals that are being made for big industry put our taxpayer money in dangerous hands rather than putting true city growth, fixing our infrastructure, streets, waters, schools, and libraries. It is important for our taxpayers now and for the future taxpayers who are tuning in to the city council meetings to show up and pay attention to the real information that's being put out there. These desal plants that they are trying to get in our Inner Harbor are going to destroy the Inner Harbor, our livelihoods directly. This is going to mess with our $1.2 billion, $1.5 billion tourism industry. That's what's paying right now for our communities to continue to grow, and you're going to throw that all away to support industry that is not being a good community partner. Yes, they create jobs, but guess who's paying for it? We are, the taxpayers. Why? Because they got all these discounts off their taxes, off the rates of use of natural resources. We're paying for their workers. They're not paying for them, we are. So at the end of the day, if y'all can't figure that out, y'all really need to start looking at your compass because voting's coming up and we are all paying attention. And I guarantee you can go back through the years that y'all scapegoated doing what you wanted, when you want it, how you want it, are over. We are paying attention. We are looking at those who are helping us and fighting for our city to stay alive. We are the sparkling city by the sea, Corpitos.
Thank you, Mr. Sortiche. Matthew Rankin.
Let's see. All right, Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi, also known as HBL Matt. Nice to see you guys again. Y'all remember a little thing you had to settle, vote on Ortiz versus Murray earlier this year for $150K? I just handed her the beginning of Rankin v. Murray. He did it again. 5 years I've been recording cops in Corpus without a major incident, and Murray changed that. Might want to look into it. As far as carrying into council meetings, I told you guys last time, apparently another citizen also attempted and filed a formal complaint to the AG. So you guys filed a opinion request to the AG. Probably a bad idea. Texas DPS website says in 2 places that I can carry into here when I have a carry license. Also, the law that applies is 4615 Penal Code. It's called non-applicability. It's what lets cops carry their weapons in here. It's also what lets me carry a weapon in here. It's also what lets a lot of other people carry a weapon in here if they also have a carry license. Those people include judges, district attorneys, city attorneys, and the Attorney General. So you just asked Ken Paxton to rule against himself that he's not allowed to carry into this meeting or into a courthouse. I don't think that's going to turn out well for you. So, decorum rules. Not going to go through all the case law all over again. You guys know, you've been informed. I don't know if your city attorney is just that bad. We can use your first name so we can address you individually. We can be loud and boisterous. Most of the rules you have applied to the audience are legal. Applied to the speaker are not legal. They just aren't. So we can use whatever language we want as long as it's not fighting words or violates the law on its own. And as I told you before, saying bad words was ruled on 60 years ago. And not just for you can say the bad words, also that you can't be charged with a crime for saying them. So, fuck your decorum rules.
Mayor. Thank you. Yeah,
I'm not done. I've still got 48 seconds.
Sorry, I need you to leave the council chambers.
Okay, you sure?
Thank you.
All right. I'll remind you of the official questions.
Thank you, sir. Oh, great. We're looking forward to it. Amanda Breland? No, I'm sorry. Janet Newcomb. Janet Newcomb? Trevor Leblong? David Loeb? Autumn Hensick? Autumn Hensick? Is that Autumn?
Hello, Autumn Hensick, District 2. I don't have anything prepared. I am just getting back from out of town, a town where you can drink water from the tap without dry heaving from the smell of eggs, but I digress. I don't have a lot to add to everything that was discussed throughout public comment and comment on agenda item 18 today. A lot of folks, talked about, okay, it's so much better because we're doing this far-field study, or, oh, we're going to have a lower cost, but we're still skirting around the issue of Hillcrest. And so, I don't know, I'll keep it really short, but it just I would invite all of you to maybe ask what your own role is in this next chapter of mistreatment, abuse, and attempts at erasing the people of Hillcrest. So yeah, maybe ask yourself when you're going to bed what your role is in that, and how that energy could be better suited to living more of a servant-hearted life, because I'll remind you, you're in a position to serve the public good. I know more of you than not are religious in some way, so again, I'd ask you to reflect on that and reflect on how the decisions that you make at the dais either contribute to or take away from living a life of Christ consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hensick. Richard Shelton, Amanda Breland.
Okay, Amanda Breland, Corpus Christi. Hopefully this doesn't sound, actually it probably will sound all over the place because I wrote it while I was sitting here. But I noticed a lot of people came up here and thanked the mayor and thanked the city manager for bringing this back on the agenda. I'm not gonna do that. I wanna say shame on y'all, honestly. This whole thing is undemocratic, like ridiculous. It's a joke. Despite the fact that y'all already voted, I'm still gonna express my opposition to bringing this desalination project back. Y'all framed this as the main solution to our water issues, but what else are y'all doing to negate water waste? Y'all clearly lack the ability to creatively think about solutions to this so-called water crisis. If y'all were serious about this, then y'all would be coming up with more than just $1 billion desalination facility that is going to ruin Hillcrest and our environment. Why not invest in solid, long-term solutions that will not only reduce water waste, but benefit the working class of this area? Invest in reliable and efficient public transportation. Less vehicles on the road equals less pollution and water use, less road construction, less stormwater pollution, more sustainable land use. Invest in improving our green spaces. More native trees and plants equals less runoff and promotes the natural water cycle. This city deserves leaders who are willing to think bigger and more creatively when it comes to solving the issues plaguing this community. We deserve leaders who make residents a priority and who are willing to work with us, not against us. Too many of you on this council are so busy stroking and gargling the balls of industry to take a look around and realize how your decisions negatively impact the majority of the working class in this area.
Jake Hernandez. And then Arturo Lima, John McCain, and Daniel Pena.
Jake Hernandez, Corpus Christi, City Council District 2. I am here to speak about the issue of water management. I believe that the city has continuously fallen short in their attempts to work with members of the public on the issue of water management. For the Inner Harbor Desal project, residents of the Hillcrest neighborhood have been demanding that the city find a different location and not build the desalination plant in their neighborhood. And this has been happening for about a decade now. Residents in San Patricio County have also been pleading with the city to not go forward with the Evangeline River water project, groundwater project. And those concerns have just fallen on indifferent years. And for the drought contingency plan, which was also brought up earlier this year, the concerns that were reflected in the changes made to the drought contingency plan primarily reflected the concerns that were being raised by small business owners. So why do I bring up these examples to you? I bring them up because there is a history. There's a pattern here of multiple times of residents coming forward with their concerns on an issue And those concerns are just genuinely not being listened to. Not here at public comments, not during the public input sessions that you've held, either on the drought contingency plan or on desalination before, or during the budget meetings. These concerns keep getting raised and then being completely ignored. And I'm at a place where I'm trying to figure out exactly, if we can't make an appeal to you, like on the issue of desalination, on a logical level, because we feel that it is illogical to continue worsening the conditions that are enabling climate change. And we can't appeal to you on an emotional level because you simply don't seem to care about the residents in Hillcrest. And if you do, I haven't heard you say anything about him. So the reason that I'm here as one of the co-chairs for the Corpus Christi chapter for the Democratic Socialists of America is because I, as a socialist, believe that there needs to be more democracy between our city government and between the residents and the workers that live here in the Coastal Bend. There simply has just not been any way for us to appeal to on any level on any issue. So I think that you're no longer fit to continuing governing us. You now have to make an attempt to govern with us. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Arturo Lima.
Hello. Hello, Arturo Lima, District 4. I just keep coming back because very passionate people really care about this community. And I feel that, this desalination plant in the short term would probably not affect me. However, I know that it would affect the residents of Hillcrest, which is something that you all really don't talk about. So let's see how much of this I can get to read. Here we are again talking about the Inner Harbor desalination plant after the community and this council already expressed that we do not want this in our city. I think it is important to reiterate that even though the cost of this plant is one huge reason why this project is a bad idea, it is not the only reason why we are fighting to stop this. The last time this project was voted against, we learned that the cost of the desal plant had ballooned to over $1 billion. Since then, the water director, Drew Molly, resigned and left town. If that is not a sign of how badly this project is being managed, I don't know what is. But like I said, the cost is not the only reason why the community opposes this desalination experiment. This proposed Inner Harbor desalination plant would destroy the historically black neighborhood of Hillcrest. That is something that we don't talk about enough. The residents of Hillcrest already experience cancer and respiratory problems at a much higher rate than the rest of Corpus Christi. Hillcrest is also surrounded by industry, the same type of industry that you seek to entice with the water you hope to produce with the construction of the Inner Harbor desal plant. Less and less people are buying the lie that we need this desal plant because we are running out of water. The population of Corpus Christi has not grown and is not expected to grow significantly in the coming years. We have enough water for the people. What we don't have enough water for is the petrochemical industries that you are trying to bring to Corpus Christi. That is why you need the Inner Harbor desal plant. But by building the desal plant, you will be destroying Hillcrest, and you will be destroying the bay, you will be destroying the tourism industry, and you will be hurting commercial and recreational fishing. You will also be destroying the future of Corpus Christi because no one wants to move to or raise children in a city surrounded by industrial smokestacks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. John McCain, Daniel Pena.
As to the rules of decorum, I looked up some rules from Corpus. It says that I have to ask Madam Chair if I have a little bit of extended time to go over a couple of these pages just to do the presentation to be able to finish, because I've tried to get it within 3 minutes, but I'm a little over, so. And it says to ask you, 10 seconds before I'm done, but I'll just ask you now before.
This is Mr. Daniel Peña, Mayor.
Right, how long is your presentation, bless you?
It's about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, so it's like 45 seconds over.
Yeah, can you cut it down a little?
I'm trying, I try it as best, I just don't speak as fast as some of these guys over here, so.
Why is he at 2:30? Oh, well, no, I mean, we'll start it when he starts his presentation, yeah. Yeah, let's try to get to 3 minutes quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Daniel Peña. I'm from District 1, Long Live Hillcrest. I'm here on the city ordinance again for the fire marshal. It takes 3 of you guys to put it on the agenda. City ordinance 032-969-23-007. The first page I brought in my packet is the memo that was given to the city manager from the fire department regarding the accusations that I did, that I accused them of for the new city ordinance. I did this one in colors. You can see the highlight of certain things that I'm going to be pointing out in my presentation. 2020 International Fire Code, that I actually been in there, and that he does acknowledge the rule that I'm going to be introducing, the gas industry, which is the propane. Again, he quotes from 2021 IFC, and I'll explain that to you in just a second. The industry, the Railroad Commission, the industry is regulated by the Railroad Commission, as you'll know. The rules apply of installation, which I'm going to get to here in just a second. In the last paragraph, it says section 319.5, the 2021 IFCI addresses the use of propane in a mobile food trailer. I'm not discussing the use of the propane in the food trailer. I'm discussing the installation, which is the connectors and the hoses and the things required to do during installation, whether you have to take it apart or put it together. It's all installation, reinstall, uninstall, install. It's all same thing, same terminology. So that's part of that. And if you notice, he does acknowledge that the Railroad Commission uses NFPA 58 as their rules for what they use as the guidelines. My next 3 pages are the books that the Railroad Commission uses, the NFPA 58, 54, 1192, and NFPA 101, which is actually the fire code NFPA. That's the book that they follow. He keeps quoting from the International Fire Code. The state of Texas does not even recognize the IFC code book. They only use NFPA 101. I also, on the next page, included email from the Railroad Commission in regards to the petition that they've had to do to make these changes. In making these changes, he is the manager in field operations, Mr. Adam Rodriguez, emailed me back saying the city of Corpus Christi Northern Fire Department went in there and petitioned for any of these changes being done to the city ordinance, to the state ordinance. Excuse me. On my next page, I go into our second note, which is our industry. I provided the levels of industry from processing propane to transportation and storage to the distribution and usage. We are part of the usage part of the industry, and so we are part of that industry that he says we're not a part of. No matter if we're on the top of that totem pole to the bottom, we are still part of that industry.
So, Mr. Peña, I'm going to invite you to, I know you have spoken, but I think y'all.
I haven't spoken to anybody since the first time. No one's been in contact with me.
Okay, well,
except for the mama.
Okay. Well, with staff, because this is operational and we appreciate you bringing it forth, we do. But I think this is something that the staff can take from here to have a conversation with you about it to see, what can get taken care of or fixed or, adjusted for you.
Okay. And who would I speak to?
Well, Ernie will talk with you over here,
Okay.
Mr. Peña. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Margaret Duran?
Margaret Peggy Duran here of Corpus Christi, District 3. And I just had a comment to make tonight. I've been looking at my tax bill. 15 years ago, it was $5,500 for our home that we've been in for the last 40 years on the south side. Today, it's $1,700. Most people don't come here complaining about lower tax bills, but over this time, we've seen our library hours cut. We've seen our garbage brush pickup cut from 4 times a year to 2 times a year. We've, you know, I'm concerned about the economic decisions. There's this whole movement, you know, to reduce taxes, and I can't help but wonder if part of that is because private industry wants to take everything over and make you all irrelevant. I really believe that we need to consider stopping this process of lowering city taxes, because we need clean water, we need good schools, we need good roads, we want good education for our children. My husband's from Spain. He had a problem there health-wise. He was in the hospital for a week, had 2 procedures done. It cost us $3,500. It would have cost $200,000 in this country. We need Medicare for all. We don't have enough faith in our officials at this point. We need to get that back. I know you have been dumped on all day today. I really admire you for having a public comment period. Thank you. But I think we need to consider the kinds of industries that we have that are doing more harm than good. We're hearing about these AI and crypto centers that use more water and electricity and are raising the prices for the public. We need to really consider the tax abatements that we've been giving. Business, it's time for them to carry their fair share. And I mean, 20 years ago, I sold my Exxon stock to pay for my son's college education because they were hiring, you know, those fake scientists who were denying climate change. We've got a lot of trust to rebuild and a lot of things to look at. And I don't envy you your jobs at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dudan. Jennifer Gracia. Andrea Pujol. Andrea, were you going to speak on something separate than the desal item?
Yeah. Andrea Pujol, District 2. So I wanted to talk about resource management and democratic control over our resources, like water. I find it really concerning that earlier in the meeting, some of y'all were like praising the city manager for managing our resources like a business. Someone even said, like, it's reminding me of a CEO. I find that so weird and really dumb because our city is not a business. Our city is our home. And there's been a lot of talk about industry, and we can't survive without them. They give back to the community. We get scholarships from them. They sponsor our Earth Day, Bay Day. They care about us. No, they do not. They don't give back to us, and the little that they do, it's literally just to make themselves look good. So yeah, they don't care about our community at all. And in fact, they would probably love it if we all dropped dead so that tomorrow they could just come in and do whatever they want. So, yeah, just, I want to share a quote because Chloe shared this earlier and it really resonated with me. So, it's a quote by Frederick Engels. The English bourgeoisie is charitable out of self-interest. It gives nothing outright, but regards its gifts as a business matter, makes a bargain with the poor, saying, if I spend this much upon benevolent institutions, I thereby purchase the right not to be troubled any further, and you are bound to thereby to stay in your dusky holes and not to irritate my tender nerves by exposing your misery. That quote reminded me exactly of what's happening right now. And some of y'all are really feeding into that of like, yes, they do give back to us. So we should give them whatever we want.
no, we shouldn't. Y'all can say no, and we can build a better city for all of us, including y'all. As much as I don't want to say it, but like, yeah, we can build a better city for everyone up here and everyone back here, and not the people that are technically out of our city limits. And that's why they don't pay their fair share in taxes. So yeah, again, stop treating our city, our people, our resources as a business, and stop giving industry whatever they want. And please stop praising them as if they were heaven sent. And if you think residents are gonna let this slide come next election, it's not going to. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Pujol. Alicia Hoover? Okay, Beatrice Alvarado? Julian Hernandez?
Sorry, I'm getting old. Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. There's two things that so I guess first, I'm a resident of Molina area. I hear they came out with a very good documentary of Molina. I haven't had a chance to see it, but I lived there all my life. And I'm a part of that. And I say that with ninth grade education. I went and got a good enough degree, GED. And then I went out and I guess made something of myself. I've come here before when all the taxes were being raised out of consideration for my daughters. I know somebody remembered that at one time. And it's for them that I come out here, you know, because with the ninth grade education, I was able to do what I needed to do and able to provide and pay those bills for my kids when needed. Of course, you got to push them out there. But, man, I wanted to read this, but two people from Hillcrest came here. So I'm fortunate enough, I was one of those cagapalos, for those that aren't Hispanic. I was one of those trouble kids, like I said, ninth grade. I think I failed like third grade, like who fails third grade? Anyways, but there's no Hillcrest left. The city took it. We gave them a park. And it's a slap in the face. They will never have the opportunity that Molina did to create a documentary. Never. I go over there today, and there's nothing there. Maybe those two people that came today, those two people, and you gave them a park. And now you want to build a plant next to it. Y'all set the table today. I was part of big industry. The first thing you do is you set the table blindly so everybody can sit down. And then you feed them the poison. And that's what we did today. Because I've been part of those industries, and that was the terminology there. Set the table. Set the table early so they can eat from it later and not know it. I worked out of town for 22 years doing utilities. And every time I came back into town, we were still working on 5 miles of SPID, and we're still working on them today, 20 years. And it just came to fruition why the city took it. Why the city took Hillcrest. Why? Ask yourselves for that desal plant. I'm not against desal, I'm against the location of it.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Laramie Fain.
Hello, what up, Council? Laramie, Corpus Christi, Texas. I heard something interesting on the way in. It was.
You want to state your name and city?
I definitely did that. There was an older gentleman and a woman who I'm assuming is a city employee, but he was saying that we have to have people from the port here, and that has to be the loudest voice in the room. The employee's response was that the mayor sent special invitations to certain chief of staff and port commissioners, but none of them showed up, which is gotta hurt. But I do wonder why there's only interest in collaborating with powerful people or people with connections. Because community members don't get special invitations that I've ever heard of. And I get really sick at heart watching the best and brightest people that I know come up here every week and speak their heart and their truth to you, and I can just see it go in one ear and out the other. Because, like, public comment is all that we have to interface with you. And you don't even have the decency to pretend to listen. You're on your phones, you are glancing at the timer to see how much time is left, you're yawning, you're concealing a smirk. There's no interest in co-governing, wherein the residents that are most impacted by policy have a direct say in how that policy is shaped and implemented, which makes a lot of sense, right? You say that, it just makes sense, right? But it's port commissioners and industry partners that get meetings and invitations, and the rest of us get left out of the equation. There is no trust here, and there certainly isn't any respect.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3. And what I came to talk to you about today is I know we always talk about decorum and being polite and being nice, and I've seen people called out here for being loud, for being arrested, for maybe some foul language. I try to never use foul language. Carolyn will make me put money in a swear jar if I do that. My dad would make me wash my mouth out with soap. But I sat in the back, and because someone is a wife of someone important and she's one of y'all's besties, and I don't care if y'all paint each other's nails, go have drinks, and I'm gonna call her name out, and I may get in trouble for this, but if Michelle Brazelton is allowed to sit back there and wish Eric Cantu would kill himself, I suggest, and I heard 5 people say it, not just one, we have witnesses, 5 people, one of them was Eli McKay hurt, Rachel Caballero, and she got up and left right afterwards. You either need to speak to your friend, she needs to ask not to come back, her husband needs to know. That is uncalled for. I have difference of opinion of many of y'all. I would never say that I wished one of you would hang yourselves. I have been on the campaign trail and had one of you point your finger at me, treat me horribly, another one's wife come and say something to me. I'm not gonna mention whose wife it was, he's not here, but she never gave me an apology. And I have never, ever acted that way, so it can't be rules for thee and not for me. So that was uncalled for, and that was appalling, appalling, and I think every one of us. Another thing, when you're called up, let's show some respect. Mr. Klein is not Mr. Klein, he's Dr. Klein. He worked very hard. Dr. Arazia is not Isabel, she's Dr. Arazia. She worked hard. I may not have the same political beliefs as a lot of them. Matter of fact, I've stated I'm a staunch Republican, campaigned for Trump, hard and heavy, but I have found more in common with these people than I have against. And I think when we find out, we all just want what's best for this city. I would never treat any of these people horribly, and they have never treated me with anything but the utmost respect. When I'm talking, I used to teach theater at one point for a short time. Look at people when they're talking. It's rude when you're looking down. Even if you don't care what they're saying, look at them. My dad used to say that Jackie Kennedy had the fine art of making you feel like you were the most important person in the room. We all deserve that respect when we're up here. Like I said, we know we're all on the campaign trail, but instead of going to ribbon cuttings and parties, why don't you stand here, you're here every day, right here in front of City Hall, and see why we've got people who can't pay their water bill. They can't pay their water bill and their light bill. And they're not people on welfare, they're people who both work 2-income jobs. And their water bills are so high, they're always on the verge, and you're laughing. That smirk on your face is horrible, horrible. And no, you do it all the time.
Yeah, thank you.
But thank you, and a wink means a lot.
Aaron Haas. Aaron Haas. Madison Poe. Ben Henchman.
Good evening, Ben Hinchman from District 2. I support fixing the water crisis. And unfortunately, I think we're at the point where desalination's part of that solution. I agree with many of the other folks here where I think we are looking a little too narrowly, a little too short-sighted in focusing on one desal plant, and that looking at outlawing new sod, fixing the leaks in the pipes that we have already existing, turning wastewater into potable or industry water are a number of things that we need to look at, but we've only been focusing on one solution. With the current Inner Harbor desal plant, I do not support the current design where we are going to be pumping the brine straight into the Corpus Christi Bay due to the harmful environmental effects along with the Inner Harbor plant further impacting Hillcrest. If it's not clear to me why we can't extend the pipeline out to offshore. I know that just pushes the environmental impact somewhere else, but seeing what's going on in the southwest of the U.S. for cities along the Colorado River, along with El Paso and all the efforts they're making to be more efficient with their water use, we need to find a way to maximize our water resources. For Corpus Christi Bay, I'm concerned because there's not enough tidal exchange to effectively refresh the bay. The Hart Institute itself states that the desal will increase the bay's salinity. With the continued drought, further increasing the salinity as fresh water does not inflow into Nueces Bay. As people have brought up, this will bring harms to oyster farming, all the fishing industry, recreational, commercial, and increased red tide risk. If we think that there aren't environmental impacts, we could do a test and do a proportional amount of brine into Texas State Aquarium exhibits and see what happens. I don't want Corpus Christi Bay to become the less great Salt Lake due to the brine output increasing salinity to a point where no life is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinchman. Maggie Peacock?
First of all, I also just want to say it's so incredibly frustrating when so many of my friends are making amazing and beautiful comments and you're looking down the entire time, and then when they're done—
State your name and city, please.
Maggie Peacock, District 2, so sorry. And then when they're done, we are filled with so much emotions from what they just said, and that comes out in different ways, whether it's clapping or cheering or whatever, and after you spent 3 minutes looking down at your phone or doing whatever, you yell at us for doing that. It's just frustrating. But I'm here with Corpus Christi Democratic Socialists of America and also Ignition Front Corpus Christi, talking about resource management and industrial expansion broadly. I wanted to talk about some new water resources we have going on. Evangeline, we have 24 MGD. Harbor Island is 2.7 MGD. Nueces River Wells is 28 MGD. Affluent Reuse Projects is 16 MGD. All of that total extra water is 121 MGD. The average daily use in 2022 was 108.4 MGD, and in August of 2025, it was 113.2 MGD. So, why do we need more? Even so, this morning, a certain council person was talking about providing water certainty to industry and corporations and everything except people. He's looking at his computer right now and not listening, which is ludicrous. And your soul is beyond repair, honestly. Like my friend said earlier, industry is always thirsty, and there will never be enough for them. Growth for the sake of growth. Growth. I said what I said. Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. We must be clear in naming the real problems happening here. Racial capitalism and fossil fuel imperialism drives the crisis we are in. This is clear as y'all on the dais are pushing for an environmentally racist, privately owned project in the predominantly and historically black neighborhood of Hillcrest, and the city historically working with Israeli officials to push for desalination. Industrial expansion and the grow, grow, grow mindset is colonialism and colonization at work. I wanted to read this quick excerpt from the Declaration of Eco-Socialist International Network before COP20. We urgently need to unmask all of the abstract answers which attempt to blame all of humanity. These abstract answers disconnect the current situation from the historical dynamics which have emerged from fossil fuel-based industrialization, which causes global warming, and the logic of capitalism, which is sustained by the private appropriation of wealth and the conquest of profit. Profit at the cost of social exploitation and ecological devastation. These are two faces of the same system, which is the culprit of climate catastrophe. Oh, damn it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Manuel Lujan? Jackie Lewis?
Hello, Jackie Lewis, District 3. Citizens of Corpus Christi, City Council members, Mayor Guajardo, you are in that seat tonight because we the people rejected the guy backed by Abbott, but it appears as if we wound up getting the Abbott guy after all. Abbott is barking orders from his high horse in Austin, telling you all how you should spend our money, because that's what's really at stake tonight. It's money. Sweet, cold, hard cash. Councilwoman Vaughn told us so back in September. She said that Abbott is threatening to withhold state funding if y'all don't vote for the desal plant in the Inner Harbor, which y'all already know the litany of issues that will cause for the environment, so on and so forth. But Abbott feels like he can do this due to the Trump administration ordering him to racially gerrymander the state for future elections. So much for that. Did y'all see the news today? I'm afraid that the reason behind your apathy, Mayor Guajardo, is because that this deal has been settled behind our backs, that we don't really have a choice, that this is all just a dog and pony show, and you get to sit there and glare and smirk and whatever. The desal plant in Hillcrest will irrevocably change the city that we love. And I was under the impression that that's what was decided the last time we spoke about this. It is crystal clear that City Council is compromised. I was never under the impression that desal in Corpus was dead for good, just that the proposed plant in Hillcrest was, and that another site would be found as a replacement. Oil and gas has a chokehold on this city. A desal plant will not be constructed by end of year 2030. It just won't. It took us 8 years to build a bridge, and how long has Everhart been under construction? My council member, Eric Cantu, has been working to attract Hollywood to our beautiful vistas. They won't even want to visit if the only perceptible thing is the chokehold that oil and gas have over the city's atmosphere, literally and figuratively. And what will all of that capital mean when there aren't any Gulf shrimp to eat? What good are higher prices for low-quality seafood? Or watching our grandmas wither away from cancer caused by the forever chemicals that are still in the Inner Harbor to this day? And only more will be created and pumped into our estuaries and soil and air. I lost my train of thought. Let's see. Baffin Bay's already been losing fisherfolk for years, but I guess that's Claiborne County's problem, right? The onslaught of environmental chaos will not stop at the county line. So goes the Gulf, so goes America, and so goes the world. Did you know that the Earth's tilt has shifted 3.5 inches, or 31.5 inches over the course of 2 years? And that's just due to an excessive groundwater pumping. You can Bing it, that's true. Yeah, what we do here affects the world, whether we realize it or not. Think about that.
Thank you. Leo Dahlbeck? Okay, Ms. Huerta, do we have anyone? Oh, I'm sorry, Leo.
I was here earlier. I have some printouts that I would like to distribute, please.
Okay.
And another form that can be. please don't make fun of my picture. I'm not a good artist. One of the copies is an email that I sent to all of the council members earlier before the September vote. The other one is a picture of a potential pipeline.
You started your comment, sir? You haven't said your name and city. That's me. Have you started your comment? So you didn't say your name and city.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait till.
Pass it out. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your notice. I want to follow the protocol. Okay, yes. First and foremost, I admit that water will be more expensive. Okay, the other trip is I think that in keeping with another.
Can you state your name and city now, please? State your name and city, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Leo Dahlbeck. I live at 8100 South PID, lot number 363. Thank you. Okay. So the trip is water's getting more expensive. We're going to have to do something. I agree with the city manager on getting a quorum of a bunch of the contractors together for some sort of estimate on moving forward. But the deal is I'm pro desal, but absolutely adamantly opposed to discharge in the inner harbor. And that's why we need to make a pipeline from Hillcrest all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. And then if you all see, there's going to be a bunch of inlets, tie-ins, just like a oil field gathering system, which that's one of my backgrounds, has done. And this will reduce the cost of future desal plants. We can move forward, just like the Mary Rhodes pipeline, and because it was scaled up here just recently. And I'm sure she's smiling about that. But the trip is this can be scaled up too with other desal plants. That's it. That's my whole deal. I also think that momentarily we need to restrict any more users to our water system. That's just a standard deal. But I appreciate all y'all's time. And that's a copy of an email that I sent out earlier. And I wish y'all luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Huerta.
Okay, Mayor. Online, we have Larry Cashin.
Hello, good evening. I'm Larry Cashin. I'm a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. I live in District 4. I care very much about our Corpus Christi, and I continue to pray for rain, as do, I'm sure, the most of everyone in our city. For the record, and with respect, ladies and gentlemen, I am opposed to the construction of a desalination plant in our harbor and in our bays. I realize this is a sensitive and complex and serious issue. Please consider the environment, our population, and our city's future identity and decision-making. As well, I beseech you to continue using sound reason and science in decision-making, and do not relinquish to the vices of industry, greed, or other state or national politicians and their sphere of influence and interests. Service to the people and our infrastructure, as you know, is priority. I believe we should move to stage 4 water conservation now. If desal does go forward, attempt please to collaborate with Clayburgh and other neighboring counties on the development, construction, and use. As well, consider building it in part on a platform in the Gulf of Mexico and or on our Padre Island, so the intake and discharge waters will be from and go back to the deep flowing currents of the Gulf of Mexico. Please do not build it where an established neighborhood will be negatively affected and the residents then affected. Please do not build it where our bays will continue to be impacted. As well, please consider using ocean wave and solar energy to power the facilities. To each of you and in collection, I thank you for your time, your due diligence, your continued collaborative leadership, commitment, public service. Please respect our earth, our unique coastal ecosystem, decisions. Bless. Peace be with you. Thanks for hearing me out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Cashin. Next is James Perkins.
Oh.
Mr. Perkins, yeah, you spoke on item number 18 previously.
Yeah,
Were you going to speak on something else? Hello?
Well, I guess resource management is a bit different than the desalination, isn't it? What?
Are you going to speak on another
Really,
subject?
what I want to drought contingency matters.
Okay, drought contingency, okay.
Residents are stuck at level 3. We're nearing having to get deeper into drought situations, and the industry is allowed to pay part of its own profits to kind of run around this drought situation. But I feel like the council really should put a stop to this. Their ability to pay their way to using as much water as they'd like to. I understand this might impact their profits. This may impact their workforce. But these are companies that are worth billions of dollars a year. Their CEOs could come up with a better plan. They could come up with contingency plans of their own for their employees. By putting that weight and that pressure on us, it kind of just puts us in an unfair position as residents of Corpus Christi who are going about our daily lives. We're not making money off of the water we're using. We're using it to bathe, to eat, to cook, to drink. Not that we can drink our water with the amount of different things that are in it and the amount of stuff that gets stuck into it due to the work that the industry has done in our local water ecosystems. But I feel like the city council, the mayor and the management, city manager should really quickly put a limit cap on what these industries are allowed to use, because it is only going to be more exasperated, especially as we are scrambling for water sources currently.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mark Munster. Mr. Munster? Okay. Don't hear him. I'm going to go ahead and move to Sandra Sanchez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sandra Love Sanchez. I'm with Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend. I am from so-called Corpus Christi, Texas. Tonight, you all said that this desal vote is only for a model, only for a study, only for the next step. But I want to speak clearly on record. Every step attached to desal is part of building the desal. There is no neutral vote in a process already moving in one direction. You already know the environmental impacts. You already know what brine will do to the bay with its salinity, the fishery, the aquatic life, and the communities depending on this bay. None of this is new. You also know that the Hillcrest neighborhood will suffer the most, but you ignore it. Hillcrest has carried the weight of industry for generations: air pollution, port expansion, highways, displacement, environmental burdens, environmental racism, environmental genocide. Diesel will add yet another layer, more harm in the neighborhood that has already sacrificed enough. So when I hear that this is just a model, I hear something different. This is a continuation, and continuation has consequences. Once a project moves forward, even with a study, it becomes a part of public record. I'm not here to repeat every impact you've already been shown. You've heard them from scientists, from residents, from fishing families, environmental professionals, and Hillcrest themselves. So let me say this instead. You cannot say you did not know. You cannot say Hillcrest was not mentioned. You cannot say the risks were not placed before you. When the salinity changes, when the aquatic life declines, when infrastructure strains become a part of this community, the entire city, the record will show that the city was informed before these votes happened, not after. This bay is already carrying the weight of industry, dredging, runoff, and stress. Hillcrest is already carrying more than its share. Adding desal, even in the form of a study, is harmful because studies pave the road to infrastructure. Infrastructure creates impacts that cannot be undone. And I'll close with this. Water is life. Water remembers, and the decisions made against the water always return to those who make them. In time, those that have caused destruction, they will be held accountable. Thank you. Next time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next is Brittany Young.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Brittany Young, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 3. Just first, straight out of the gate, going to ask you to vote against stop pursuing the Inner Harbor desal plant. Like, I'm really confused on why we're here. Again, I felt the public had made their stand on where they are. They have reached out to you. They have made public comments, not just over the past few months, but over the past several years. The people that I'm watching right now from my virtual space are there speaking out against the Inner Harbor desal plant, again, because they care. When I heard Governor Abbott come up and was basically threatening the city of Corpus Christi about they need to pursue the desal plant, Governor Abbott, who is anti-big government, needs to stay out of our business. Then after Governor Abbott, I hear at the State of the City that we're going to bring desal back onto the agenda. It's like a snake growing its head again. It gave me whiplash. And then I'm seeing city council members who said they were against desal because of the price, and the price is higher now, and yet here they are, and they want to go ahead and start pursuing the Inner Harbor desal plant. I mean, I don't know what else I could say to convince you, just like many people in there. We've talked about the environmental issues. We've talked about, the public, the historical racism against the Hillcrest community, which you don't care about. You care about giving them a park. That's like a slap in the face. We've talked about so many issues, the PFAS. I've already heard it again there in the dais. Nothing we say is getting through to you, and I think it's completely disrespectful for you to sit there. We voted you into those seats. We can take you out of those seats again, so please do remember that as we go in, as the next election comes. We already know, and it's already been said, residents do not consume all of this water. These large volume water consumers, the heavy industry there, are the ones that are sucking up all of this water. They're not curtailing, they're being incentivized, as you already know, to continue to consume while we're in a drought 3 stage restriction. We need to curtail, we need to fix our infrastructure. Someone already talked about leaks. We need better urban planning with planting trees. We need council members and the mayor and the city manager, wherever he is, We need people there who are creative about the economy and the future of our city that actually centers people and does not center the industries. I don't want Corpus. I may not always be there in Corpus. I do have residents in Corpus, but we do not need Corpus to end up like other cities that have been sucked dry by these industries. The people have been polluted and treated, they have cancer and all this. We don't need that. We need a thriving city.
Thank you,
We need
Ms.
to think
Young.
about the future of the city. Thank you.
Yeah, your time is up. And I understand Mr. Munster is back online. Mr. Munster, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
me?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Mark Munster, Corpus Christi. So with the Inner Harbor decision, y'all are going back. There was so much rhetoric at the last vote in September to just make a decision. You've been elected to make a decision, and y'all are reversing what the council decided. And that is just repeating the cycle of what happened with Inner Harbor, with getting SWIFT loans and getting them locked into this project that you never got a community approval for. And you're repeating that cycle of not listening to residents, not listening to concerns that led to you spending years on this project and for it to fail because it was doomed to fail because it's in a neighborhood that it should never have been built in. Councilwoman Vaughn, you talked about earlier how it's wrong that you have to raise $50,000 to run a campaign. And that's exactly the system where these companies use our resources, get significant tax breaks, and they also wield political power to control the decisions that y'all are making. And whenever we bring all this long list of concerns, the list is so long, and the amount of residents that have showed up says on its own. There hasn't been ever, I don't think, this many residents showing up to a Corpus City Council meeting. And when we bring these concerns, all you say is talk about is the job rhetoric and the people. We're not talking, we don't want these people to have a financial hardship. They're not the ones. These corporations are the ones using all this water and putting them in the situation where they're threatening laying off people if they don't get the tens of millions of gallons of water a day. The rhetoric that it is going to cause all this chaos and hardship is lacking like the context of the tax breaks that they get and full understanding of the situation. Whenever you talked about how desal isn't ever going to kill anyone, that's not what residents are talking about. We're talking about that this plant would just continue the industrial expansion of pollution that is affecting people in the city. And all of these things just show like this system is working against us. The system of capitalism is causing our political and economic structure just to work against the working class residents. And that's why I'm a member, not paid or anything. I'm a member of the Corpus Christi Democratic Socialists of America. And the mayor, you're calling people out for being loud and boisterous. Like, what do you expect? Y'all look like fools up there, and you're just going to get people acting against your rules whenever y'all just make fools of yourself. So have a good day.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes the virtual part of public comment. There are a number of people who say they're in person, but they're not city residents. I'm not sure if anybody else is here.
There's no
like Matthew Rotan.
WebEx?
No more WebEx, but there are some people who say who signed up in person but are not residents. But I don't know if those folks are here. Matthew Rotan, Ashley Griffith, Steve Snyder, Chris Squayat. Okay, I don't see any of those folks. So that would conclude the public comment period then, Mayor.
Mario Diaz, no?
No, ma'am, not online.
Flores, okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, that concludes our public comment then. Let's see, let me get. So the council now is going to go into executive session on items 21 through 24 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. So we will return.
We're out, we're ready.
Are they? Can you pass that to
Okay.
Rebecca? Okay, just,
Pass this to Rebecca.
all right.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and come back, and I think we have a motion. Councilman Barrera?
Mayor, I'd like to move that we increase the internal auditor's salary to make the market adjustment to increase him to $168,000 a year.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's-
Retroactive to October 1.
Mayor. I would like to amend that to go back to July the 28th, to reflect that it would go back to when the staff received their pay increase. So that would be my amendment to amend it to July the 28th,
Their market adjustments.
their market adjustment.
Well, the amendment can fail. No, the amendment can fail.
Well,
Why can't we separate them out?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the
Okay,
city
what happened?
secretary.
So why can we separate them out and have a vote to give them the market value? And then separately would be, and that would be the vote, one vote. The second vote would be to make it retroactive to, well, I guess we'd have to.
Sounds like an
Well, no, yeah.
amendment still. I
No,
mean,
because if you voted on, if you're for the market, let's say the market value, but not taking it back to July, then you have to vote the whole thing down. And it's not that,
Well, you could vote the amendment down first, right? So the amendment is July 1,
28th, we
and if
take
that
that
goes
vote.
down, then you do I'm sorry, July 28th?
yeah, and then if it fails, we vote on the.
And then you vote on the
October
other one. I mean, that's the way to do it, Mayor.
okay.
So the amendment, and then you said July 28th?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Okay, and there's public, just if we could ask for public comment, understood. Does anybody want to speak? No?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to open public comment. Anybody? All right, close public comment. So we have a motion and a second
Or the amendment.
of the amendment.
Right.
Okay. And that's to go back to July. The market value, go up to market value and go to July.
Okay, so this isn't going to read that, I'm sorry, but I'll,
So does it need to be a voice?
No,
she got it.
that's fine.
okay. Mr. Scott, are you still there? Okay, what did you vote on for? I can't hear you. God, we have you muted. Even if you're yelling, I can't hear you. I can't hear him, y'all.
Yes, no?
I know, Eric.
Hey, y'all did the same thing on me.
Look at him.
Right.
That's true.
Wait, does Mark not know?
Is it?
He's having technical issues?
I guess.
No,
There you
Oh, there he is, finally. Okay. Did you say no?
No.
Okay, he said no. Okay. And that's on the amendment. Okay.
Okay.
And Ms. Campos?
Okay, well, the motion carries.
Yes.
Okay. Okey-doke.
Okay, but we still have to vote on the regular motion.
Right, so now we're just going to pass it as
As amended.
amended.
The regular,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the motion was to give him $168,000. So the only issue was what it was retroactive to, correct? Yeah, so now it's to July 28th, so we need a vote on that. Okay, let me find, hold on one second.
Now we came to 168.
Okay, so it just says motion number 2. It's not real explicit, but here it is. So this is as amended. Okay, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay.
okay, the motion carries. Okay, so that's it. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.